to me, they all about competition and capitalism until China enters the competition. Then all of a sudden it's like banned. Like what? Now this was probably out of my price range, but this shit going for like $100K. In America, that bitch go for like 1.5 M's. BYD is elite. I want parts. Oh, it's slide parking because some of y'all can't parallel park for shit. Guess what? Problem solved. Real reason that they're banned is because of the affordability. Imagine a bunch of electric vehicles all under $30,000. That's $21,000 right there. And the BYD Seagull, that bitch 8K. You understand? And then people here are like, well, we can't match those prices. That's not my problem. I don't give a fuck if y'all can't match the prices. Sounds like you got outwitted, outmanned, outnumbered, and trying to cook y'all. Elon, I don't give a fuck. I'm trying to get one of these. The Seal, hard. Even with a 100% tariff, it's still better priced. And then they had their little auto show this past year where it's like a bunch of different companies competing with each other. And they're all competing by lowering prices as much as possible. Now they have some new battery that can charge from 6% to 100% in less than 5 fucking minutes. You gotta be held hostage by Dweeb Musk, who somehow just gets every single government contract when it comes to Teslas and when it comes to SpaceX. Trillionaire, I might add. Why? He faces no competition. Oh, yeah, no. They're way better, way more affordable. But we're gonna ban them, so you could try to go to Canada or go to Mexico and then ship the car here.
And all right, guys, we are live. And happy 4th, by the way, everybody, and happy birthday, America. But all right, hopefully that got you in the patriotic spirit. Let's go ahead and get right into it. And as you see, I'm in the patriotic spirit, man. God bless this great country, man. Freest country in the world, strongest country in the world, with the best people and the best laws, man, and the best constitution, by the way. God bless America. All right, man, let's get right into it, guys. We're going to start off with our President Trump, and then we're going to go ahead and get right into it. And what can I say? I'm in a patriotic spirit, so I'm going to take it easy on the president today.
Mary Burgum, who's doing a phenomenal job. Governor Ron DeSantis, thank you. Governor DeSantis, where's Ron? Thank you, Ron. Distinguished guests and fellow citizens, tonight we gather on the eve of one of the most extraordinary days in the history of the world. Tomorrow we mark 250 years of glorious independence and 250 years of majestic American freedom. Nothing like it. In all the chronicles of the ages, never before has any nation celebrated so magnificent a triumph as this one, the one that we are participating in right now. At 250 years, America is the oldest republic on earth. We are the freest people on earth. We have the most righteous and enduring constitution on earth. We are the strongest and most powerful country on earth.
Yes, we are.
And by the grace of God, the United States of America is the most successful, most accomplished, most exceptional nation ever to exist in human history. And it is great to be your president.
Cool.
It is great. For a quarter of a millennium, liberty, justice, equality, self-government, and unmatched prosperity have flourished here as they have never flourished anywhere before. There is nothing like what we are doing. The birth and survival of the American nation under God is quite simply the best and most incredible thing ever to happen on this planet by human hands ever. That is ever, ever, ever. No other country has done more good for this world than the United States of America. And we give thanks for these extraordinary blessings. We remember that what we have created in this country is not the natural way of the world. It is not the norm. It is the exception. It is rare. It is priceless, and it is truly miraculous.
Man.
Throughout the entire.
And guys, on the right, I don't care if you're on the right or the left, you got to appreciate what my man is saying. Like, put your hatred for Donald Trump to the side for, like, I don't know, the next 15 to 30 minutes, and just hear what he's saying patriotically. Don't look, take out the left and right, and let's listen to him as a patriot, because he ain't lying and he cooking.
Story of humanity. Most people in most places have lived a life plagued by suffering, poverty, exploitation, violence, and misery. But here in America, in this land, on this continent, we have written a very different story. It's a tale of adventure, liberation, and unmatched greatness. It's the story of people governing themselves, the many uniting as one, the men and women rising by their own skill and talent to go further and reach higher than anyone has ever gone before. There has never been anything like this. The triumph of American independence was the result of the most extraordinary people in history, the most extraordinary culture in history, and the most extraordinary ideas in history, all creating the most extraordinary republic ever, ever, ever in history.
Yep. Yep. Where you got freedom of speech, you got freedom of ideas, bro. Nobody's telling you what religion you got to practice. Nobody's telling you what leader you got to worship. Nothing, bro. Freest country in the world. And a lot of people truly don't appreciate that. They take the problems that we have, and it's like they just throw away all the benefits of being an American. And this is why we do get mad at y'all sometimes. Be like, all right, then go live in another country, because you don't get how good you got it. And you won't get how good you got it until you take your ass into another country. And trust me, I know we have our problem. I know we have our bullshit in Western intervention. Trust me, I know, but doesn't mean that we're still not the best country. Like, let's just leave it there. Doesn't mean that we aren't the freest country in the world still. So stop the bitching.
It all came together for the miracle of July 4th, 1776. That was a big year. 250 years ago tomorrow, what a big day that is. I consider this a big day because I'm with you. I like that too. And by the way, we won big here. We won really big. Each and every time. But 250 years ago tomorrow, the words of our Declaration of Independence sent an earthquake through all of the coming time. They sparked a revolution that has never ended, but still continues to this day. And tonight we come to this beautiful mountain, and it is beautiful, to express our gratitude to those who made it possible, starting with the four men most responsible for reaching this milestone more than any others. We salute the father of our country, George Washington.
Real one.
The author of the Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson.
Okay.
The great emancipator and savior of our union, Abraham Lincoln.
And I'm sorry, but I got to play this clip. Shout out to the founding fathers once again.
And the man who built America into a global superpower, Theodore Roosevelt. These are the men who declared the freedom, and won our freedom, and saved our freedom, and secured our freedom. They were men of action, men of ambition, men of daring, men of destiny, and men of truly great intelligence. Above all, they were great men of history. Tonight, on the threshold of our 25th year, we stand beneath the monument of these heroes, a true group of...
Guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen, guys. Appreciate the support.
Unbelievable people. And we rededicate ourselves to being a nation as big, bold, noble, and as great as these American giants. And that's not easy to do, but we're going to do it. These men could only have been made in the USA.
Yeah, we could be a free thinker.
Their faces are engraved on these bluffs, not only because of what they did, but to remind us forever who we are.
And a lot of people don't understand that about this country. We are the country of free thinkers. It's like We can think however we want. Nobody controls our thinking. Nobody controls our speech. We are the country of free thinkers. Free thinkers. We are where the new ideas come from. At the end of the day, like top in innovation. Well, okay, maybe China is up there somewhere, but hey, they still ain't doing better than us. So you got to understand that this whole, like, the way this nation is built is such a beautiful thing, because it allows for ideas to form in a way where you can't do it outside this country, period, point blank. I mean, think about it. Like, guys, there's a country that has religious controls that won't let you think outside the box, government controls that won't let you think outside the box, but not here in America. Actually, we encourage you to think outside the box.
These heroes exemplify what is timeless, enduring, and eternal about the American character. And in the end, it has always been that character, our distinct and unique identity. It is a truly unique identity, and it'll never change. It's the ultimate source of our strength and the bulwark of our freedom. On this anniversary, we must remember, we have to remember, we can never forget that American liberty has not endured for 250 years merely because of words on paper. Liberty has prevailed here because of the culture and character of the people who declared it, defended it, and preserved it. These are very, very special times, and this is a very special place. You live in a very special place. Congratulations, everybody. The identity of a nation is the destiny of a nation, and America has a destiny like no other, because we are a people like no other. For whatever reason, that's just the way it is.
Yep.
Here, the old world sent its bravest, boldest, and most resilient, its fiercest, most faithful, and freedom-loving. These men and women brought values, traditions, and customs transmitted over the centuries in Britain, and stretching back even further to Athens, Jerusalem, and Rome. The United States of America is where the greatest civilization in human history became greater than ever before. On the grounds and granite hills and the rugged plains of this wide open continent, they forged a uniquely American character, a new breed of citizen. That's you. Congratulations. Congratulations. You're not that new a breed. You're a really good breed, but I'm not sure that you're that new a breed. Americans did not bow before a king or a government, but kneeled only before Almighty God. That's right.
No kings.
These were the people who founded our republic. These were the patriots who fought for independence. This was the spirit that demanded freedom, and this was the culture that built America and carved its heroes into Mount Rushmore. For generations, it was understood that the core of patriotic duty of every American was to pass this culture on to our children and to preserve the nation for centuries and centuries to come. But in recent years, there's been an undeniable attempt to change this exceptional character, to beat the American spirit out of us, alienate us from our history, and to make it impossible to even answer the question, what does it mean to be an American? As we march into our 250th year, incredible, beautiful year it will be, we must never forget there is no American freedom without American culture. And there is no American founding without the American people. Many nations have paper constitutions and legal systems, but the citizens live in fear and squalor. A constitution is only as strong as the people and the culture responsible for upholding it. But as long as we remember who we are, we have to always remember who we are and what we're all about. The United States of America will forever be the land of free men and women, and we will never, ever fail.
God is right.
So tonight, let us.
The great thing, like I said, you can sit here and hate Trump, but you got to appreciate the message here. And I actually appreciate how he's low-key not making it about himself, and he's making it about the American people and our great history. So, like I said, guys, let's try to put our hatred of Trump to the side, our disagreements of Trump to the side for just, like I said, 15 minutes, and let the man cook.
Say clearly and proudly what makes Americans so unique and extraordinary. We're going to give our country its identity back. Above all, Americans love freedom. We cherish independence, and we know that we are the heirs to the most beautiful land, the most thrilling story, and the most precious legacy on which the sun has ever shined. In America, we do not need anyone's permission to say what we think and to live as we please, to worship as we choose, or to keep and bear arms. You know,
I'm telling you, and a lot of people, like I said, underappreciate those values, underappreciate the fact that we have freedom of speech, freedom to bear arms, freedom to rebel against our government if need be. And a lot of countries don't assure that for you. Actually, they want to keep that away from you. It's like, look at the UK. They locking people up for their freedom of speech. Why? Because the elites do not want to be judged. Here in America, even if they don't want to be judged, we got freedom of speech. They're going to have to go ahead and take it to the chin. Most of you guys don't appreciate that fact. A lot of you guys don't appreciate the fact that you can come on here in my chat and criticize a world leader. In other countries, bro, you might be hanged for that. Just want to let you know that. So please enjoy the freedom of this country in my chat. Enjoy the freedom of this country online, and enjoy the freedom of this country while you hold up your gun and pot and make sure you clean it and all that good stuff. Please enjoy the freedom of this country. And you don't got to sit there and glaze Trump for that. You don't got to sit there and be an enemy of Trump for that, bro. Just be an American and just leave politics to the side and just enjoy being a citizen of this country. Like, Jesus.
And for almost 6 years during my presidency, I've saved almost single-handedly, but working with John and some other great people, we've saved your Second Amendment, and I will continue to do so, I promise. Our rights here given to us by the God who made us, and those rights shall not be infringed. Americans believe in self-reliance. We look at success with envy not, and I say that
bro,
some people are
something real foolish in the chat. They said Trump ruined America. Bro, one man can't ruin this great country. You need to get that through your head. We are too great of a country just to be ruined by one man. So please don't insult my country like that.
Envious, and some people are not. We are not,
in it, bro.
But with admiration.
You can bring the America hate in tomorrow, but today I ain't having it. Today, I ain't having it. If you want to hate America, bro, go take that shit somewhere else.
And we earn it, and we will always earn it, and we will always respect it. We are an incredible, good, kind, and generous people, always ready to help a friend or a neighbor.
Rob, well, where you from? It's better than your country. It's stronger than your country. Shoot, our sports is better than your country, most likely. Economics is better than your country, most definitely. Huh? We make our mistakes, but rest and believe we better than all y'all.
Neighbor in need. No one has ever given more to charity, ended more hunger, cured more.
I'll be real with you. I'm being ass. All y'all countries ain't shit to compare to us. The only country that can actually match us is China and Russia. That's it. That's all. And you ain't from there. Please pipe your ass down.
More disease or done more to uplift humanity than Americans, and no country ever will be able to match it. Thank you. So true. Americans honor excellence. We admire boldness. We respect ambition. We are a nation of dreamers and believers, warriors and explorers, doers and fighters. In every human endeavor, Americans see an unfinished competition. What is strong can be made stronger. What is fast can be made faster. What is great can be made greater than ever before. And that's what's happening with America. Show us a mountain and we'll just climb it. Show us an ocean and we'll just cross it. Show us a problem and we will just solve it.
Yep.
Show us a task the world calls impossible and Americans will get it done. Americans are strong and always ready to stand firm for a good cause. We treasure justice, fairness, family, honesty, and human dignity, unlike societies based on class, clan, or tribe. We see every citizen as an individual, equal under the law and equal under the eyes of the Lord. In America, we speak English because that is the language of our founding, and for 1,000 years, that has been the language of freedom. An American always wants peace and order, but we will never shrink from danger or threat. We will always fight, 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 and win, win, win. We got to do that. Because this is our culture, this is our character. Not every American is all of these things, but every American knows these are the traits that make our country exceptional, and exceptional it is. You do not have to be born here, but you do have to love what we have built. You must love our country.
Yeah, low key. It's like, bro, like I said, you can disagree with some of the bullshit we've done, but you gotta love this country and all the freedom that you have in it. And if you don't, like I said, I mean, you can always go to another country. There's always people that talk to me and be like, have you ever been abroad? Yes, bro. I've been to South America and stuff. I've been to Europe. Like, I've been around this world, guys. Like, I got a passport, by the way, and I always appreciate my country more. Why? Because when you go outside this country, you honestly start to understand that, yo, these people don't got a good standard of living compared to us. And a lot of Americans actually go outside and say abroad's better because they have the superiority complex of being above those people. And yes, people's cultures is nice, but my culture is better. And trust me, I like to go out there and have fun with them and dance with them as well. But guess what? I also love my home. And it's kind of crazy. Like, bro, if you don't feel that way about America, then go to the country where you do feel that way about. Don't take advantage of our freedom of speech. Don't take advantage of our good economy, because all these advantages you know we have, but you don't appreciate them. So go to a country where you do appreciate it. There you go. Easy.
There has never been anything like.
You could hate the president and feel the same way I'm feeling right now. You can love the president and feel the same way. So this is not even about President Trump. This is about just respecting your country.
Like us anywhere on earth, and we are not going to let anyone take that away. Yet as we approach this magnificent anniversary, we see our American identity under a renewed attack. A generation after we fought and won the Cold War against the menace of communism, there is now a resurgence of the communist menace in our land, including from newcomers to our country who embrace ideas totally opposed to our way of life and our great success. These are not mere political disagreements like differences over taxes or regulations. Communism is a mortal threat to American liberty. It is the greatest threat to our country, including World War I, World War II, Pearl Harbor, or even 9/11. We're not going to let this happen to us. Believe me, we're not letting it happen.
Yeah.
Because communism is the enemy of free people everywhere. I
don't know. I don't think to call these democratic socialist communists is the right description of them. I think we're kind of just jumping the gun. Because let's be real, they're not godless. So if anything, they are socialists. But here's the problem. And I don't like socialism at all. But to sit here, just call them communists and a threat to America and all this good stuff, I'm just like, here's the problem. It's you got to beat these guys in the debate. Just can't sit there and call them communists because they're pointing out how bad affordability is and how bad the disparity is between the rich and the poor is. You can't just get mad at them for calling that out. As Trump was saying, we're Americans. We see a problem, we fix it. We don't sit there and start name calling thinking that that's going to solve it.
The world never works. It's the enemy of the Constitution. Above all, it's the enemy of July 4th, 1776. It is the enemy indeed. Even while the radicals and extremists attack our incredible history at every turn, they are silent on the miserable history of communism itself because it never worked. Thousands of years, if you look at it, under different names, under somewhat different ideologies and systems, that system has led to more death and destruction than any system ever tried. It killed 100 million people just in the last century alone. Communism is the exact opposite of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It's death, tyranny, and the pursuit of evil. The godless communist morality states that anything is justified to bring about inhuman visions and to really propose what's good. They don't want good. They don't love God, and they don't want God. They don't love religion, and they don't want religion, and they won't have it. But we will not.
Make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, by the way. And if you have any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements, you can feel free to super chat it in or support the stream with a gift or a Venmo. All right, guys, let's get right back to it.
Let them win. They have no chance against us. They have no respect for law, justice, principle, tradition, or your God-given rights. It's an ideology of mass theft, mass control, mass lies, and mass murder. Such doctrines can be given no quarter in a democracy because the first thing they do when they get into power is turn around and destroy it. It always is destroyed, just as communists have done in other countries all over the world, no matter where you look. Very simply, communism represents the worst ideas and abuses in history by the worst people. The American founding represents the best ideas and traditions in history by the best people like you. You can be loyal to Karl Marx, or you can be loyal to America. You can be a communist, or you can be a patriot. You cannot be both. As for those who peddle Marxist lies about our heritage, who tell our children that we live on stolen land or that our heroes were oppressors, they're doing something much worse than slandering our past. They are slandering and attacking our future. Not going to let that happen.
Here's the thing, though. You can criticize our past. Like, I have no problem with the criticism of our past, but it led us to this great future. It is what it is, guys. Now we got freedom of speech, freedom. Women got rights. I mean, this is the freest country in the world, strongest country in the world. So you can feel free to criticize the past all you want, but I mean, the results are the same. We're still the best country in the world. Sorry, our bad. And like I said, hey, I'm not in agreement with everything we did in the past. Trust me, I criticize it a lot here on this channel. But at the end of the day, I'm still going to love my country, and I'm going to want my country to do better. I'm not going to want my country to repeat the mistakes of the past. Well, but we're going to take the past into consideration, and we're going to do better. I mean, guys, it's a new age. Stop crying about the past all the time. Unless it's relevant for a debate, of course.
Trying to tear down the great American character, to destroy the people who declared independence, who crossed the Delaware, who settled the West, and who conquered the skies. You know who those people are. But we will never let that happen. Our American ancestors did not shed their blood at Concord and Trenton, Gettysburg and Shiloh, Midway and Normandy, just so that a band of thieves, radicals, and lunatics could come in and loot, pillage our nation. Our heroes died to win, build, and to save, and to build truly a great country, the greatest country ever in the world.
That's okay. You know what's so sick that I'm seeing in the chat? People think because oh, hooray America, you guys think I'm a Trump supporter, and I think that's really sad if you guys honestly think. So you think that people who cheerlead this country on, love this country despite its mistakes, is a Trump supporter? Like, could it be that I just love this country and its history, or in everything this country has provided me? Like, could it just be that? Could it just be that I have a loyalty to this country outside of the president? Like, and God, trust me, like, yeah, I voted for Trump, but trust me, he's pissed me off in some ways that I'm not supporting him now. But guess what? Doesn't mean that I just hate the country all of a sudden. Like, bro, I was still celebrating 4th of July just as vigorously under Joe Biden. And I did not like that man's presidency whatsoever, but I didn't let that take away from this great country and me celebrating this great country. So it's really pathetic how a lot of you kind of let Trump take away from your love of this country. It's like, come on now, like get over it. Oh, and shout out to my man Noah Joyner, man. Appreciate the support. He says, happy 4th set. Hope today is going well. Japan celebrated our country's birthday. If you hate our country, then leave. Not you, said. Hey, I know, right, bro? People be hating for no reason. And of course, let me go ahead and tripping. I swear, man, y'all be tripping. But all right.
So on the eve of this 250th anniversary of American heritage, we resolve and swear for all to hear that the citizens of the United States of America will vanquish communism quickly. Don't let them take too much of your time. You know they're wasting your time, don't you? But we're not going to let them take too long or too much of our time as they play their games and send them into exile. We will send them quickly away, and we will continue to build our country bigger and better and stronger than ever before. America will never be a communist country. We can only lose the midterms if we allow ourselves to lose the midterms, if we are foolish, stupid, and unwise. But if we terminate the filibuster, as we should do, and immediately vote for the Save America Act, then we will not lose.
Okay, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys. And if you have any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements, you can just super chat it in like my man Noah, and you also get that little celebration.
An election for 100 years. We do that, we're not going to lose an election for 100 years. The Communist Party is made up of illegal immigrants, criminals, and everybody that doesn't want to work. Communism is a loser. It always was, and it is right now. It's a big loser. Look at the people that are promoting it. They are not the people you're going to follow. In 250 years, the free people of this land have accomplished more with our liberty than any other society has accomplished, even in thousands and thousands of years. As you look back and you study, what our critics will never understand is that America is not the sum of its mistakes. Our mistakes make us human. Our achievements make us American, and nobody has ever had the achievements that we've had. We are the nation that dreamed and created the modern world. We laid the railroads. We raised up those big, beautiful skyscrapers, harnessed electricity, and invented the light bulb, the telephone, the airplane, the assembly line, the television, the microchip, the personal computer, the internet, the GPS, the smartphone, and almost everything else that has ever been invented, including, especially over the last few days in certain areas, a thing called air conditioning. We invented it all. We charted the human genome, cured diseases. We powered entire cities by splitting single atoms and planted our flag on the moon. Americans fill the airwaves of the planet with our music and our culture. We invented baseball, basketball, football, volleyball, NASCAR, and the rodeo. We love that rodeo of the West. Americans have won the most Olympic medals of any country in the world by far. The most Nobel Prizes.
Country of Olympians.
Well, they haven't given me one.
Fat asses at the same time. So it is funny though, like America is the country of Olympians and fat asses at the same damn time. It's hilarious how that works.
Late wars, I still haven't gotten it. That's okay. And the most world records. We publish by far the most patents. We produce the best movies. We make the best music. And we raise up the greatest entertainers and strongest athletes.
No, I'm not gonna lie though. American movies compared to, well, you know what? I would say the only movies that can low-key compete with American movies is probably them Spanish movies. I'm not gonna lie, those are not bad. But other than that, now we're still top tier.
The world has ever seen. So true. We built the biggest and most dynamic economy. And by the way, our country today is doing better than it's ever done before. Never had anything like it. With, as of last week, $19.2 trillion pouring into the United States right now from all over the world. That's the investments being made, and the record was 3. 4 years. In 4 years, the last administration did much less than 1, and we did 19.2 in 12 months. And thanks to our great election win, November 5th, and the tariffs, plants and factories are.
Bro, see, somebody sounds stupid. Like, what was it? Long Defiant? This is how I know you don't know our Constitution. Our Constitution actually allows us to rebel against our government. So how am I chained to something that allows me to rebel against an authoritative figure? Like, really think about what you're saying here before you even talk about my Constitution. Okay?
Being built all over the United States right now, and they're being built at a number that we've never, ever seen before. So much more. We're breaking records by double, triple, quadruple. We created the strongest and most powerful military. We won 2 world wars, the Cold War, and left America's enemies in the depths of history. We beat Venezuela in 1 day, and we knocked the hell out of Iran. They're dying to settle. They want to settle so badly.
Let's leave that out of it. Let's leave that.
We gave him a week off for a funeral.
Trump, let's not do this. Let's not do this. Trump, don't do it, man. Iran is not looking too good for us right now, bro. Don't do it.
Because we're nice. It's true. For 250 years, the entire world has looked to our country and been inspired by the leaps of progress, feats of strength, and acts of selflessness, faith, and hope that could only have happened right here. 2 years ago, we were laughed at, mocked.
Yeah, Long Defiant. You don't know nothing about our Constitution if you think we're trapped here. Bro, I've even said I went out this great country too. So how am I trapped here again? And also, how am I trapped under a Constitution that once again allows the people to rebel against it if we ever have a tyrannical government? Like I said, you don't even know about this country. You don't even know about our constitutions, or you wouldn't be making such idiotic statements, dude. Have a good one, dog. You can go hate America somewhere else.
And a nation in decline. We were in very serious decline. Last administration, what they've done to us, we can never, ever forget that. And today we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. Everybody respects us like no nation. Remember this, we're respected like no nation in the world is respected like us. Every king, every prime minister, every president, they respect us more than any other country by far. 2 years ago, they laughed at us. Now it's only respect. And I want to tell you, the best is yet to come. So in conclusion, from the roaring waters of Niagara Falls to the shimmering gushes of oil and fire from our beloved Texas, from the magnificent fields of corn and wheat and barley of our farms in the Midwest, to the vast canyons of finance in New York City, from the billowing stacks of steel now being produced all over our country at record levels, to the car plants that are rising like we have never seen before. We have more plants under construction than we've had ever before. Automobile plants, something you didn't see of at all for 35 years. To technology from the minds of geniuses that is being brought to life in all corners of our country, from the snow-capped peaks of the Rockies to the white sand shores of the Gulf of America. And you're right here in the Black Hills of the Dakotas. After 250 years, American freedom still rings. The American dream still lives, and the American flag still flies more proudly than ever before over the people who will not quit, the nation that will not fail, the country that will not fall. No matter how hard the enemy tries, we cannot be beaten. Tomorrow we reach a milestone like no other, and celebrate with joyful hearts and soaring spirits, because after 2.5 centuries, we know that this is not an ending. This is only the beginning of the golden age of America. And together we will make America bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. I promise you that. It's an honor to be your president. Thank you very much, and happy Independence Day to all. God bless you all. God bless you all. Thank you.
God bless America. But all right, guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video. And you know what? We're going to get into this Piers Morgan debate on Proud to Be American. Yeah, Piers Morgan also did a USA 250th anniversary debate. So let's hear him debate things like birthright citizenship and all the other political divides that we have in this great country of ours. Yeah, sure, political divides, but still a great country, regardless. All right, let's go ahead and get right into it, guys. And if any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements, feel free to super chat it in. I'd be happy to engage. All right, let's go.
Are you proud to be an American?
I have a deep cultural affection for this country. My whole culture of people was invented and formed and is uniquely American.
That's a very good answer, but I've noticed you haven't actually answered the question.
Every single day of my life, there are moments that I'm proud to be an American.
Good.
Are there any moments, to the gentleman in the bottom left corner, where you're not proud to be an American, when you're ashamed of the behaviors of your own country? Or do you support America without any caveat 100% of the time?
Okay. And no. That's the thing, though. It's like, do you support America 100% of the time, even with the atrocities that we do? No, of course not. But you still love this country, though, and you still love the good that we do and the potential that we have. And here's the thing. We understand that those atrocities were committed by who? Our leadership in government. So this is why we say you can still love your country, because you're loving your country in all of its entirety. Like, you don't, I mean, the government could be outside of that, of course. Like, come on now. Like, and it's kind of crazy to sit there and you're going to hate everything America stands for just because of what our leadership has done, as egregious as it was. Like, come on now.
A loyal slave.
Are you a loyal slave, Adam Sosnick? Yes or no? Anybody born in the United States isn't.
And then the question is, damn, so does a loyal patriot make you a loyal slave? That's kind of effed up. So other people can love their countries and it's all good, but you love your country and you're a loyal slave. It's like, I hope that's not where they're going with this.
American. It's been constitutional law ever since the end of the Civil War, and the Supreme Court has now ruled it must remain the law. The verdict couldn't have been more timely, arriving on the eve of America's 250th anniversary. As an outsider and exceptional alien, as they call me, looking in, the question of what it means to be an American seems more contentious than at any point in modern history. Even the independence celebrations are proving very divisive.
No, there's literally some people who think, well, being an American means that you hate Trump. It's like, no. Like, being an American means that you love Trump. Undying support for Trump. No, bro, that's not it either. That is not it either. But I do see that there's people in the chat who even think that as well. It's like, come on now.
From musicians pulling out of planned performances to a deserted state fair and a maiden flight for the so-called Qatar Force One, there's been something to annoy pretty much everyone. The Daily Wire's Matt Walsh, not exactly a woke liberal, said, quote, "There's never been a failure this embarrassing in the history of the United States." And so before I turn this over to my panel for a freedom debate, it seems only fair that I remind my American friends, it didn't have to be this way. We Brits understand the great unifying power of the monarchy. You were all clearly gripped by King Charles mania on his recent royal tour. The door is open.
No, Pierce. No. Actually, there's a lot of reasons we left your authoritarian monarchy. One, because of its basically a Christian theocracy. I mean, you couldn't say anything outside of Christian law. So basically, you wasn't a free thinker. There was no freedom of speech under this Christian law that they had put down. And of course, it's a monarchy, so you can't question the leadership whatsoever. Everything that America today stands against. That's the problem. That's why we will never become a monarchy. Or why we can't adopt honestly, a national religion. Like, there's a reason why. Our founding fathers seen what it did with the monarchies, and they was like, yeah, no. So that's why when people say this is a so-called Christian country, not really. Christian predominantly, like there's a whole lot of Christians here, more Christians here than any other religion, but no, not a Christian country because we don't have Christian laws. Let's just be real. I mean, you can criticize the Bible, you can criticize Christian leadership all you want. You could not do that back in old time Europe when they was living under those Christian laws. I know they do sit there and like to judge, the Muslims for pretty much doing what the Christians were doing in the medieval times. But let's be real. I'm glad that we live in this country where none of that's ever going to be a reality. God willing. God willing.
Talk. It's never too late to change your mind. Well, joining us now is Andrew Callaghan, the host of Channel 5, Cenk Uygur, founder and CEO of the Young Turks, Adam Sosnick, the PBD podcast contributor, and Brianna Joy Gray, the host of Bad Faith podcast, and Brian Glenn, former White House correspondent. So welcome to all of you. Andrew Callaghan, you ready for a return of the British monarchy to just calm things down, maybe to coincide with England winning the World Cup in America?
Yeah, man, I don't know. I don't know if that'll work out here, but I'm hoping for another 250 great American years. Hopefully we can work some stuff out in the future.
What does it mean to you to be an American? There's a lot of debate going on about what this means.
Being free, I guess.
Do you feel free
when we were kids?
Do you feel properly free?
I guess to be an American is to like be from anywhere in the world and then participate in the American experiment and to kind of join this great.
No, that's not what it means to be American. Well, hold on. How is that? What happened to the values of freedom of speech? What happened to the values of human rights and dignity? Like, why is it, what it means to be American is to allow people to get involved in our culture and to come from all countries all over the world and not have them assimilate? It's like, no, bro, what? No, I'm sorry, but that is not what it means to be American. It's kind of crazy how they never start off with American values. They start off with, we should just allow more immigrants in and into the melting pot. I'm just like, dog, don't you think we did enough of that? And here's the thing, I'm not like, trust me, I don't hate immigrants or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, bro, don't we have enough Mexicans? Don't we have enough Indians, enough Asians that are naturally born here? We got enough of these motherfuckers to last for the entirety of this country. We don't need no more. We got multiple generations of them here. Why do you think we need to bring more in? And why can't we just help them in their country, make their country somewhat of a better place economically? That's all they really need. Why we got to rush them in here acting like we helping them? Because we're not.
Beautiful, strange country. I don't know. I have a lot of pride for the Americana and the culture of the place itself. Feel pretty differently about it as a political unit and as far as the U.S.'s role in the world. But I think you know an American when you see one. I mean, I've never lived anywhere else, so I guess this is my spot.
So, Cenk Uygur, welcome back to Uncensored. I mean, an interesting point there that it's kind of a place for everyone to come. Of course, the irony of this Supreme Court ruling was that Donald Trump was trying to, in a way, go against that, trying to reinvent the wheel a bit about what it means to have birthright citizenship in the United States. How significant is this Supreme Court ruling, and why is it so important?
Yeah, first of all, it shouldn't have been an issue in the first place. It's a clear-cut law, and there's no question about it. So look, there's a lot of great reasons why America is, in my opinion, the best. And so it doesn't mean that America doesn't have any flaws. Of course, every country has flaws, and we certainly have deep flaws. And by the way, when you point out the flaws, it doesn't mean that you don't love the country. We do love the country. That's how you make it better, right? Yeah. But are we better than other countries? Of course we are. I mean, look, we have freedom of speech. And if I can't be a loudmouth somewhere, it's not the right place for me. So, for example, in Britain, you no longer have any freedom. I can't even go into Britain because I've criticized a different country. So thank God we got our independence from that oppressive country. And there's also freedom of religion for an atheist. That's super important. I don't want to live in a Muslim state. I don't want to live in a Jewish state. I don't want to live in a Christian state.
That's what I'm saying. I don't want to live in no religious state because, one, that doesn't allow you to be a free thinker. And two, once again, is you're going to be living under an authoritarian government. Like, I don't care what you guys believe in. Yes, if your religion takes over, we're going to live in an authoritarian government. I think a lot of people understand that. That's why when people try to say it's a Christian nation, people rebel against that because it's like, no, bro, if it was a Christian nation, trust me, this would be ran a whole lot differently and not the way I would like.
Really important. Hope and opportunity are real. My parents brought me here. I went to some of the best colleges in the world and got to set up a business. There's so many reasons to love this country, but actually Andrew hit on something that's really important, which is that if you go to China, you can't become Chinese. If you go to France, you can't become French, but you can become an American, because America is an idea. It's an idea about freedom, hope, opportunity, equality, and justice. And we should all try to live up to that idea because it's a beautiful one. And I'm super proud to be an American because of that.
Well, I mean, Brianna, it's highly unlikely you will, as a country, bring back.
You know what? I appreciate that coming out of immigrants because, you know, he does have immigrant family. And here's the thing. As long as they all thought like Cenk, like, look, we appreciate America's like way of, you know, always wanting to give opportunity to those who's willing to work hard and all that good stuff. Give people who probably didn't have no opportunity in their homeland come over here and actually have all the opportunity in the world. Yeah, bro, we love giving that to y'all. Just appreciate it. That's all we're asking. Yes, you can sit here and judge us and do all that and criticize us, but appreciate the fact that you wouldn't be in this position without this country. That's all we're asking you. Just appreciate the fact that you're doing well because you're in this country. You have freedom of speech because you're in this country. A lot of foreigners do not appreciate that. I mean, bro, I know there's a lot of I know the Somalian group is pretty pissed off at us. And I look at them and I'll be like, you know, it's so crazy. You know, you wouldn't be able to criticize us like this in your own country. Like, you wouldn't be able to speak out against your government in your own country. You wouldn't have right to bear arms in your own country. So, you know, you got to appreciate it here just a little bit. I know we did some bullshit to your country, but you still got to appreciate all the economic opportunity that millions of your people are taking advantage of as we speak.
The British monarchy and make me King Piers I, much as I'd like that to happen. However, I have a daughter who was born in America. So we could end up with a President Morgan. It could happen. And it could be the first female president is actually my flesh and blood. So, I mean, I haven't given up hope of ruling you in some capacity.
An anchor baby will someday rule us all, Piers.
But on a serious point, well, it's actually not a serious point, but it's
according to Supreme Court, that might actually be a reality. Still an American, though. Hey, according to the Supreme Court, look, I don't agree with it. I personally think the Supreme Court just opened us up to a whole lot of national security risk. But, I mean, it is what it is, I guess. I guess you can just allow anchor babies to come on here and then get taken back to their home country, taught their home country's ways, come in here, set them up in politics, and that's the way to subvert our government. Huge national security threat that nobody really want to talk about, especially on the left. It's kind of weird.
Quite a funny point. So Donald Trump posted something today, which has caused the usual outrage. But I have to say, when I watched it, I thought it was bloody funny. Let's take a look at the Trump derangement syndrome clip that he put out.
You or someone you know been diagnosed with TDS? The symptoms can be relentless. Fortunately, I'm Dr. Trump, and I have a treatment plan. Let's hear what some of my patients have to say.
I have been suffering for over a decade, and after listening to Dr. Trump, I can see some results.
Man, I've been suffering for years. I really didn't believe that.
I'm not gonna lie though, Trump being president is stopping you from loving your country, dog, and celebrating the 4th of July. Yeah, you do have a TDS. You do got it. Because like I said, like, bro, there's somebody in the chat said Obama was president and they still said celebrate the 4th of July. And I'm pretty sure that they hated Obama. I didn't like Joe Biden, but I still was celebrating the 4th of July. So yes, you do have TDS if it is keeping you from celebrating the 4th of July and being happy about this country. I'm sorry, but you kind of lost the plot.
Was help out there. That was when I came across this video on TV.
I really thought I was a lost cause. This was going to affect me for the rest of my life. But after using the treatment plan, I can see a difference.
I really wasn't sure I could help some of these people. They were so far gone, I wasn't really sure.
Now, Brianna, I think you can work out if you have Trump derangement syndrome, if you find it incapable to even crack a smile at that. Did you?
I mean, the real tragedy here is that Rosie O'Donnell just got such beautiful, tasteful plastic surgery, and he used AI of her from the before times. That's what I would be really mad about if I were her. But look, you know, it's such a funny time to be talking about Trump derangement syndrome, because I think think the recent victories of left candidates in New York this past week really illustrated how far a different kind of politics can go when you focus on the issues that most working class people care about. Talk about affordability, talk about the fact that people's standards of living haven't gone up in decades in this country, even as productivity has gone up. And then you can cut through all the malarkey. But I think that Trump is really smart, classic Gemini sun, Leo rising, and understands how to entertain and distract people. And I'm sure there are a lot of people who are going to take the bait and be talking about this clip ad nauseum, instead of the fact that there are a lot of significant failures that he has, not lived up to his campaign promises.
Yeah, but isn't that the point, really? That
No, I'll be fair. Like I said, this is not a Trump glazing channel, but Trump has not lived up to the affordability promise. He's definitely didn't live up to the no new wars promise. But God damn it, hey, at least he loves the country. But here's the problem, though, that we voted him in to pretty much fix all of those problems that he's somewhat exacerbated. I mean, bro, we told this man, yo, help us out with spending, government overspending. He overspent it on the big, beautiful bill. Help us out with no new wars so we don't destroy our economy. What does he does? Get us into a war and inflation and prices start skyrocketing. So, like I said, guys, this ain't a Trump Glaze channel, but I'm not going to let Trump take away from my love of this country.
Derangement syndrome, I think, is a real thing. I see people completely losing their minds about him. When actually, if you look at someone like Mamdani, who's become this inspiration, in New York to many people on the left, he doesn't fall into the trap. He doesn't scream and shout about Trump all day long. He just...
Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen and subscribe to the channel while you're at it. All right, guys, let's get right into it. And any question, comment, jokes, disagreements, make sure to super chat it in, guys. Appreciate the support.
Gets on pretty well with him, actually, have a cordial relationship, but he does his own thing with policies, and he wants to be judged accordingly. I think that's the way to take on Trump. I do think that the standard bearers for the left have got to stop the shrieking and the crying and the wailing and the he's a Nazi and he's Hitler and all this bullshit, and just get back to picking him off on policy, on politics, on, if they've got a better way for the country to be led, here it is.
Thank you. Thank you. I've been saying that for like 2 years straight now. Is that, yo, if the Dems want us to actually take them serious, actually have some effing policy instead of I hate Trump or, oh, look what Trump is doing. Y'all have no policy. If I ask you, okay, you guys hate tariffs, what's your plan to bring back jobs to America? What's your plan to help out the working class? You don't got one. You got but Trump. That's the problem. It's like with the Democratic Party. No plan, no policy. Just F Trump. No, we cannot vote for you guys on that. We can sit here and be like, okay, yeah, you got some points, but you have no real leadership. All you do is sit there and criticize and complain.
The Republicans have done a very good job of creating the rhetorical environment they want to fight in. If they look at polls and they see that people are concerned about immigration, they're going to make the conversation about immigration. If they don't have a lot in terms of economic policy to make people's lives better, they're going to make the case that the reason that your life isn't better under Democrats is because Democrats are spending too much time on, say, trans issues. And I think that now some leftists in the Democratic Party are using that strategy to their advantage. And they're now saying, okay, the reason why your life isn't better is because we're spending billions of dollars on Israel for them to commit a genocide against people who have never done anything wrong to you. And it's not just the core issue. It's not so much, I think, that people...
Now, I'm gonna be real with you. There's a lot of reasons why cost of living is going up. A lot of reasons, like outside of Israel. Like, trust me, Israel is one of them. But I'm gonna be real with you. It'd be pretty unfair just to make Israel like the blunt of the problem. Like, guys, I mean, we still do not have a control on crony capitalism. That's one of the main problems here that's driving up cost of living. We still don't have a control on our energy infrastructure. We still haven't advanced it. We're not taking advantage of our rare earth minerals or mining to lower the cost of like materials that we need to build stuff and manufacture stuff. These are the stuff that we need to work on. And then, I mean, foreign policy, of course, though, because foreign policy be fucking it all up for us on that end. But we need to focus on those things as well. Like, it's not just Israel, but trust me, taking care of Israel would help a little bit. Not as much as tackling infrastructure, mining, and of course, crony capitalism.
People were so invested in trans issues people are invested in, I think, Israel and Gaza because that's a substantive humanitarian issue. But the core, the key fact there is you are doing worse off because your leadership is distracted by things that have nothing to do with your
But
life.
also the key thing.
She got a point on that one. Like, guys, remember this whole Iran war. One, Iran was never an imminent threat. Two, there was never going towards nukes. So, AKA, you're basically facing higher inflation and higher gas pricing for no goddamn reason at all that they cannot rationalize or substantiate. Like, can they substantiate that Iran has nukes? No. Or we're ever going towards nukes? No. Can they substantiate that Iran was an imminent threat ready to attack America? Of course not. So what was this all for? Like, you supposed to be focusing on affordability, but except you made affordability worse, getting into a war that we voted you in not to get us into. Like, can you see why people are kind of pissed?
Honestly, was and if the party and people and Democrats generally had listened to Obama and Clinton, two of the most popular ever presidents, if you try and deny biological science, then most Americans are going to shake their heads and go, "What are you talking about? Of course, it's ridiculous to have biological men in women's sport. Of course it is."
I think
history will look back and go, there was a whole body of people that genuinely thought this was a good idea. Yeah. And of course, it was insane.
I think they should have listened to someone like Bernie Sanders, who was selling an economic message that people were very excited
I'm not
about.
Gonna lie, though. It's going to be hard. Like, the radical left that was literally fighting for trans women in women's sports was insane. And even today, they defend that position. I was watching Get a Job Parker because I do like watching these debates, but I was watching Get a Job Parker. Low-key cooked this MAGA guy, but he says something low-key insane. He says, well, there's not a strength difference. Like, due to all the chemical imbalancing, due to them getting pumped with prescriptions and all that good stuff, there's really no strength difference. And I'm just like, dog, you could look that up. That's not true. There is still a strength difference regardless. And the fact that you need to pump them full of these prescriptions, full of these, what was it? Hormone blockers that end up having negative effects in the long end. So humanely, this is wrong. On the humanitarian side, this is low-key evil. It's like we're like evil scientists experimenting on humans, seeing if we could turn a boy into a woman. Like, how is that not wrong again? And then not only that, we would have pushed them in sports. It's like one huge experiment. Can we turn a man into a woman? And can we get the society to accept that man that's been turned into a woman and let them play sports? That's insane. And some people were actually going for it.
But the Democratic Party, I think, listened too much to Obama and Clinton. They decided to lean into cultural issues across the board because the donor base fundamentally
Well, I don't really agree with that because I think they were actually much more commonsensical about it. Anyway, let me bring in Adam. Adam, welcome back to Uncensored. It's been interesting to me. I want to talk to you about the birthright issue in a moment. But first of all, the vibe around the 250th celebrations do seem to be not great. The state fair wasn't very well attended. A lot of top music artists have refused to perform at various events and so on. It should be, and I say this as a Brit, obviously for us it was a bloody terrible day 250 years ago when Mad King George blew it all. So obviously I don't share. I actually went to the US ambassador to the UK's party of the night, 250th, and I wore an American hat and I tried to feel celebratory, but all I could think was, if it hadn't been for that lunatic King George III, we might still be ruling over you. So it's hard for us over here. But why do you think, Trump obviously is a very divisive, toxic, polarizing president. We know that, but there have been plenty of polarizing presidents before. Why are Americans not even coming together to be united for something like 250 years of independence?
Because, man, people be in their feelings. Like I said, it's like people literally hate Trump that much where they can't love the country. Like, it's absolutely embarrassing at a certain point. It's like, guys, and here's the thing. Like, I kind of got to give respect to the right on this one because nobody was saying, oh, we hate America because Joe Biden's in office. But we got the left saying, oh, my God, America's over because Trump's in office. This ain't America no more. It's like, yeah, you guys are tripping. You guys are freaking tripping. Is like, and here's the thing, not as much as you hate Trump, and that's fine. I disagree with the man as well. Bro, don't let one man ruin this country for you. Like, come on now. It's like, bro, it's like you walking into the party, one person bump you, and now your entire night's ruined. It's like, you're just looking to let one person ruin it for you? It's like, bro, one person can't ruin this great country. I mean, we've had terrible presidents before. Actually, arguably worse than Trump. And we still survive. We're still here, 250 years old. Like, come on now. We're more resilient than that.
Well, great to be on, Pierce. You know, they say breaking up is hard to do. Thank you for the offer to come back to the monarchy. We're good. I agree with Jank and with Andrew and the other friend here that we love it here in America. Happy birthday, happy anniversary, 250, July 4th. I don't know where you're seeing that people aren't proud to be Americans, maybe in certain parts of society.
Nah, Hubert, 6-month abortion was pretty far left. Let's be real. 6-month abortion, pretty far left. Bro, the whole transgender ideology of allowing kids to trans themselves, that was pretty far left. I ain't gonna lie. I was hard pressed to find a person on the left who literally believed, except for one, shout out to Smooly, who literally believed that it was okay to trans children.
But overall, Americans are very proud, especially people with common sense on the right. There was a poll that came out on CNN. We love our CNN. 93% of Republicans are extremely proud to be American. Juxtapose that, only 27% of Democrats are proud to be American. Here's this lovely girl right here. I don't know where she stands on this, but she should be proud to be American. I was just as fortunate enough to be at the big UFC fight at the White House. It was incredible. It was the most patriotic thing. Jank, by the way, I saw your boy Joe Rogan there. I do not think you're going to be able to take him in a fight. I know you tried to challenge him, but you are looking kind of spelt these days. Maybe.
But isn't the truth? Isn't the truth? The polling shows
that looks bright here.
But the polling, I guess, shows that it depends who's president, right? If you have a popular Democratic president, Republicans will probably say they're less proud of their country simply because it's Democrat president. This is part of the problem. And on the birthright issue, this cuts to the quick, really, Adam, of what it means to be an American. You know, the founding fathers clearly intended if you were born in the United States, you're an American. Why try and tamper with that?
Oh, guys, you got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements you want read out loud, engage with? Make sure to send in a super chat or Venmo, guys. Help us hit the goal so we can get to the call-in line and all that good stuff. And also, double tap that screen, like the video, and subscribe to the channel while you're at it, guys. And once again, happy 4th. And know what? I got to play. All right. Hopefully that puts you in a patriotic spirit.
Intrinsic sort of bedrock foundational thing about what it means to be actually an American.
Well, there's a lot of people in America who should be thankful that they have the golden ticket of life, but some of the biggest haters of America live in America. I think ultimately, if you want to ask judicial questions, bring on an attorney, bring on a judge. For me, it comes down to one thing. Do you love the country you're in? I'm super proud to be American. I was at Mar-a-Lago. They gave me this pin, and we did a big valuetainment event with Patrick Bet David. They gave us hundreds of extra American flags pins. Here's a little experiment, Pierce. I want to know what you would say to this and the rest of the panel. I started giving American flags out to everyone I saw. Hey, how you doing? The people that loved America were so grateful. Oh my God. Some people in Miami thought that I was giving them a little bag of drugs. It was just an American flag, relax. But what I found out is that leftists and people that should love America, from America, they would be disgusted. I don't want this. I would never wear this. I said, hey, listen, they just renounced the cost to renounce your citizenship. They just lowered it from $2,500 to $450. Anyone who wants to leave America, who is an American, I'm sponsoring them to gladly get them the renouncement of citizenship for $450. Sign up at VT.com. But other than that, you got to be proud to live in America. Even these people that I respectfully disagree with on a lot of issues, they're even proud to be an American.
Well, actually, let me before I come to Brian, then let me just ask Brianna: are you proud to be an American?
I think I'm.
Before she gets to that question, shout out to my man Big Wave Dave. He said you should play the Florida man with the flag in the hurricane playing Slayer. Of course you would want that. That's such a Big Wave Dave thing to say. I'm weak. I'm weak as hell. Oh, and hey, man, isn't that crazy? Yo, Hubert, you wouldn't be surprised. I would actually agree with you on that. Nobody's trying to make Sharia law a law, but for some reason, everybody's like making it the boogeyman. Hey, guys, the boogeyman that everybody's trying to sell to you right now is Sharia law. And what was it? I lost my train of thought on that one, but I know Sharia law for sure. Of course, Islam, communism, all that crazy stuff. They think that that's going to be enough to destroy America. They think that we're literally going to let Sharia law happen. Guys, Not even the left will let you. Okay, there's some radicals on the left, but not even the left will let Sharia law happen. Like, do you understand how much they hate Christianity? They don't even want to follow Christian law. What makes you think they're going to follow Muslim law that's more strict than Christian law? Like, let's keep it real, guys.
Likely to be the most American person on this panel. My relatives have fought in every war that Americans have ever fought, including the Civil War, where my ancestors fought in segregated United Color troops for their own freedom and the freedom of all Black people in America. There's been a lot of talk about the founding fathers, but birthright citizenship comes from the 14th Amendment, which was established after the Civil War to give Black Americans who had been brought here via chattel slavery citizenship rights in the country that they had been brought to against their will.
Yeah.
The Statue of Liberty, a symbol that has become synonymous,
which is kind of effed up, how they're using birthright citizenships to kind of validate anchor babies. That's what's kind of irritating to me.
With immigration rights, was actually gifted by France, the United States, to commemorate the end of slavery. So understandably, my feelings about this country to which I was brought, my ancestors were brought as slaves, is complicated. But I think what's beautiful about America, the promise of America, is that it can become a more perfect union. That's what the preamble to the Constitution asks of us, to continue to endeavor to become better. And while I think it's healthy and good to have pride in one's country, I lived overseas as a kid and found myself defending America from all kinds of insults all the time. I have a deep cultural affection for this country. My whole culture of people was invented and formed and is uniquely American as a Black American. I think that it would be a mistake to stop endeavoring to make the country better and to live up to the promise of its ideals.
That's a very good. Because it's kind of funny how us Americans work. Like when it's American to American, we will sit there and judge our country back and forth and be like, yo, yeah, we need to change this. We can have this get done. This would be a better country this way. But, oh, bro, let it be a foreigner going crazy on America. Bro, we're going to tell them to watch their fucking mouth. I ain't going to. And here's the thing. It is somewhat wrong, but I'm not a perfect person. Like, watch your effing mouth, especially if you're not from this country. Let us handle that, okay? You're not even trying to help us with it. So what do you care?
Good answer, but I've noticed you haven't actually answered the question. Are you proud to be an American right now?
You know, it's really hard, Pierce, right now when our country is synonymous with executing a genocide that has killed hundreds of thousands of people on the other side of the world.
Hold on, sis. Hold on. Now, I do agree that Gaza is a genocide. I agree with her. But that is not our fault, bro. Hold on now. That they're doing that off their own eschatology. They're doing that off their own political and religious ideology. Like, look, I know we supply the bombs, but that's not something we honestly even agree with. They're acting like we're co-signing. This is what I don't like. I don't like how the left is literally acting like us as Americans are co-signing the reckless bombing of the Palestinians. It's like, no, we don't. We don't. Now, there are people who agree with it, which is still a bit sick, but most Americans are looking at this like, yeah, ain't no way this is right. And I'm gonna be honest with you, you can't pretty much say, oh, that's synonymous with American values. Like, please show me where we're bombing innocent people recklessly because of their lineage, because of who they are. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, that's why they're doing it. It's like, it's not just about Hamas. If it was about Hamas, then Hamas would have been taken out by now, and not 70 to 80% of the country, not 85,000 civilians. Like, if it was all about Hamas. So trust me, I agree with her on the whole genocide claim, but what I don't agree is trying to make it synonymous with American values or American cultures. Like, that's just not us. Like I said, that's what our leaders may engage in, like those Zionist leaders who should be taken out for treason because they're more loyal to Israel than the United States. But that's not American values.
There are aspects of being an American
you're
that
a beautiful,
I am very
you're a
proud
beautiful
of.
girl. I'm so sorry for interrupting.
Hang on.
Are you proud to be an American?
I'm real with you. Let Israel try that shit in America. Let's be real. If Israel was to try that shit in America to the Palestinians, would there be riots in the streets? We wouldn't allow that here. But because it's happening in the Middle East, one, a lot of people don't know about it, or they've been brainwashed to support it by thinking that all the Palestinians are just evil and they're all Hamas.
Hang on,
Brianna, were you proud to be an American under Barack Obama?
Not in particular. I mean, to me, it wasn't. Barack Obama had deep flaws and failings, including executing a drone war and being the.
But Dave, if we hit the goal, why not? We could do the Florida man with the flag plane slayer. Why not?
Which president were you proud to be an American under?
I think that my pride in being American has less to do with our political leadership, which is often
give me a time period when you were proud to be an American.
I'm proud in relationship to my fellow countrymen.
No, I get it. But which period of your life as an American?
Sad to watch.
Brianna, which period of your life as an American You spoke very eloquently about your family fighting in all the wars. Very impressive. But at which period of your life would you have answered yes to the question, are you proud to be an American?
Every single day of my life, there are moments that I'm proud to be an American. I had a beautiful interaction.
That's not the same.
Good.
What's not the same?
Well, let me bring Brian in. I want to bring Brian in. Brian, you see,
that wasn't so hard.
There's an interesting equivocation there because
just say you're proud to be an American.
Adam's just proud to be an American. Full stop.
Are there any moments to the gentleman in the bottom left corner where you're not proud to be an American? When you're ashamed of the behaviors of your own country, or do you support America without any caveat 100% of the time, like a loyal slave?
I wish that you loved America the way that the average American did. I really do. It's sad to see.
Are you going to answer my question?
As an example of
are you a loyal slave, Adam Sosnick? Yes or no?
No, we live in the freest country in the world. Nobody here's a slave. The fact that she had to give this long, beautiful answer rather than saying, yes, I'm proud to be an American is a problem. And I think we need to address
America. Hey, or do you slavish?
Shout out to my man Big Where they say, "You hit the goal and you will play it." Gross, bro. Hey, we run the business here, though. You'll be okay, Dave. You'll be okay. Other than that, I had to give you the dancing Kim Jong-un for that one.
Defend it even when it doesn't deserve defending.
Why can't you be proud of your country 100% of the time?
Be proud to
but
be
accept
an American.
That the country has flaws. Let me bring Brian in. Hang on, Brian. Hang on.
I mean, what? Okay, how is that an absurd logical fallacy when you kind of do that with your parents, your family, and things? I mean, we do that with a lot of things. Like, we understand that family members are flawed. Do we love them? Yes. Even with them and all they goddamn flaws that irritate you 24/7, you still love them. I mean, bro, you and your dog, your cat has flaws. Do you love them? Yes. So it's like, you're saying that you can only like completely have love for your country if it's flawless? Well, you ain't gonna love anything because nothing's perfect.
Brianna, why is a Brit defending America more than you? You should be a proud American.
Let's let Brian speak. Interesting. It's an interesting thing, Brian, right? This question which Brianna has raised, which is, can you say on a day when you're feeling angry about something your country's done, can you say, right, on that day, you're not proud of your country? Or should pride in your country be the overarching thing which overrides everything, albeit you may find there are things your country does you don't like, but your pride never dims? Where do you sit with this?
Yeah. Well, first of all, thanks for having me on, Pierce, on this very special celebration. I am proud to be an American. Now, there are times in our country that I can completely disagree on the direction that our government is headed, the things that we're involved with. But to able to have this conversation, I think she is proud to be American because in certain countries, you can't even go on a platform like we are right now and have this very discussion. Right. So I think deep down inside, she is proud to be American because if she lived on any other soil, she wouldn't be able to have this stuff.
And then we got idiots like Eli or EI. It's like, dude, you're an idiot. Why? Because like, oh, what's going on in Palestine goes with American values. Please tell me where the mass extermination of people goes along with our values. Because wouldn't we be doing it now? If that was our values, wouldn't we be committing to it now instead of all sitting here condemning it? Like, really think about how stupid you sound, understanding that, yeah, there's people in America, millions of people who condemn this war. And you're telling us that actually no, it's part of our American values. And if it wasn't, why aren't we out here genociding people right now? All right, dears. That's why you sound retarded.
Dialogue, but
well, no one needs to speak for me. I'm happy to articulate my own views on the matter.
Then I think
in a very long-winded answer, I may add,
is for you to
say. If you want a kind of dim-witted black or white knee-jerk response,
it's not about race.
But we live in a complicated world. If it's too complicated for you,
yeah. But here's your problem, lady, is that you're pretty much saying that you don't truly appreciate this nation unless it's perfect in your eyes. Then I mean, who do you love? Because nothing's perfect.
Articulate my own views on the matter.
Then I think
in a very long-winded answer, I may add,
is for you to say.
If you want a kind of dim-witted black or white knee-jerk response,
it's not about race.
But we live in a complicated world. If it's too complicated for you, I don't know what to tell you.
What a beautiful victim this beautiful girl is. What a beautiful victim.
Well, thank you for the compliment.
Let me bring in Andrew wants to jump in.
don't know.
Let's let everyone have a
there's kinda
chat
two
because
things.
I mean, even Cenk has been uniquely quiet so far. I want to bring him, crank him up.
I got to give Cenk props. The fact that he's yelling and screaming like usual.
Let me bring Andrew in, then Cenk. Andrew, what did you want to say?
Well, there's kind of like two things being conflated here, right? There's like
And shout out to my man Big Wave Dave. He says, funny, they always bring up the past, but don't talk about how racist the Democrats have been throughout history. No, literally, though, that is funny. It's like, I mean, damn, you sure you want to bring up slavery and all that? Because you know you're on the party who was pushing for that. I just want to let you know. You were in the party that was pushing for slavery. Like, y'all was trying to keep us in chains. Just want to let you guys know that that is the Democrat history. I mean, y'all now switched up to social justice warriors, but I mean, if we can't forget our past, then why can you? You see how that works? All right, now stop playing those double standards with us.
love and appreciation for your American country folk and just like having an Americana appreciation for the people of this strange, amazing land. Like, for example, I'm going to Alaska in a couple days for the 4th of July celebration where they're going to launch 100 cars off of the cliff and everyone's going to light fireworks and eat food from the gas station and just enjoy some Americana. Whereas the other one is like,
oh, you do not know American history. Really, dog? It was the Republicans trying to free the slaves, dumbass. It was the Democrats who were the biggest slave owners, low key. What are you talking about? Shoot, bro, Democrats were in government and in the KKK at the same time. This is American history. This does not relate to Democrats' ideology today. But y'all argument is that, oh, America, you can't forget your past. You guys are evil. Well, Democrats, keep that same energy with y'all past.
the U.S. roles in the other one is like U.S. imperialism and like, I guess, you know, seeing foreign intervention, which is obviously costly, happening at the same time that most people in my generation have like 2 jobs, 3 roommates, and are just unfulfilled and have no community. So I think it's probably like feels weird for people to wear like an American flag pin or feel patriotic as far as like the U.S. as a global imperial force while life on domestic soil is so bad, especially for like the Gen Z population. So
yo, no, that's hilarious. Shout out Big Wave Dave, though. He says he's like, well, damn, he said they are still that way, though. He's like, damn, though, who's gonna pick our food? Talk about illegal immigrants. Now, that is true, though. Like, y'all are accidentally racist sometimes. Who's gonna pick your food? Who's gonna mow your grass? Damn, that's all they're used for. And guess what Dems are also saying back in the day? Who's gonna pick your cotton? Yeah, y'all are also saying that as well. I guess y'all ain't go too far from your roots. Man, it's kind of crazy how they do forget that.
Have like 2 jobs, 3 roommates, and are just unfulfilled and have no community. So I think it's probably like feels weird for people to wear like an American flag pin or feel patriotic as far as like the U.S. as a global imperial force while life on domestic soil is so bad, especially for like the Gen Z population. So I feel like there's kind of 2 different things being discussed here, which is like, do you love America as a group of people, as like a cultural mass of unique individuals, or do you like the U.S. as like a global military force that, you know, backs CIA coups every time somebody wants to have their own elections?
Well, that's a really
okay. Hold on now, dog. I don't think anybody supports the U.S. being this, cooing people all over the world. I don't support Western intervention either. Like, trust me, we ain't got nothing good out of it, especially when it comes to the Middle East. The only Western intervention we got anything out of so far is Venezuela. And trust me, I don't think we should continue doing that either since the people of the world are on our ass about it. But what we more appreciate is, yes, the liberties that we provide people in this nation and others. Like, that's pretty much what it's all about. That's what we're celebrating, not American Western intervention. Trust me, if that's what we were celebrating, then I mean, I'll be real with you guys. We'd probably own half of the world by now if that's what we celebrated about this world. And 90% of us will probably be in the military since we celebrate, Western imperialism, because why not? I mean, let's go out there and take over the world. So trust me, if that was our value, it would show across the world.
Interesting point. Because Cenk, I mean, look, in relation to the birthright issue, obviously on the base of the Statue of Liberty, it reads, "Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free." I mean, that has always been, for me, what America represents. But in relation to America's role in the world, George Washington, of course, the first president, said the great rule of conduct for us in regard to foreign nations is in extending our commercial relations to have with them as little political connection as possible. I think, to put it mildly, that has not been followed. Certainly in the last century, the idea that America stayed out of political connections with foreign nations is obviously for the birds. So has there been a kind of, a betrayal of Washington's ideal when it comes to that?
Yeah, absolutely. So let me tackle all those. First of all, I'd like to thank the Republicans because if you take away birthright citizenship, it's a slippery slope. That means potentially that anyone born here is not necessarily American. Well, that privileges people like me who are naturalized citizens. So apparently we're the only true Americans. So I appreciate it, although I don't agree.
Nah, that really wasn't it. Like, and that's what I'm saying. Like the Dems, they mischaracterized the argument here. The argument was to take away the anchor baby. Like the argument was, so you're telling me that and then two undocumented immigrants could, like, bro could get his wife pregnant. They're both undocumented. They can come here, have the baby, and that's an American citizen. I'll be real with you. That's a scam that's being ran in America right now by the Chinese of anchor babies. And they're also doing it across the board in other races. So you're telling us that we should allow the scamming of our system? Like we should allow the scamming of our immigration law? Because it wasn't about taking away birthright citizenship outright. It's not about, oh, well, you got to be this lineage and this place to be born, to be an American. Nobody was doing that. We were saying that if your parents are undocumented and you are birthed on American soil, do you count as an American citizen? Not, oh, if both your parents are American or naturalized and you're born on American soil, well, yeah, you're an American citizen. That's not the debate. And that's what kills me about the libs is that they never tell you the whole debate.
So, and by the way, there's logic to that because we chose to come here because we love this country and we thought it was a shining city on a hill and we think it's amazing. That's why we uprooted our whole lives and left our family and friends behind to come to this golden place. And guys, the one thing we all agree on through all the shouting is that, look, we say we love America partly because of its freedom, including freedom of speech. And that involves, of course, the ability to criticize the U.S. government, the U.S. administration, the presidents, et cetera. In fact, if you're not doing that, you're not really truly being an American because all of our jobs collectively is to form a more perfect union. And that's why this American experiment, this American idea is so great.
Are you proud to be an American?
Now,
Shane?
in terms of...
Are you unequivocally proud to be an American?
Oh, absolutely. I couldn't be more proud. Look, like I said, I mean, if we went to any other country, we went to Germany, we couldn't become Germans. But America is an idea, and I embrace that 100%. And our job collectively together is to live up to that golden idea. So, and of course, all along the way, acknowledging that we don't always live up to it, and which now connects to what you were saying about George Washington. Part of this American ideal is to be fair, for equality, justice. And so right now, when we get intertwined in foreign policy of other nations, we lose our independence. So we lost our independence. We had to gain our independence from Britain, and thank God we did, because that's an oppressive country that bans people for simple political, comments like they banned me. But thank God we didn't go there. God knows what would happen. Yeah, that's right. And by the way, most of the British people did.
They did,
As usual, the problem aren't the British people or the American people. It's the governments, which of
Oh, God, we've got over 200 y'all in here, man. Do me a favor and double tap that screen like the video, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation by double tapping that screen. And if you've been watching longer than like 10 minutes, you might as well subscribe to the channel. Appreciate the support. And make sure to super chat any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements you have, or Venmo. Appreciate it, guys. Let's keep it going.
Of course, now leads us to our need for a new independence on this 250th anniversary, which is an independence from Israel. And everybody knows that. Right now, Israel controls 94% of our Congress, controls all of our presidents, controls most of our media, and drives us into wars. For example, this war that we're in.
No, that's true. I mean, yeah, AIPAC, damn near sponsoring 90. AIPAC and AIPAC adjacent PACs are pretty much sponsoring 90% of our politicians. A lot of our politicians are more pro-Israel than they are pro-America. And because of their pro-Israel stance, they believe in getting us into these stupid-ass Western interventions or these stupid-ass regime change campaigns in the Middle East. Like, it's because of these guys. And then, of course, well, there is a lot of how do I say this without getting F it. There's a lot of Jewish control in media, which they are so pretty much Israelis as well, or they're pretty loyal to Israel, and they kind of control our media and what could be said about Israel. Like, you ever notice how CNN kind of toast the lines when it comes to Israel? Look at who owns CNN. You'll be surprised. I mean, look who owns Fox News. I mean, that'll sum it up right there, why they don't ever say anything bad about Israel. And it kind of goes across the board like that with other media companies. You ever notice how mainstream media never goes hard on Israel? It's only us out here in independent media. Well, because Israelis, or you can even say Jews, own mainstream media, period, point blank. And this ain't me hating Jews or anything. I mean, shout out to them for owning media. I'm just telling you what it is.
And now has cost us $114 billion so far. No one in America wanted it. Only Israel wanted it. Why doesn't Israel pay the $114 billion? Why do we constantly have to serve this country, this foreign government? They're thinking about merging our military technology with Israel. I mean, you want to talk about a need for independence? They're saying, no, you need to be dependent to one another. No, we don't. We don't need to be dependent on any country, including Israel. And they shouldn't be dependent on us. It's time for them to grow up and become an adult country and stop asking mommy for more money and wars.
Okay, let me just quickly ask.
There's all this talk about like free speech and stuff like that. Like we say that America is like the only place where you can speak freely. But look,
shout out to my man Big Wave Dave. He can't say, okay, so others hate us because of media dummies. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. I'll be real with you. Honestly, like I'm pretty sure foreigners watch our news and be like, bro, what the hell is wrong with these Americans? I'm pretty sure they do. And then they watch independent media and they're like, oh, okay. So y'all people really don't be thinking like that. Okay, thank God. Like, trust me, if you actually watch mainstream media, which a lot of foreigners do, you have the wrong perception of Americans. I swear to God. I mean, and that kind of goes for media around the world in a way. Like if you sit there and watch, I say, Iranian media, you might have the wrong idea about all Iranian people. You just might.
Look at the state of our media right now. Look at the capture of all of our mainstream media outlets. Look at the Paramount merger, the Ellison family, Mark Andreessen.
Oh, and shout out my man Dave coming in again. He said, then they come here and love it. Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, what was it? The Iranian diaspora, the Cuban diaspora come here and they love it. Even though they hate their country and they hate the leadership there, they come here and they love it. But here's what I hate. I hate how they come here. This goes out to the Iranian diaspora, Cuban diaspora. They come here and they want us to invoke regime change in their country. Spend our taxpayer dollars, risk our American lives, use our American missiles and technology for what? Their country. And they're supposed to be loyal to ours. So I ain't gonna lie. This is why I kind of have a disagreement with those foreigners or that diaspora. It's like, no, don't come over here and bring your blood war, your blood feud over here. You're going to come over here. You're going to be loyal to America. You're going to forget about those problems in Iran and Cuba and get over it. If you want to go fight for it, how about this? You take a gun. We'll supply you and a group of Cubans or Iranians. You go take out the regime, okay? But don't ask us to do it. Don't try to drag us into it. And don't try to fearmonger us. Don't try to propagandize into it. Handle it yourself.
Like big tech effectively owns not only 80% of our legacy outlets, but also they're actually buying the algorithms of platforms like TikTok themselves. So if you try to report on things happening in Palestine or different data center projects in the US, go ahead and see how far your free speech goes. Yeah, you can go out in the street and yell whatever you want, but I'm saying our informational infrastructure is in the midst of a hostile takeover by different corporations. So, I mean, I just think the free speech thing is not really happening.
I'm be real with you. I got to give him that one. Like when it comes to free speech on platforms, I mean, here's the thing. These are like globally sold like YouTube. I honestly think that YouTube should be held to the free speech, but they say it's a private business and all this good stuff. But here's the thing. It's a private business that everybody watches, that everybody goes out to get their information from. And if you're telling me that they can control what information I can see, I can get access to, and there is not just YouTube that does this. It's done with a lot of social media companies and media companies across the board. Then what freedom of speech do we really have if they control speech? It's like, oh, well, you have the freedom outside of them. But let's be real, that's not really true freedom because they have the mass. And if I can't get my idea out there to the mass, then they control speech, aka there is no real freedom of speech. So I do think that they should be beholden to the freedom of speech that we have, or get the fuck out of America.
Right now.
Let me just get Adam's response to both those points.
Can I just say real quick, we have a political right to free speech, but our mainstream media is disgusting propaganda. And they try, instead of trying
to... shout out to my man Big Wave Dave. He says, I'm talking about all the people that came here for the World Cup. Bro, the people here from the World Cup are like low-key kind of annoying because it's so, bro, like what was it? Like when Iran was playing and there was a whole feud between the flag. They brought out the lion flag and people were going crazy. And then there was the whole problem with the World Cup and what was that? I think the affordability of the seats and all that good stuff. People were complaining about that. So here's the problem with the World Cup. I mean, look, soccer is a great sport. It's really entertaining. People are going crazy. But the people that are coming here from the World Cup, bro, man, the fandom is outrageous. It's like it's absolutely insane.
Help us with freedom of speech and freedom of press. The mainstream media does the opposite. Anytime anybody steps outside of the boundaries, including their criticizing their beloved Israel, they try to take away our speech rights. They try to take away freedom of the press. So our so-called news media is nothing but oppressive propaganda for a different country. Let's regain our freedom.
Okay, Adam, what do you want to say about that?
Wow, I thought we were here talking about America's.
And this is what I kind of kills me, like Hubert. What you're talking about is like free speech as long as you agree with it. Like you'd be okay if you agree with it, and you're okay if you agree with it. You think it should be out there. The problem is whatever you don't agree with should also be out there as well. So you're picking and choosing when it comes to free speech, aka you want controlled speech as well, aka you're not a real believer in free speech. That's the problem. It's not about just being locked up for speech. It's about being able to get your idea out there as well. Or there really is no free speech.
Birthday, July 4th.
Think about it. If only the pro-Israel guys are allowed to have their ideas heard and propagated over social media, and you get throttled and you don't get your idea heard, nobody even understands what you think or knows history, is that freedom of speech? Of course not. You're picking and choosing.
For 250 years, somehow Cenk goes on a 10-minute.
This ain't you. It's a lot of people that don't really believe in freedom of speech, bro, on the left and the right. A lot of people, and I hate to say this, don't truly believe in freedom of speech. They believe in censored speech. They believe in, controlled speech. And that's the truth. And then they'll sit there and sell it to you as freedom of speech because you agree with it, because you agree with everything that they're allowing to come out.
Escapade about Israel. I'm not even sure why we're talking about Israel. I'm actually not even sure why we're talking about any other country other than America. Aren't we talking about America here? Why any other country? It's amazing to see the entire world show up to America from all.
But hold on now. I haven't given out no celebration, so let me read. All right, and shout out to my man Big Wave Dave. Have you watched the interviews about how their media portrays America versus what they experience? I have not. I'm sure it's not that good. I don't know why, but people don't paint the best image of us for some reason. And I mean, especially when it comes to tourism. I mean, like, bro, you come to America, we're gonna treat you right. But the way some people portray us is absolutely insane.
All over the world, you have
not all. There are actually some countries that do put us in a good light, but some of them not so much.
Versus people, the Brits being like, oh my God, what is this? A magical kingdom. It's like, oh, it's called Costco. We've never seen anything like this. You have these Korean people being like,
hang on. I don't think any British people
barbecue.
No British people I know go to Costco.
People from all over the world are coming to America right now.
Adam, no British person I know has ever gone. No British person I've ever known has gone into Costco and gone, wow, is this the Magic Kingdom? Come on.
Check the facts. Check the tape. Fair, everyone's excited to be in America. Japanese, of course. And Cenk, respect to you. You're not yelling. You're not shouting. You're not getting red today.
It's early days.
Why did you bring up America? Why did he bring up Israel? Here's what I want to understand. If I may, Pierce, on your show.
Yeah.
You asked about America, why America is the greatest country in the world. Cenk ends up talking about Gaza. Why? You talked about the beginning of this topic about TDS. Trump derangement syndrome. Some people, unfortunately, who used to be very sane, have IDS, Israel derangement syndrome, and they can't shake it out. I think the Dr. Trump might need to give him some medicine here. But the reality is we're talking about America.
I'm weak. All right, shout out. But shout out to my man Big Wave Dave. He says, call me after the stream is over. All right, big dog, I got you. Yo, appreciate you for pulling up, my man. And once again, raise a blade in your. And all right, now let's go ahead and get right back to it.
America has the money, we got the power, we got the respect of the world with the World Cup going on right now. Any other discussion is a fabrication of what is actually should be celebrating in America. That's our independence from Pierce's people 250 years ago. And we're not getting Islamized, we're not getting colonized, we're not getting imperialized. We love America, and we're going to keep America the country it is.
Okay, we're going to take a little break and bring in.
We're not getting colonized. We're not getting imperialized. Really? Like, no, I agree with you, Adam. But here's the problem, though. That's not what you be saying on PBD, though. You be acting like the Muslims are about to go all imperial force, all colonizations on our ass. You and PBD both be sitting there fear-mongering about Muslims all day as if they're about to do exactly that. So I don't know about that, buddy. I don't think you really mean it. Or maybe, you know, we just got to bring up what about the Muslims, and maybe you'll start chimping out.
Getting Islamized. We're not getting colonized. We're not getting imperialized. We love America. We're going to keep America the country it is.
Okay, we're going to take a little break and bring in.
Ask me a question.
We're going to. I'll come back.
You're right. Freedom of speech says government can't control it. Now, did you read about what happened with Mark Zuckerberg, where he came out and said that, yeah, the government, aka Joe Biden, the Biden administration, told him what he had to ban on his site, what he had to throttle or kill the engagement on his site. That's still being done today, by the way. Just want to let you guys know that. Like TikTok. Like, bro, I ain't gonna lie, that's kind of government controlled at this point. Facebook was government controlled under Biden. But the problem is you maybe didn't recognize it because you agreed with what they were taking down. So like I said, a lot of people don't really believe in freedom of speech. They believe in controlled speech because you watch the CEO come out there and admit to government interference. And you tell me you don't remember that, dog? But I'll go ahead and read the rest of your chat, though. My bad. Kind of got hung up on that first sentence. But freedom of speech only says government can't control it. It says nothing about what a business can decide, what you are allowed to say on their platform, not what I prefer. That is what the law is. Thanks. But that's what I'm saying. That's not freedom of speech. That's controlled speech. And I mean, if we truly believe in freedom of speech, then I mean, the government can't control it, and nor should the corporations. And why does the corporations have more control than our government over our speech? Think about that for a second there.
To you guys, but we're going to bring in a very special guest, Louis Provost. He's the brother of Pope Leo. Louis, welcome back to Uncensored.
Thank you, Pierce. Good to be with you. Thanks for having me.
It's controlled, bro. Think about it, though. Think about it. It is controlled because they can knock you off your platform, ruin your entire living, and make sure you don't. That's basically controlled. And if they're a huge platform to the entire world like YouTube, that's controlled speech. So trust me, I know y'all want to sit there and hang on to the illusion of free speech, but trust me, it's controlled.
Me back.
Great to see
I
you.
enjoy these.
It's pretty extraordinary that as America celebrates 250 years of independence, that there is the first American Pope, your brother, obviously. First of all,
yes, it's legal. Legalized controlled speech. I know.
What does it mean to you to be an American?
It means the world to me. Listening to the discussion over there, I don't know how anybody that was born here, lives here as an American citizen, becomes an American citizen, can't be proud of this country. I love this country. I fought for this country. I would go back and die for this country again if necessary. Do I agree with everything that goes?
Hold on, man. But shout out to my man Hubert, though. Hold on, dog. Even though we disagree, you still get a shout out, though. You still get a shout out. You know, and I'm not sure which one you want, so I'm just gonna go. My man is standing up for freedom of speech, though. Come on now, that's pretty damn American.
Not all the time, but I support the country. I love the country.
There's been an interesting
it's the greatest country on earth.
Yeah, well, listen, I feel the same way about mine, obviously, but I love America, and I've a lot to be grateful to America and Americans. But let me talk just briefly about this idea. America, of course, has a special kind of covenant relationship with God, a foundational cultural concept known as American exceptionalism. Do you feel that America is still exceptional in God's eyes?
I don't think any more than anybody else, any other Christian-based country. I've noticed, and I'm not going to say it's because of my brother, but I've personally noticed a resurgence of faith here in America in the last year. At my own church, attendance has gone up. I'm in Washington, D.C. right now. We went to church here last week at St. Patrick's. And talked to the pastor. Attendance has gone up there. He's noticed it. What's that due to? I don't know. I think, again, not 100% because we have an American Pope, but I believe that's part of it because, speaking for myself, popes in the past would come out and they'd talk to the people, talk to the church, And as an American here in the US, trying to listen to him and understand him speaking Italian or Polish or German, I'd tune it out, go away. Now, the Pope, the Pontiff, my brother, he speaks the language I speak. He speaks the language Italian speaks when he's speaking to them, the Spaniards, the French. And I think that makes a tighter connection with people because they understand he's speaking to them in their own language. Same goes here in the US. People hear him talk, they understand what he's saying. They may not always agree with it. I can't say I do all the time, but they understand and they can see, hey, this guy, I like his train of thought, or I understand what he's saying.
It's been interesting,
so I think
because
that goes a long way.
Your brother was reported to have declined an official invitation from the Trump administration to visit the US in person for the 250th celebration. In a statement, he expressed gratitude for the recognition, acknowledged the milestone of the anniversary, and its historic liberty-focused heritage.
Hey, shout out my man Big Wave Dave for the baller alert, by the way. He says, okay, so to go against what you said about it not going to happen here, look at what is happening in the UK. At the end of the day, I hope our country doesn't let what's going on there happen here. Unfortunately, it is possible. No, that is true. Though. What's going on in the UK with their immigration or their legal immigration and how they vet people is terrible. It's terrible. But here's a problem, Dave. I was looking into this, and some of it's a bit exaggerated. Like, it bit exaggerated when they talk about, oh, Muslim grape gangs. I'm just like, hold on, I mean the Pakistani grape gangs, the one that you guys caught, and now you're trying to act like all Muslims are doing it. That's a bit wild. Then they try to act like Muslims are the ones committing most of the crime when that's not true, not even on a per capita basis. So a lot of it's really just like propaganda against Muslims, and I hate to say that. Like, that's just the truth there. So that's why when I say it's not happening here, Dave, it's not even happening there. And yes, they have cases that they over exaggerate on that where a Muslim go and do something crazy. And now it's like, oh my God, it's a Muslim takeover. This is what they all want to do. Is they want to take us over. And it's just like, no, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. And now you have people calling, oh, we must ban Islam and all this good stuff. And they're talking about doing that in the UK. They're talking about trying to do that in America. And I mean, well, we can't do that in America because of freedom of religion, but they sure as hell can do it in the UK if they really push for it. But I doubt that because the UK is like, kind of left leaning. So it is what it is on that note. But as far as their vetting for their immigration, I mean, I got to keep it real with you. That is terrible. And then they say, well, if you go to Europe, you look around London, you'll see a whole bunch of Muslims and all this crazy stuff. And I'm just like, well, really, if you go to London, you'll see it's like New York. You'll see every type of person in London. So I don't know. I don't know what they're really like going on about there. And all I hear coming from this guy, Tommy Robinson, who outright try to spread hatred about Muslims to make us think that it's okay to interfere in the Middle East. So as much as I want to sit there and be like, Dave, yo, yeah, you're right. Like, bro, I looked into this and they're over exaggerating on a lot. The crimes that the Muslim grape gang, the Pakistani Muslim grape gang, not over exaggerated whatsoever. No, that shit was real. But when they try to attribute it to all Pakistanis and all Muslims, that's asinine. But all right, though, let's get right back to it. Shout out to my man, Big Wave Dave, dog. Appreciate that. Razor blade in your... All right, and shout out to my man, Big Wave Dave, because he done opened up the call-in line. So I'm going to go ahead and post the call-in line in the chat and in the post tab so we can have some of you guys come up. And, tell me what you think. You agree or disagree, all that good stuff. All right, let's get right into it.
But he declined the invitation to come. Do you think he should have come?
Well, again, personally, I would have loved to see him come because it would save me a trip to Rome. But I can understand why he didn't come. I'm sure he will, and I don't think it has anything to do with President Trump. I know presidents had words about him. And again, I think a lot of that's Trump being Trump and the press blowing it up beyond what it really is. I talked to my brother and he's like, there's no big argument there. The president's the president, the Pope is the Pope. They both have their jobs to do. And
I don't get too much about that. Let's get it to here. And all right, here. Hey, shout out. Yo, Monty, how's it going?
Good. How's you doing?
Man, happy 4th, brother, and I'm doing good. Can't
Happy
complain.
4th. I saw you were online, so I figured I'd come annoy you.
Well, shit, dog. I'm happy you pulled up and all that good stuff. No, shout out to Big Wave Day. Said, understood. I got some videos for you. Call me after. All right, I got you, dog. I got you. But you know what, dog? It kind of kills me how some people just can't be happy for this great country without, you know, being like, oh, but Trump.
Okay, so my wife just gave me a look, but we're gonna move past that. But yes, you're absolutely right. The amount of people, like it like from the reflecting, like if our biggest problem is the liner on a pool, then we're doing pretty good as a country, I would say, huh?
Yeah, true. Yeah, well, if all we're complaining about is the lining on a pool and not, you know, terrorist attacks on a major city, I mean, we're doing pretty well.
Bush, Obama.
Yeah. And
You know, wait a second. Hold on.
July just fine.
I just realized something. Trump is the first president to not have a terrorist attack in his term.
Way to jinx it.
He is. Obama had the Boston bombing, and Bush had 9/11.
His presidency's not over, honey.
Clinton had whatever. Clinton had the embassy bombings.
That's true, but damn it, Monty, like, let's give. We still got 3 years. Wait, 2 years. 2 years. Let's let him finish out.
I'm just saying.
Hey, that's true, though. That's true. We're off to a really good start when it comes to that.
But no, I mean, this country is awesome. Like, we're doing amazing things. Manufacturing is booming, and what do we have? Like, illegals are getting deported slower than we wanted to.
But still happening.
It's still happening. I just read something that they're going to cancel a whole bunch of these fucking bullshit climate grants that Obama put in. Like, the world is coming back together. I thought this time this year we were supposed to be in World War III.
Yeah, that was the funny part about it. Like, by next summer, it'll be all out wars. Like, come on, guys.
What happened to $200 a barrel of oil? What happened to the stock market crashing?
Hey, none of that happened, thank God.
What happened to Trump becoming a dictator?
Okay, that was funny. I'm not even gonna lie though, because you got to admit,
where are the camps at?
Hey, I've never been on the fear mongering side, but hey, a couple things you were saying, I was a bit weary of, but not the dictator part. Like, come on. It's kind of offensive how people try to say, "Oh, he's a dictator. He's a dictator." It's like, do you understand that we'd overthrow this man if he ever tried such a thing?
Right. There would be a bunch of rednecks with rifles running the White House right now if he became a dictator.
Literally, bro, come on now, give us a little bit more credit than that, guys. Like, the thing is, well, hey, some people still agree with our system and what the president's doing, and y'all got to accept that. The day that it doesn't happen, the day that it crosses that line, or a president crosses that line, then okay, you can expect us to go ahead and overthrow the government. Until then, chill out, man. Everything's still debatable.
I mean, I'm sitting here, the best financially off I've ever been. Everything is, I mean, inflation is out of control, but the out of control inflation came from 4 years of 100,000 people competing for our homes, competing for our groceries, government spending out of control. Like, what? I don't know. Is there an aspect of your life where you're like, man, the president really fucked me over on this one?
I can't really say that because it was already fucked up in the beginning. That's the problem.
But can you point to something in your life that's gotten better?
Be honest with you, I can't point to anything that's gotten worse. I'll be real with you on that one.
Yeah.
But better, I'm immigration, for course. I'll be real with you. I ain't going.
No. I mean you personally.
Personally, me.
And are you in a better position now than you were 10 years ago? Well, I mean, I guess you were a kid 10 years ago, but
under Biden, for sure. Though. Under Biden, absolutely. No, I'm not I'm in a better position, like financially than under Biden. I'm in a financially better position under Trump than I was under Biden, and that's mainly because affordability was on a rampage. I mean, the inflation and pricing was on a rampage up, like 20% across the board.
Every time I was looking, rent was going up. Like, things have stabilized, and wages have gone up. So financially, yeah, things are better. Now, crime, I haven't personally been a victim of crime, but crime numbers as a whole have gone down, especially in DC. You can,
depending on where you live.
Yeah.
But across the country, crime has went down. In the whole, crime has went down.
Turns out, if you get people that break laws to come into this country and commit crimes while they're in this country, your crime numbers go down.
Man. Hold on. Wait, did I talk to you about the whole birthright citizenship?
Yeah, I'm kind of disappointed about that. I didn't think it was gonna be upheld. Like, I was kind of weird. My mom was all dead set, like, no, this is gonna get upheld. I was like, no, there's too much precedent, because like then you go back retrospectively and say, oh yeah, you've been a citizen, you were born here, you have assimilated, but no, you're not a citizen anymore. Your parents may be dead, but so sucks to suck.
Well, I don't know. Like I said, I thought it was, look, all I thought they were going to do was just like, look, if y'all just take out this whole anchor baby, which I thought they were going to agree on, it's like, it's not like we're saying, oh, we need to question everybody who was born here on American soil. No, just the ones who came here from illegal immigrants. That's it. I think that's the only thing we were questioning. And for some reason, they're trying to sell it as if we wanted everybody's citizenship to be called into question.
There's ways to get around that too. You can deport whole families.
Yeah, but I mean, if one of them's in America, and that's the thing I was thinking too. It's like, well, so what? Are you going to tell me that the anchor baby is now anchored to America through it being born on America's soil? So you're going to say that the parents can start being anchored to the baby now?
Nope. You can absolutely. The Supreme Court didn't say the parents are
exactly,
citizens.
Exactly. But that's what I'm saying though. Like, I feel like it might go in that direction though.
That can be something that gets brought to the Supreme Court later.
Yeah,
there's ways around it. So if we I kind of like the idea that if you're born on American soil, you're an American. I like that's a nationalistic approach, but the parents aren't. And just because your kid is an American citizen doesn't mean you have to stay an American.
Don't grant visitor visas to pregnant women.
Yeah, don't grant visitor visas to pregnant women.
Yeah, low key though. I mean, I don't know why we didn't start doing that, but apparently,
we can.
They just came here to tour. Well, how about this? If they're like 9 months pregnant, we can't risk it. How about that?
If you like, we can stop the flow of anchor babies.
Oh, yo, Big Way Dave, you can hit the post tab if you want. It's in the post tab. But all right. No, but here's the thing though. I'm not, like I said, like just because it went in the opposite direction for me, I can't really be that mad about it. It's not like too much is really going to change here. But I could see why the Republicans were crashing out about it. I mean, bro, Trump, like there's this Republican in Ohio that's putting forth the bill to end birthright citizenship. I'm just like, damn, y'all not trying to take this L.
No, the way I look at it is, again, things are not getting worse, but in this case, they're not getting any better. They didn't expand rights for anybody.
That's true. No, that's true. It's like pretty much it just said, all right, this is just okay. It's like the people who was in disagreement with it now are just co-signing it, or I guess the Supreme Court co-signed it.
Yeah. And that's what our court system is for, is to settle disputes like that. So you should accept it. You can challenge it again. Like, I mean, Roe versus Wade got overturned 40 years after it was announced.
So, hey, yo, are you ready for the so-called socialist / commie takeover of America? Apparently,
of New York,
bro, Colorado too. Apparently, bro, like this one, I guess it was another Democratic socialist that won big in Colorado that took out a 15-year seat, I believe.
Well,
an establishment Dem. So apparently, the new Democratic Party is going to be the Democratic Socialists.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely. I mean, What did I tell you back when you rated the remember when Charlie Kirk got shot and you were like 26% of Democrats think that murder is acceptable, and then I compared that to the approval rating of the Democratic Party, and it was 26%. I was like, that is the growing sentiment amongst Democrats. And when you have highly liberal states, California, New York, Colorado is very fucking liberal, Oregon, Washington, and then it's funny because all of the problems that they're complaining about come from their policies in those areas. Those problems don't exist in, say, Texas. Affordability is not an issue in Texas. Affordability is not a fucking issue in Tennessee. Affordability is not an issue in Florida, in North Carolina, in South Carolina, in Georgia. It's not an issue in any of those places except for where Democrats run it.
Yeah, now I'm gonna be real with you. If you know, like Monty, you are right. If I could give a more fair perception of it, it's pretty much like this. It's like you can't compare affordability in red states and blue states because blue states will always be more expensive. And then here's the thing, and the reason why I say you can't compare it is because when Democrats try to sit there and bash Republicans, it's like, well, what are you guys comparing? You guys run the most unaffordable states and cities in America.
Yeah.
The most unaffordable cities are in these blue states or in blue cities.
And it's a culmination of Democratic policies that make it that way.
Hey, you guys want to hear something funny that I've been hearing in the chat? No, those blue states, they subsidize those failing red states, though.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. They overtax their citizens. Or wait. That's federal income tax, which is the same across the board. Huh. Wow.
It's actually hilarious. It's how they flex about being taxed to hell. It's like, so y'all flex about being taxed on and have your money go to other states and y'all still are not getting anything? Still a shitload of homeless in California?
Maybe you should stop subsidizing those red states and, finish your high-speed rail.
Or not have an app that tells you where the human poop is.
And here's the thing, guys. It's like, look, here's the thing. I'll give it to the Dems. It's like, sure, these guys gross more money, but it's still a more unaffordable place to live. Like,
yeah. So what's going to happen when
there's so much socialists coming out of these blue states is because of the unaffordability problem that these blue states create.
Set.
Yeah.
And the other thing too is, okay, you're going to tax everybody to hell. They're going to leave. Then you're going to have nobody to freaking tax. Then what are you going to do?
I know. Look at and that's the thing. California and New York is kind of facing that reality. I think it's going to be a little bit longer before it hits them, for everybody can see it, but it's coming. And the thing is, it's because they're too damn cocky. Like, think about it. There's literally Democrats think, oh, you think they're going to leave? They're not going nowhere.
Oh yeah, they are.
I'm like, bro, what type of attitude is that? You're just going to make what I'm saying more like a factual. Now they're really going to leave because you're talking crazy.
Hey, Samsung just left New Jersey and went down to Texas.
And I'm pretty sure the New Jersey governor was like, they're not leaving. They need us. Where are they going to go? It's like, where you think they're going to go? Cheaper taxes. Like, what?
Yep.
So it is a bit crazy how like these blue states will sit there and have this arrogant attitude as if nobody will leave them, as if you can't build a factory elsewhere.
It's funny. It's going to be I wouldn't even say a cycle. It's going to be like a vicious downfall for them at the end of the day.
Nah, honestly. And I don't know how they're going to fix it, to be quite honest with you. I honestly do wonder, like, how are you guys going to fix this? Because, like, people aren't going to, like, you're really going to have to walk back all these policies you guys set up. Whoa, it's raining hella hard on the 4th of July. That sucks. But, sorry, I lost my train of thought. I looked to the side and it's raining cats and dogs outside. I was like, damn, I was supposed to go out today. Tough.
Well, that'll happen. It's supposed to rain here. It didn't rain
today. But here's the thing is, like, let me show you guys something. And this is what I was talking about. And this is what a lot of people like to ignore, bro. New York City. Oh, damn. New York City is 85% more expensive than Ohio. You're paying 40% more for restaurants in New York City, 60% more in groceries in New York City. Like, bro, transportation, 29%, housing. You're paying, what, 2.2 times more. Like, guys, you can't sit here and tell me that, oh, no, it's okay, it's cool to live in a blue state. Bro, it's unaffordable to live in a blue state. That's why people are moving to red states. You guys have made it too unaffordable. And then you want to talk about high GDP, y'all taxing y'all people to death.
Oh, dude, I'm going to tell you right now, set living in New Jersey, like my property taxes suck. I own my house, but I don't technically own my house because if I don't pay property taxes, they'll freaking take it.
Jesus. Yeah, that makes sense.
And the taxes are so high, it's like getting obnoxious at this point. Like I want to leave. Unfortunately, I'm stuck here. But it's like, freaking Mamdani with his taxing the rich or whatever, and how he's taxing all these properties. What's going to happen is the people that own them are going to leave, and then when they get like dilapidated, then the government's going to take over. You think the government's going to do anything about it? Probably not. They're just going to take it over, and it's going to be like, it's going to be just like California.
But what's the crazy thing is, it's like across the board. Somebody says, "Oh, well, who'd have thought living close to the sea would be so expensive?" Well, all right, cool. Living close to the sea is expensive. Well, then what's up with Colorado? Then why is Colorado more expensive than Ohio still, though? And this is across the board, guys. Like you can compare a blue state to a red state, and that blue state is going to be more expensive 90% of the time. Do you guys understand?
Yeah, and they have shit-filled cities with a bunch of homeless and drug addicts.
And this is why it kills me about how Trump is losing it on affordability, because I'm just like, dog, you have the easiest argument right now. Blue states are low-key unaffordable. If you want to live good, go to a red state. And then here's the thing: push affordability policies that also make the blue states a little bit more affordable, make the red states even more affordable, and have those red states push a more affordability agenda and dominate on affordability. Like, y'all could have won this, but instead y'all want a war with Iran. I cannot understand it.
But to be honest, that they do kind of still do that. Like red states are still more affordable unless you're in like a blue city.
True. No, that's absolutely true. No, you're right. You're definitely right. Like even in Ohio, like bro, the most expensive cities to live in Ohio is Columbus, Cincinnati, and Cleveland. All blue states, not blue states, all blue cities. Anyone who has the highest crime in Ohio, Cleveland, Columbus, Cincinnati, all the blue cities. Lowest education in Ohio, Cleveland, Cincinnati, Columbus. Every single time. It's got to win. Well, elementary wise, actually, college wise, we're kind of killing it in Columbus. But to be honest, all the bad metrics that a state could have are coming from their blue cities. Like, it's terrible.
Is Monty still here?
Oh no, I think he timed. Well, I think he left, but he'll come back.
I was about to say he's being kind of quiet.
Oh yeah, no. Well, shoot, he's probably busy cooking out or something. Hey, 4th of July.
Yeah. I'm not gonna be on for too much longer. I gotta go pick up my kids and.
What 4th on the 4th? Oh, never mind. I already know. All right, I get it.
You got it.
But all right, Dave. Was there anything else you want to talk about, big dog?
No, not really. Did you play the video I asked for?
Actually, yes, I got you. I can go ahead and get that one lined up here.
You might as well play it. Maybe some of the idiots will leave the chat.
I'm weak. All right, hold on here. Let me play the video real quick as I pull that up.
He has in life. Let's go back to the panel. Sorry, panel, but whenever I talk to the Pope's brother as a Catholic, it's like a big deal. It's just like,
Hey, but get a load of that guy. Do you hear what he was saying? He said, if you have a Mexican flag, I don't want to see that on the streets of America.
Yeah, well, what do you think of that?
United States.
But he's going to the Italian embassy to celebrate.
He's going to Italy, very far, further than Mexico. Here's the problem. And this is the issue. America's so young, right? We're about 250 years old. The national identity is still forming. We're still trying to kind of figure out what's going on here, and it might change over time. So to some people, they're offended by the idea that anybody would ever move here and have some pride for their home country. And to them, it's all about birthright Americans who connect to the family.
Okay. Let's go. I ain't gonna lie. He was actually about to touch on something important, but let's go over to our Florida man here. Shout out to Florida, where all the crazy people live. In all
Yeah, that's America. And that's not the right video, but that's fine.
Now, it's actually funny. Is he? What was it? He had a whole wait. It's not the right one because my man had a whole Vice thing going on. I was like,
No,
what?
so
Vice?
right guy, wrong video.
Okay, got you. Okay, but all
Yeah, they
right
were
though.
playing Slayer Raining Blood in the right video.
Okay, it was a certain song.
Yeah.
Okay. What? Probably hard to
That's all
find
right.
that.
No worries.
Nah, I get it. Cause now when it's like a 9-year-old video, bro.
Yeah, now it's old, but
Yeah, I know. There'd be so many different edits of it at a certain point.
yeah.
It's like, look.
I think Raining Blood was the original one.
All right, big dog. Sure, I'm gonna go ahead and get back into it. Sure, you can stay up if you want to, or you can head on out, man. It's all good.
I feel like there was something I wanted to say, but no, yeah, no. You still have my phone number, right?
Yeah.
All right, yeah. Call me after the stream because I got a bunch of videos that you can use for another show.
Perfect. All right, man. All right, Big Wave Dave. Appreciate you.
Got you, brother. I'll talk to you later.
All right.
Let's go back to the panel. Sorry, panel, but whenever I talk to the Pope's brother as a Catholic, it's like a big deal. You know, it's just like,
but get a load of that guy. Do you hear what he was saying? He said, if you have a Mexican flag, I don't want to see that on the streets of America.
Yeah, well, what do you think of that?
But he's going to the Italian embassy to celebrate.
If you had a Mexican flag, I don't want to see it on the streets of America. I disagree with that, actually. I mean, like, look, as long as you got the American flag above the Mexican flag, I ain't got no problem with that. Yes, you can have both flags up. I know this sounds like a myth of American supremacy, but as long as the American flag is above the Mexican one, you can celebrate both of them. I don't care. But the American flag got to be up top. It's like, dog, I have, like, my parents are Guyanese. I appreciate my Guyanese culture. I appreciate the Guyanese flag, but the American flag is what's going to be above it.
And this is, he's going to Italy, very far, further than Mexico. Here's the problem. And this is the issue. America's still young, right? We're about 250 years old. The national identity is still forming. We're still trying to kind of figure out what's going on here, and it might change over time. So to some people, they're offended by the idea that anybody would ever move here and have some pride for their home country. And to them, it's all about birthright Americans who connect to the founding fathers and live in Algona, Iowa, next to an Applebee's and play Little League and do stuff like that. And then to other people, it's like Queens, New York, where it's all a bunch of like first and second generation immigrants who are coming to be part of this like multicultural experiment. So I think that's part of the issue is American means different things to different people. When you ask what's an American, we don't know yet. And I think because
I mean, I'm not gonna lie though. There's some people who say, oh, you're not a real American unless you were born like of white. You come from the white people's lineage of the founding fathers and those who first came here in the colonies. And you're not a real American if you're not that. And those are like the mindsets of like Nick Fuentes and the Patriot Front guys like Thomas Russo and all that good stuff. Yeah, it's not about really being American. It's more about being white. And trust me, I mean, that's not what it means to be American, in my opinion. In my opinion, it's more about a value system than just your skin color.
So vast and so new, that makes room for a lot of interpretations, and they conflict so much. So that might help us understand why there's so many issues.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting. I want to end with just some quick fire, very quickly, just ask each of you. I'll start with you, Cenk. There'll be 45 presidents. Who's the best and who's the worst?
Oh, that's a tough one. Okay, FDR probably the best, but obviously Lincoln, Jefferson, and so many others in the running. And then the worst is between Trump and Bush. They've both been epic disasters. I had Bush ahead of Trump because of the Iraq War, but
and yo, Dave, what you got to say?
Yeah.
Man came.
All right. So somebody was just saying, oh yeah, look, you're getting free this, free that. Oh, how horrible. When are these idiots going to understand that nothing is for free? Like, I don't get it. Nothing is for free.
Yeah.
Just because the government says, yeah, you get free this, free that. No, somebody else is paying for it, you freaking morons.
Exactly. It's free for you, but somebody's paying for it. And people don't even appreciate the people who's paying for it.
No, they just think it's free. Oh, look, government, free money. No, the money's coming from somewhere. Are you dumb?
I mean, like, bro, look, sometimes you need to re-explain to people that, this money they're spending comes from us, right? Like, they wouldn't have no money if it didn't come from us and the businesses that we run. You know that, right?
Oh, look, you already paid for it. You don't understand. Well, Eric, look, you may have paid for something. You didn't pay for free stuff. and I didn't pay to give you free stuff. So
I mean, shoot, man, taxes is taken more than you. They don't really give you an option for every paycheck. Every paycheck, imagine they called you and says, "So how you feel? So how do you think America's doing? And if you think America's doing well, can we take at least like 5% from your taxes?" If they was asked that, I mean, trust me, a lot more
and
people
the
be
other
happy
thing
to come
too
to
that
tax.
people don't understand about taxes, set like income taxes weren't meant to be permanent.
Oh yeah, we know. Oh, we know.
No, I know you know.
Oh,
I
yeah,
think
go
people
ahead.
in the chat don't know.
Trust me, a lot of people. It's funny because not too many people know about the history of income tax. It started becoming like a mainstream topic once tariffs came out, and that was the argument of, income tax wasn't supposed to be permanent, right?
No, I've known that all along. Like it
Yeah.
was never supposed to be permanent, but they just this is what the government does. You give them an inch, they start taking that mile.
Yeah, I mean, not problem is they start adding like different reasons to tax us, all types of reasons, all types of different types of taxes, and that's where things got out of hand.
You get the
Thing is,
inheritance
they blame
tax,
income
all that
tax.
money was already taxed, but because it changed hands, the government wants their piece of it.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real though. If it wasn't for all, like, if it was just income tax we were paying, trust me, we wouldn't be complaining that much. When you can go down the board with property tax and sales tax that you do every day, it's kind of like, damn, y'all really fleecing me.
Honestly, I think property tax is probably one of the worst. Like, I get it to a point because you need to maintain roads and but another part of that, like, it goes to the public school district, right?
Yeah.
So you're paying these taxes, and then the public schools are obviously failing. Have you seen all the videos of people that like can't even read on like a high school level in high school?
Bro, I was reading the reports talking about like most 4th graders and 8th graders can't read at their grade level. I was like, well, what are y'all doing? Like, we pay property tax into this, and y'all not doing anything with it. But then again, and I can't blame some of the I guess some of the impoverished communities. I can't blame them all the way through. I do think that the government needs to actually give those schools more funding. But some of these schools are in well-to-do neighborhoods, middle-class neighborhoods, have no excuses. They're literally just dropping the ball because of their teaching practices.
Oh, agreed, and that's the teachers' unions too.
Yeah.
But you have like do you see that one video of the dude that like he had like a pre-written thing on like a note card and was handing it to like kids in his grade, asking them to read it?
Shit. Oh, bro, that was so embarrassing, bro. And they were mainly black kids, dog. I know what you're talking about.
The one word I understand that they didn't get was gauche because nobody uses that fucking word. But the other ones, I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
Bro, and thing is, those are like high schoolers or probably adults. I think they're high schoolers that he was interviewing.
They were high schoolers, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
But now, silhouette, like you can't pronounce silhouette. You don't know what that word is.
Vulnerability. I was like, bro, no. I wonder if I could find that video. And yo, Noah, how's it going?
It's going good. How are you guys doing?
What's going on,
brother? Happy 4th.
Happy 4th. So this is just for my own amusement. I genuinely don't understand why we're giving the government funding when we should just be leaving it to the states to do, say, organizing the funding for schools. I think a lot of it, I think we need to remove a substantial amount of money from government.
You and I both agree, bro. I think the government eats too much money. It's too bloated. That's why I was kind of happy for Doge. I thought that was gonna like get rid of a lot of the nonsense. I mean, it got rid of some USAID. Like, that needed to go. We should be funding transgender studies in some other country.
Oh, bro, hold on here. I found the video. This killed me.
All right, play it, bro.
Premonition of the impending apocalyptic event. The guy had a premonition of the impending apocalyptic event.
Oh, that's not the one, but okay.
It's just like, bro, the deity had a premonition of the impending cataclysmic event. That's all they have to say, guys.
Promotion.
Depraved members of the elite are utterly obsessed with consuming child.
We
Thought she was a great
dismissed
reader.
as tinfoil hat wearing
Read the index card.
Oh, Seth, pause that.
everybody in Hollywood.
So the one that I was talking about, this kid went around his high school. You know what they told him? They actually told him he couldn't go to graduation because he did that.
Damn.
Like he was showing how these people didn't know how to read, and the high school that he was at said you can't come to graduation because of that.
Man, I would tell it, bro. I would have low key snapped on their ass. I'd be like, bro, it's more than just me who's able to do this. Half of your graduation class can't read. Like what? And here's the thing: is like, how is he a senior and he can't read?
Yeah.
Like, how do you get there? Like you got to get through English. What, bro? You damn near taking 4 years of English. How the fuck he get there? Y'all was just what, D'ing him up or something?
Taking more. You're taking English is required through kindergarten through 12th grade. Like you're taking it all the time. So the fact that you can't read, that's just a failing school system at that point.
Man, it said the veterinarian identified as an unusually aggressive parasitic infection. The veterinarian identified as an unusually aggressive parasitic infestation.
Unusual aggressive parasitic infection.
What was that there?
Read the index card.
The veterinarian identified an unusual aggressive parasitic infestation.
Read the index card.
The mean academic individual.
I'm weak. The menu accommodated individuals with extraordinarily restrictive dietary preferences. Well, let's see how they take it.
Why didn't we get jerky this week? I also added more to the jerky and ginger lemongrass. Thank you so much. Super cool. Beef jerky, delicious. Jojo is here and we'll walk the jerky over to Jeffrey. We'll walk the jerky.
Read the index card.
So yeah, and that's what Big Dave was talking about. Like our school system is low key effed.
Yeah, we're paying high property taxes to keep these things going.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Like, bro, the low income neighborhoods or communities, they got an excuse. The middle class ones don't. And a lot of these kids are coming from both of those communities. So it's just like, what are y'all doing now over there?
Yeah, but it's not just like, and that's another thing. Like talking about federal taxes, like that's local property tax. That we're paying for the local schools with local property tax, like that's part of it. But then why are they failing so badly?
Yeah, I mean that's needs to be addressed honestly, and it's almost criminal because it's like, we kind of need these kids for the future, right? You making them dumb is kind of fucking us over.
Oh, they're making them real freaking dumb.
It's like, we gotta need these kids to build this country, to sustain the infrastructure, and you're making them a bunch of mindless social media idiots. This is somewhat criminal, but all right, whatever.
I don't remember who said it, but it was them talking about how schools are removing cursive from the school system, and it's because they're trying to make, say, reading the Constitution impossible for the younger generations.
Oh, the cursive has been gone for a while.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I can barely write and print.
I write in print. I know how to write in cursive. I do write in print because it's easier, but I do know how to write in cursive. But the fact that they're getting rid of that, like, why?
Cursive used to be so cool to me. I don't know why. It just looks, in my eyes, just like a sexy way to write.
It is. You're definitely right. It is a nice way to write, and it looks nice. And if you get it down, you can have good handwriting. But now you're basically like having like Dr. fucking scribble scratch on everything now.
Exactly. That's what I've always been seeing. Chicken scratch. The chicken scratch is crazy. Like the amount of chicken scratch I see these young boys or the younger generation, right? I'm like, what is going on here? And then when I see people say, oh, you have good handwriting and all this good stuff, I'd be like, bruh, not really, but I see what you're comparing me to, and I get it. It's like, what the F is going on?
At this point, your handwriting is probably gorgeous,
bro. Compared to most guys, apparently, it's like, and that's not saying much. But shout out to our man.
That's what I'm saying. When you start comparing it to what's going on nowadays, like, wow.
I know, I seen like some of my younger brother, like I seen his homework, and I see some of his homies' handwriting, and I'm just like, Oh yeah, y'all need to go back to kindergarten with this shit. Apparently, bro, y'all need to trace these letters back again.
We'll trace out things with like the A, B, C. Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. Y'all need to go back to that, bro, because ain't no way this is what y'all doing, bro.
Now they're literally dumbing down America to make everybody so that it's literally getting to the point where everybody's going to be reliant on the government, and the government can just tell you what to do, and you can't do anything about it. And it's already kind of to that point, but I think it's just going to get worse and worse.
Oh man, trust me, it's already worse and worse the way that people like, get information and all this good stuff. Like people don't even fully read no more. But hold on. Shout out to my man Jet. He says, "Happy 4th, y'all just stopping to say hi." All right, hey man, shout out to my man Jet, bro. Hope you're having a good one out there.
Razor blade hard.
Seriously, call me after. I got ideas for another show for you.
All right, got you, big dog. All right, man. I'll see you on the next one.
Yeah, see you guys later.
All right, man. I guess it's just me and just me and you holding it down on this one. Oh, guys, if you also want to join in on the stream, you can as well. The call-in line is open. Shout out to Big Wave Dave and all the other supporters. So let's go ahead and get it started. All righty here.
But now Trump has started the Iran war and about 18 others. So it's been
that makes room for a lot of interpretations, and they conflict so much. So that might help understand why there's so many issues.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting. I want to end with just some quick fire. Very quickly, just ask each of you. I'll start with you, Cenk. There'll be 45 presidents. Who's the best and who's the worst?
Oh, that's a tough one. Okay, FDR probably the best, but obviously Lincoln, Jefferson, and so many others in the running. And then the worst is between Trump and Bush. They've both been epic disasters. I had Bush ahead of Trump because of the Iraq war, but now Trump has started the Iran war and about 18 others. So it's been a pretty epic disaster. I'll tell you who's going to be the best president ever, the one who gets us independence from Israel. Pope was complaining about Mexican flags. How about Israeli flags?
Going to be on me like a
can't help himself.
I mean, bro, if we're going off the raw numbers, Bush would still be considered a worse president. If we're going off raw numbers here, lives lost, money spent, and all that, Bush is still worse. If your main thing you're focusing on is Western intervention, Bush would definitely still be worse.
He can't help himself.
He can't help himself.
I gotta respect the guy.
Yeah, I know. That's because why don't you get out of our country and then I won't ever talk about it again.
All right.
Once Israel starts sucking off of us, then I'll let it go.
Amazing.
I don't think
that's amazing. I love
it. The second question for you. I'm going to ask each of you 3 questions. The second question for you, Cenk. What is the greatest thing America's given the world? One thing.
Human rights. We're the ones who pushed to have international law and rules about decency and being good to one another and obeying the laws. Okay. Unfortunately, of course, our ally Israel.
It's got to be quick fire. This you can't mention Israel in every answer. But we've got to be quick fire. Final question.
Can't help it, Piers.
Final question. Cenk. I'm going to ask all of you the same 3 questions. So Cenk. Hang on. Final question for Cenk. Americans, I assume you think you have the greatest country in the world. Fine. What's the second best country in the world?
That's a good question.
Well, definitely not Britain.
It ain't y'all.
So I guess I'll go with Canada.
Canada. Okay.
I don't know about that either, but I mean, on what metrics? I'd have to ask them on what metrics, like overall metrics, like, country, economy, military force, freedom, and all that good stuff. I don't know. If we leave out the freedom, then it would have to be either Russia or China. But if we include freedom, then I ain't gonna lie, the Russia and China is kind of just thrown out to dry at that point because they really don't got too much freedoms over there, especially in China. Russia, maybe, but not China.
I love our brothers in Canada.
Brianna, same questions for you. Best and worst president ever.
I'd agree with FDR. Worst as the best. Worst, some combination of Andrew Jackson or Woodrow Wilson, who, oversaw the Trail of Tears and, some of the worst offenses and betrayals of American ideals. Andrew Johnson, who failed to actually stick the landing on the Civil War. And so we got to all the retrenchment and Jim Crow for another 100 years, et cetera. What was the second question?
The second one is, what is the greatest thing America's given the world?
Oh, I mean, there's so much in terms of music and culture.
Give me one thing you just think that was great.
I got to say, our musical traditions are.
Damn, not the first to bed, not the right to bear arms, all that good stuff. She said our musical traditions.
Have you ever heard of the Drevlians? Well, of course you haven't. Olga wiped out their entire civilization. You see, her husband Igor had a problem. He was a king, but the Drevlians wasn't paying him his tribute. So he pulled up to the Drevlians. He said, yo, where my money? The Drevlians said, oh, your money's up there. He said, huh? Up where? They said, well, God. Some messengers pulled up to Olga. They said, girl, they done your husband. And that's when Olga got to plotting. She said, okay, so my son is the new king, but since he's only 3 years old, that make me the new king. They said, but you woman. She said, who gonna stop me? Everybody said, she said, that's what I thought. Go to the next slide. So Olga was crowned regent and she wanted nothing more than to get back against the Drevlians, which was ironic because the Drevlian prince wanted nothing more than to get him some Olga. He saw the picture. He said, ooh, she kind of, hey, y'all send her a proposal and ask her if she want to marry me. His advisor said, great suggestion. But didn't you, her husband? He said, yes, you're not going to worry about that. Yeah, he was definitely wrong about that. Some Drevlian messengers pull up to Olga. They said, okay, girl, you coming up in the world. We see you the regent now. Our prince sent us over because he want to marry you. She said, ha! What do you say? They said, girl, we just reading what it says on the paper. Don't hurt the messenger. Ain't that a saying? She said, I ain't going to hurt you. I'm going to give you like some nice accommodations. Y'all go to your boat and tomorrow we gonna get you right. They said, okay, we appreciate y'all. So the Drevlians went to their boat. Next day, their boat start getting carried while the Drevlian messengers are in it. They said, okay, yeah, them folk know how to party. They put the boat in a ditch. And they start putting dirt in the ditch. They said, okay. Olga said, we're going to bury y'all. They said, no, hold on now. Olga buries the Drevlian messengers. And it's written that she whispers to them, how do you like your new accommodations? But what she does next actually is far more terrifying because she tells everybody, all right, stay quiet. because we not finished. She sends a message to the Drevlian prince. At this point, the Drevlians didn't know what happened to the messenger. So she sends a message. She said, hey, I got y'all messengers. That was really sweet. But like, if you really like me for real, prince, like you would send like more higher class nobility messengers. The Drevlian prince looked at her picture. He said, send her whatever she wants. So Drevlian nobility pull up to Olga. Olga said, man, y'all must be tired from y'all journey. I'm gonna make a bath for y'all and it's gonna be hot. The Drevlian said, that's a little suspicious, but we appreciate you. Where the bath at? It's over there? She said, yeah, it's over there. The Drevlian nobility go in the bath, they lock the bath, and they light that thing up. But here's where things start to get wicked, because Olga said, hold up, we not finished. She sends a message to the Drevlian prince. She said, man, you so sweet. I want to see you in person. He said, it's on now. Olga pull up to Drevlian land. The prince pull up. He said, man, Olga, you looking good. Like, I seen your picture, all that. Like, let me give you a tour. She said, where'd y'all? My husband. He said, huh? Oh, over there. She goes over there and she pays her respects to her husband. The prince's advisor said, sir, that's kind of like weird. The prince said, nah, she just sad. Like, we did her husband. Like, come on, let's have a feast. And she gonna like warm up to us. You know what I mean? They all have a feast. Olga said, how's the wine? They said, oh, actually, no, it's pretty good. No, Olga didn't do nothing to the wine because she wanted to watch them suffer. She looked at her soldiers and she said, everybody. The Drevlian prince said, huh? She said, you heard me. The Drevlians were not prepared. They thought it was about to be a regular dinner. Her soldiers, full on armor, decked out swords and all that, start taking everybody out. And she starts walking through the streets, encouraging her soldiers, egging them on. She said, yeah, get him right there. Good job, good job, good job, good job. She took out 5,000 Drevlians. But then she looks back and she says, we not finished. She brings the rest of her army over to finish the Drevlians off. So the Drevlians went over to their castle town to guard it up. So a siege ensued. A whole year passes. The Drevlians are starving. They're desperate. Olga said, don't stop until they're all gone. The Drevlians are defending pretty well. So Olga sends them a message saying, look, come outside. We ain't gonna hurt you. Like, you know, everything good, everything square. The Drevlians said, you're not gonna fool us this time. Olga said, no, I'm over the whole husband thing, y'all. I promise. All y'all have to do is just send me a small tribute. Send me your best birds, your best pigeons, and we're gonna call it square. The Drevlian said, okay, well, that's not too bad. We send you some pigeons, we send you some birds. They send her some pigeons. Olga and her soldiers attach sulfur rocks to the birds, light them on fire. They let the birds go. And the birds naturally go back into the Drevlian capital. Since they're trained birds, they fly back to their nest. They light their nests on fire. They light the capital up ablaze. It was a lot of birds. And in the chaos, her soldiers storm in and they take the city. And she leaves a bit of Drevlians left and tells them, remember that tribute that y'all was paying my husband in the beginning of this whole story? Y'all gonna continue paying that. And the craziest part is, after her revenge, she turns out to be a pretty good ruler for her nation. She says, all right, cool, my revenge is over. Now I can focus on the nation. She even does so much for the church. They make her a saint. Her name is Saint Olga. Matter of fact, she even got a statue up in Kiev in Ukraine because that's where her nation's capital was located. And the Drevlians can't even be mad because their people don't exist anymore. Damn.
Oh God, Olga was a savage. I mean, respect to Olga. I mean, damn, real savage out there in them streets back in the day. I mean, they did, you know, kill her husband. So I guess it goes to show, don't kill a woman's husband and not expect her to come after your ass in full force.
100 years, etc. What was the second question?
The second one is, what is the greatest thing America's given the world?
I mean, there's so much in terms of music and culture.
Give me one thing you just think.
Oh, and shout out to all the wives out there. Hopefully that story inspired you to be a real ride or die. Because that's a ride or die. Boy, man, she took out a whole group of people for her husband. Murderously touching. I ain't gonna lie. Homicidally touching. I ain't gonna lie.
That was great.
I gotta say, our musical traditions, R&B, jazz.
Give me one musician. Give me one from the world of music. Someone that you think just says.
All-time favorite, Stevie Wonder.
Stevie Wonder. You know what? Great call. Great call. And what's the second best country in the world? Assuming you think America's the best.
I mean, it depends on what you're asking about, like on what basis the country is great.
Has to be quick fire this. There's no time for speeches.
That's really, I will say that I spent 5 or 6 years growing up in Kenya as a kid. And one thing I like about it that's like America is that it's got a lot of geographic diversity.
Okay.
It's Kenya. The origin of human beings.
It's a good call. I love Kenya.
On this planet, and it's the most beautiful place I've ever been.
Okay.
So.
It's got to be quick fire. We're running out of time, but thank you. Okay. You're free. Let me bring in Brian. Brian, best
Kenya's nice. Kenya is a nice place to live. You don't got freedom of speech or like that. I don't know if women's rights is prospered out there like it's prospered over here, but hey, it's still a nice place.
The worst president ever.
Honestly.
I've got the best George Washington. He kicked this whole thing off.
Yeah.
I've got the worst. It's a tie between Bush Jr. and Bush Sr. They both were horrible for this country. The greatest thing America has given the world is opportunity. You can come here legally and launch the American dream, become whatever you want to become. And I'm a big music fan, and I'm very thankful for a lot
and
of the
your
artists.
second greatest country?
Costa Rica. No military. It's all about the people, clean living, healthy environment, friendly people, great ocean, good surf. Love Costa Rica.
Okay, Andrew, best and worst
Yes.
presidents.
Okay, the gutting of the middle class and destruction of the small business sector is a result of Ronald Reagan. So I'm going to go ahead and say Reagan, worst president. Sorry if that offends anybody on the panel.
Fair. No, I ain't gonna lie though. I do disagree with Reagan heavily on this fair trade deal, the whole fair trade idea. And the problem is he got the whole fair trade wrong. What was it? It was the economist Ricardo, I believe his national Edward Ricardo, I believe. Somebody correct me on that, but he's he's pretty much like a famous old-time economist that came up with the whole free trade idea. And Ronald Reagan wasn't doing free trade right. He actually just sold out American jobs, sold out the middle class. Let's just be real about that. And he did some good things in other places, but when it came to your average American, he kind of fucked us over. Fucked a lot of y'all over, especially in the steel industry. Free trade was only supposed to be invoked if we can't produce it here. We could produce steel here. We could produce cars here. So why are we engaging in this free trade policy with countries that honestly is undermining us? We're undermining our own citizens. So why are we letting these countries build what we can build here in our own country? And the thing is, well, I'll tell you why. Because, well, these countries can do it for cheaper. And once again, that's corporatism getting out of control. And they're undermining us for what? Cheaper production, or I would say a cheaper workforce. And that doesn't help Americans. That just helps the corporations. While these corporations are of the benefit of American consumerism, which is the top consumerist market in the world, by the way. So we should be pretty, I would say, I don't know. I do know, but I'm gonna say we should be pretty, we should have some type of distinction when it comes to these corporations and who we allow to actually outsource their jobs. I mean, if you truly can't do it here, the materials aren't here, the ores aren't here, okay, great, go outside the country. But if it's right here, there really should be no excuse. And maybe if we can't remove the material because of environmental reasons, okay, sure, I can get down with that. But the whole free trade idea was built on if we can't build it here. Not, if we can build it out there for cheaper, we should do it. No, that's undermining the American people.
Well, best president, I'm going to have to steal Chank's answer, and I'm going to go with FDR because of the Green New Deal. If he did that, also the expansion of national parks and public infrastructure projects.
Okay, and the greatest thing America's given the world?
The plane, the cell phone, peanut butter, music. We've done everything.
Crunchy peanut butter. I like that.
And in the world of music, who's the great American musician of ever, do you think?
I think the rapper Chief Keef, but that's just my opinion. It's a generational opinion.
Got it. And your second favorite country after America?
Yeah. Okay. Cultural contributions and food contributions. I'm going to go Mexico because I love Mexican people, heritage, and culture. However, I think most functional country that I've been to would be Denmark. I was in Copenhagen and someone told me their college was free.
Yeah.
I like Denmark. Okay. And Adam, the best and worst president.
The best and worst president of the United States, the best president would be undoubtedly Abraham Lincoln. No doubt, freed the slaves. You don't have to be a victim anymore. The worst president, I don't focus on the worst. I focus on the best. We're the best. The future looks bright. The worst is probably Putin, Xi, and Jenks boy, the Ayatollah. I like to focus on the best. And then what was the next question?
The greatest thing America's given the world, other than yourself.
I mean,
greatest thing
I may disagree with Adam on a lot, but I guess I could agree with him on that. He's like, man, we're the first and the second best. F you talking about. I was like, okay, bro. Okay. All right. I love it. I love the
America's done everything number one across the board. Gold medal, gold medal, gold medal. Money, power, and respect. First you get the money, then you get the power, then you get the respect. Number one in GDP, number one in GDP per capita of all major countries. In fact, our poorest country, Pierce, Mississippi, MISSSIPPI, is the GDP per capita is $1,000 more, then yo,
All right,
people in Britain, our worst state is better than your best state.
I would add
As far as
humility,
music goes, I'll give
humility
you-
to the list of things you've given the world, and I would say that with a smirk on my face.
Yeah.
Let's give me the second best country.
Now, they hate when we point that out. It's like, dog, it's like y'all can't compare to us economically. Our worst state is doing better than your whole country. It's like our best country, our best state is doing better damn near than the entire world. I mean, shout out to California. I mean, look, this is a good time to rep California right now, even though they're kind of screwing themselves over. But it is true, bro. California is doing better than mostly all these countries. Like, that's just a fact.
Oh, rock and roll.
Second best country.
The second best country. The
One
second
of you
best
has
country,
to say it. You
it's
obviously know why I'm asking this
It's a
question.
tie. It's a tie. It's a tie between our British former overlords, and of course Israel, that gave us Judeo-Christian biblical values
Well, which
here
one
in
are you going
America.
for?
Of course.
Which one are you giving? Which one are you going to go for?
Nah, ain't no way.
Pierce,
bro
because
said
I
that.
respect.
Ain't no way. He said the UK and Israel, a creation of basically the UK. Oh, okay, bro. Okay. Oh, man, I don't know about that.
Thank you so much on your show today. I'll pledge allegiance to Britain. Well, we all know America's the best, buddy.
Boom. We're going to cut that back to you saying, I pledge allegiance to Britain. And that's going to be
Boom.
the only clip we put out.
There you go, buddy.
I want to wish you all through gritted teeth a very happy 250th anniversary of your independence. I'll have a quiet day, cup of tea probably, and just think about what might have been if George III hadn't been such a complete lunatic. But congratulations to America.
Exactly.
You're an amazing idea. You're
God
flawed
bless
like
America,
my country is,
baby.
but at your best, you are magnificent. And the people in it are magnificent. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
All right, that was not too bad. Everybody in there was, well, yeah, everybody in there is American except for Pierce. And pretty much talking about their ideals of America. The only thing I didn't like was, I don't know, it's like I said, it's like my people who are mostly liberal love them to death, though. Still, they do have this, I guess, defeatist attitude, I guess, when it comes to the America. It's like I said, I'm like, lady, you really don't have it better anywhere else. I mean, you go to another country, you lose rights as a woman. But I mean, I guess they forget that part. I guess they forget because they still have the option of coming back here and they're still under protection of this country. If anything happens to this young lady overseas, we're going to crash out about her. And I think they forget that part.
And the people in it are magnificent. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly.
But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into the media analysis, guys. We got a lot here. Trump wants to ditch his own trade deal between the U.S., Canada, and Mexico. Breaking Iran Supreme Leader fears Israeli assassination. Iran reportedly rejects U.S. offer on the Strait of Hormuz. So we're going to get into it, guys. All right, let's go ahead and start. Let's see. Do I want to start with Iran or trade deals? F it. We'll start with Iran, then we'll work into the trade deals.
50 celebrations continue. President Trump is set to speak at Mount Rushmore tonight, and it's the beginning of quite the balancing act this holiday weekend. He's juggling responsibilities at home and abroad and prepping for a major speech tomorrow. Peter Ducey is live at the White House. He has more. Good morning, Peter.
Good morning, Dana. And officials here are not going to be negotiating with their Iranian counterparts for at least a couple days because these Iranians are asking for a break so they can have a big state funeral for the late Ayatollah.
Yeah, so they're finally having a funeral for the late Ayatollah Khomeini. And the crazy part about it is that, but they literally told us, like, look, Israel, America, if you attack us during this funeral, I swear to God, you don't even want to know what we're going to do. So Iran pretty much gave us a pretty stern threat, pretty much saying, like, look, if you attack us during this funeral, I promise, bro, there's going to be problems. And there's a reason why I can understand that, because, I mean, if you attack a funeral like this, I mean, you're going to kill a lot of people. Yeah, and it's funny because you're not going to see this photo on mainstream media because it destroys the illusion that 90% of the Iranian people hate the Ayatollah, hate the government. Well, I don't know, but there's a lot of people. These are millions of people. I mean, we were supposed to get these people to go against the government, but they're over here celebrating the death of the leader. It's like, do you see the problem here? So there was no regime change. There was a huge rallying around the flag. But hey, it is what it is. Anything else? All right, perfect. And let's go back to it with Iran.
Died on the first day of Operation Epic Fury. So All that means it could be a quiet weekend in the Strait of Hormuz.
We had one night where we took 22 ships. That's a lot of oil. Those are big ships. We're negotiating, and we'll see whether or not. I think they've agreed to just about everything we need.
But the Iranians said no to this deal. According to the Wall Street Journal, the U.S. diplomats offered a trade-off to Iran: relinquish its claim to control the strait and renounce toll payments in exchange for billions of dollars.
Yeah, no, that's not going to happen. That is not going to happen. Because here's the thing, like, one, in the memorandum of understanding, they already said, well, in the memorandum of understanding, it said that Iran will be administering the strait. Now, I'm not sure what the U.S. people, what our U.S. negotiators thought, because when I read administer the strait, I'm like, they're pretty much saying that they'll be running the strait, tolling and all. And they're over here going like, no, they're going to administer the opening of the strait. I'm like, no, dog. Look what they're doing right now in front of our face. But yes, U.S. diplomats offer a trade-off to Iran. The people said relinquish its claim to the control of the strait and renounce toll payments in exchange for billions of dollars of unfrozen funds. And here's the thing, we already gave them $12 billion of unfrozen funds just to show up to the talks. So they already got that. We already released the sanctions off their oil and petrochemicals. So, they already got that. And they're only waiting on $12 billion to, we pretty much said we're going to give them the other $12 billion to pretty much conclude the deal, to pretty much sign the peace deal and to make it solidified. If that doesn't happen, then I'll be real with you, things are going to go back to the way they were, which we don't need to happen, like with the strait closed and gas prices skyrocketing or energy price skyrocketing across the board. So the problem is, I can see why Iran shot this down. It's like, dog, you already gave us $12 billion just for pulling up. You got the Gulf countries giving us $300 billion just for stopping this war, having a ceasefire. So why do you think we relinquish control of the strait when we're getting so much, and it's not even because we're tolling the strait? Like, you really think they're going to give that up, guys? But guess what? They'd never had this if we didn't start this war.
Of unfrozen funds. That means the Iranians have basically calculated control of the Strait of Hormuz is priceless. Oil prices have still plummeted, though.
Oh, it is. And let's be real. If anybody who says that, we just need to get Iran off the Strait of Hormuz, trust me, I agree with you fully. But can we do that without destroying the global economy and without decimating the entire Middle East? I doubt it. That's the problem. If we could do this without destroying the global economy and decimating the entire Middle East, trust me, I'd be all for it. I'll be with you guys talking about finish the job. But sadly, finishing the job means, we got to be okay with our Gulf allies being struck, water internet cables possibly being severed, and water desalination centers being destroyed. We got to get down with that. And if you're not down with that, then trust me, finishing the job is out of the question.
The president's economic team is trying to figure out why a 50% drop in the cost of oil hasn't meant a 50% drop in the cost of a gallon of gas.
The spot price of oil almost made $150 a barrel. Now it's in the 60s. It's about a 50% drop. And normally that kind of percentage change of oil
breaking politics. Let me explain to you why you're a dumbass. Destroying do you understand where Iran is positioned? Have you looked at a map? So maybe I need to bring up a map for you, but this shows kind of how dumb you are on this subject. Because if you look at Iran on a map and you look at where our internet cables are laid and you look at where our Gulf allies are in proximity to Iran, and you also understand how Iran's missile capabilities are a huge threat in that region because it could reach everywhere in that region, you would understand that, oh yeah, hold on, these Gulf countries are holding up our petrodollar. They're holding up our AI stocks. And the only reason they're doing that is because they're able to produce oil in their region. Now, Iran has the capability of destroying oil refineries, destroying water desalination centers, and nuclear power plants in that region if they choose to. That is what's on the line if we can choose to escalate things with them. Apparently, you didn't know that, or you wouldn't have made such a foolish comment.
prices feeds through to gasoline prices over the next month or two. And so we're very, very bullish on what's going to happen to gas prices over the rest of the summer.
And President Trump's got 3 policy meetings plus 30 minutes of signing time on his schedule today before flying out to Mount Rushmore, even though most federal workers have the day off. Dana.
All right. Well, Peter Ducey, thank you. Stay cool. We'll see you soon. Thanks.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox.
All right, now here, and don't worry, guys, it won't be on Fox News forever, but we do need to get some coverage here on both sides. But all right, let's get into it again. Oh, If you have any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements, feel free to super chat it in. Make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. And if you want to double your support or just send support straight to me, you can go ahead and use Venmo. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get right into it.
Says Iran has agreed to most of the United States' demands.
I've defeated them militarily. They're totally defeated militarily. They have some missiles left. We could wipe them out too. And I hit them 3 times last week very hard.
Guys, here's a problem with this. One, Iran still retains about 70% of their pre-war missiles. This comes from, well, our own intelligence, actually. So, yes, the CIA on Iran's missile capability is actually not the best assessment I've ever heard, because here it is. Now, let me go ahead, and this comes from the New York Times, of course, and other sources, but a confidential CIA assessment concluded that Iran retains roughly 70% of its pre-war missile stockpile and 75% of its mobile launchers. The intelligence directly contradicts public assertions made by the Trump administration, which previously claimed that Iran missile capability had been decimated. Yeah, guys, it's not true. So when Trump sits there and try to tell you that, oh, no, their missiles are done, their missiles are gone. No, guys, they're still the threat. And the only reason he's telling you that is because he is trying to kind of calm things down, because we do understand that Iran's biggest threat are their missiles and drones, which they have been exercising use of extensively. It's kind of reason why they're able to push people out of the Strait of Hormuz, why they're able to get these Gulf states to scramble for a peace deal, is because of their missiles. And the missiles that they build underground and build inside of mountains that they could also shoot from underground and shoot from outside of mountains. That's one of the main reasons why we can't take out all of their missile capability, literally without pulling boots on the ground and accessing those underground facilities. I mean, guys, this is why boots on the ground would be a complete shit show. All right, back to it.
Because they sent a drone into a ship, I hit them, and we're negotiating, and we'll see whether or not. I think they've agreed to just about everything we need.
However, the Islamic Republic issuing a warning to oil tankers moving through the Strait of Hormuz that they must use approved routes or face a, quote, forceful response. Fox News contributor and former CIA station chief Dan Hoffman joins me now. Dan, good morning to you. So these negotiations right now, of course, aren't just about Iran's nuclear program. They're also over the Strait of Hormuz. And yesterday, Iran doubled down on their demand to control the routes that ships take through the strait. Here's the quote from Iran's military command. They say any failure to comply, deviation from the designated routes, or disregard for the navigation protocols of the Islamic Republic of Iran in the Strait of Hormuz will be met with an immediate and forceful response from the...
And they've already proven that they can do that. A Singapore ship tried to use a different route in the Strait of Hormuz, and they shot at it with a drone. It's like, yeah, guys, you see the problem here? And what Iran is pretty much saying, that you will use this designated route, you will pay this toll, and you'll make it through the strait safely. If not, we will shoot at you. I mean... period, point blank, guys. This is what they're pretty much saying. And I know what a lot of people are saying. Oh, well, why can't we just remove them off the strait? I mean, we tried and it didn't work. And if we keep trying, then things are only going to get worse for the entire global economy. So I'm not sure if we really want to throw away our entire economy for war with Iran. That's the problem here. And if you want to, then I mean, that's just where we difference in opinion, my friend.
The armed forces endangering the security of the violating vessels. So is the situation now that ships are forced to either choose between Iranian demands or brave waters that are overseen by the United States? Because that does not feel like the free flow of commerce here.
Yeah, it's not quite the free flow of commerce. Iran doesn't want to close the strait entirely because they need it open to export their oil. We've lifted the blockade, and so they are selling their oil.
And guys, here's the thing, like the blockade, I mean, I'm gonna be real with you guys, it was a complete scam. Now, what you guys got to understand is that the blockade couldn't have worked on Iran because Iran still has they has the Caspian Sea to get over to the Caspian Sea to get over to Russia, and then they can just use their pals in Pakistan to get into China. That's the problem with this whole, the naval blockade. Like, you really think we were stopping them from the top buyers when they have other ways of accessing them? They have a rail with Russia, Kazakhstan, and China to get their oil over there. Like, it's going to take a little longer, but let's be real. We're not really holding them up on with the blockade, especially if you look at a map. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do, guys, is just look at a map and understand what the hell we dealing with. Like, this is Iran. Here's Pakistan right into China. And then they got the Caspian Sea right into Russia. And then they got this little railway system here that I guess they can make it through the Caspian Sea, get into Russia, Kazakhstan, and all the way into our guys over here in China. Do you see the problem? So how could this have worked if they have all these other routes here? And here's the thing, like, bro, they're like the blockade is right here, guys. This is where the blockade was at. And like I said, Iran could just go through Pakistan or just completely avoid that waterway altogether and go through the Caspian Sea into Russia to get to their two biggest buyers. Like, do you see the problem here on why that whole blockade was such a goofy idea? I know. And I said it first day that it was a goofy idea. They're going to put a blockade on top of a blockade when these guys can take different routes?
Oil at market prices, and that revenue is important to their regime, especially, obviously, the IRGC, which I believe will try to use that money to rearm and reconstitute their ballistic missiles and their drones. But at the same time, Iran wants to project power, and they want to enforce some control over their own self-designated sphere of influence. They want to make it clear to the Gulf states and the United States that they can control the Strait of Hormuz going forward, that they will have a role to play in how it's managed.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. And President Trump said that he wants to give diplomacy a try, but there is, of course, a limit to everything. And these statements that Iran are making about the strait are obviously pushing it. So what would a military operation actually look like for the United States?
Bruh. Nah, you see how Fox News is. She couldn't even talk about, well, how can we get to a diplomatic reasoning with Iran? No, she's like, you know what, fuck all that. You know, how can we just get back to bombing Iran and throwing away the world economy? What does that look like? Please tell us, what does that look like, friend?
To regain control or gain control of the Strait of Hormuz if it comes to that.
Hilarious.
So first, I think it's important to emphasize we're in kind of an inflection point right now. I don't expect anything to happen between now, July 4th and July 9th, during the funeral for Ayatollah Khamenei. After that, the question is whether we head to negotiations, in real good faith negotiations, which we have not begun yet. There were indirect discussions in Doha, but nothing substantive about Iran's nuclear program. And of course, we've got to be concerned about their ballistic missile program and their support to proxy terrorists. Everything that was wrong about the JCPOA, the sunset clauses on Iran's nuclear program. President Trump will be held accountable for delivering something better. And as far as a military strike is concerned, the president reportedly was briefed this week about military options, and he chose to let diplomacy run its course for a little longer.
I mean, let's be real. Trump already said out loud why he won't go back to kinetic strikes. Why? Because we're on strategic low. Bro, our strategic oil is at what? An all-time low. So we can't keep this going. We can't keep dumping our strategic reserves into the oil market, trying to pretty much bring down prices. In China, they can't keep holding back 40% of their oil exports to keep the global price down. It's like, bro, it's funny how the two superpowers are doing the most they can to keep oil prices down, and it still ain't enough. This is why Trump won't go back into war. And then also there's the fact that he even said it out loud. He's like, bro, Iran has a right to defend themselves with missiles. We're not trying to go after their proxies, so they're going to have that. We're still going to have to deal with that. And then there's the overlining fact of, well, he doesn't want to cause a global depression, because he said it out loud. He said, I don't want to be Nixon. I don't want to be Hubert. Guys like Herbert. Like, what are you guys trying to do here? And Trump said it out loud again. He said, if you think that we should just go back into war with Iran and destroy the global economy, you're stupid. The man said it out loud. So I don't even know really what the debate is with some of you guys.
We've destroyed some large percentage of Iran's missiles and drones, but they still retain enough asymmetric capabilities, their Mosquito fleet, mines, some missiles and drones, to cause problems for us in the Strait of Hormuz. If we were to mount a military operation, it would be costly, economically costly, potentially. And so the president will have to wait.
Not potentially, no. It's for sure. It's for sure. Not even potentially no more. It's for sure, because they'll close the strait and gas prices will skyrocket again. So for sure. Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation. Bye. Double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys. And if you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, feel free to Venmo or super chat it in. Oh, and like I said, make sure to smash that like button.
doing that versus the approaching midterms and the potential impact on the global economy and ours as well.
Dan, given your line of work, I'm sure that you've spent many 4th of July holidays overseas in various war zones, and we thank you so much for that. But also with that in mind,
All good.
what would you like to say about America in honor of the 4th of July, Independence Day, and America 250?
Well, I will, just drawing on my own experience, I can tell you from having served in war zones overseas, my colleagues and I in the intelligence community and U.S. military and State Department, if we couldn't be with our families at home, there was no place we'd rather be than out there on the front lines doing what we could to keep our country safe. And on July 4th, my sons and I will gather with our friends and family and shoot off some fireworks in the neighborhood. But we think about our brave, patriotic American servicemen and women overseas, many of them in harm's way, keeping us safe so that we can enjoy this holiday, which is extraordinarily special to us all. And it's a time to reflect on our extraordinary nation.
A great message, a great reminder. Former CIA Station Chief Dan Hoffman, we thank you so much for joining us. Happy 4th of July.
Thanks, same to you.
And all right, guys, we'll get back more into Iran later, but let's go to Trump wants to ditch his own trade deal between the U.S., Canada, and Mexico. Most likely to make it more beneficial towards the United States, but let's see what they're doing with that. And then while we get into that, please enjoy this nice little video here about Chinese-made cars.
It's crazy to me they all about competition and capitalism until China enters the competition. Then all of a sudden it's like, banned. Like, what? Now, this was probably out of my price range, but this shit going for like $100K. In America, that bitch go for like 1.5 M's. BYD is elite. I want parts. Oh, it's slide parking, because some of y'all can't parallel park for shit. Guess what? Problem solved. Real reason that they're banned is because of the affordability. Imagine a bunch of electric vehicles all under $30,000. That's $21,000 right there. And the BYD Seagull, that bitch 8K. You understand? And then people here are like, well, we can't match those prices. Oh, that's not my problem. I don't give a fuck if y'all can't match the prices. Sounds like you got outwitted, outmanned, outnumbered, and trying to cook y'all. Elon, I don't give a fuck. I'm trying to get one of these. The Seal, hard. Even with the 100% tariff, it's still better priced. And then they had their little auto show this past year where it's like a bunch of different companies competing with each other, and they're all competing by lowering prices as much as possible. Now they have some new battery that can charge from 6% to 100% in less than 5 fucking minutes. They gotta be held hostage by Dweeb Musk, who somehow just gets every single government contract when it comes to Teslas and when it comes to SpaceX. Trillionaire, I might add. Why? He faces no competition. Oh yeah, no, they're way better, way more affordable. But we're gonna ban them, so you could try to go to Canada or go to Mexico and then ship the car here.
All righty, guys. And isn't that hilarious, though? I was just saying, I'm like, that would probably make Elon Musk do a little bit better with the Tesla. He don't got to do better with the Tesla because we're keeping out competition. And here's the thing, the Tesla's already a pretty good product. Let's just keep it real. Tesla's a really good product. But I ain't gonna lie, man. I might want them BYD cars. I might need to F around and find out. Apparently, it's way cheaper than Tesla, and it looks harder too. I ain't gonna lie, it looks better. It does, bro. Okay, it does. It looks better, and Teslas look sexy too. But I ain't gonna lie, those cars look pretty good. It did slide parking. Did y'all not see the slide parking? Like, come on now. But all right, guys. All right, back to it. Sorry.
President Trump calling a mulligan on one of the signature trade deals of his first term. The White House announced yesterday that it will not renew the USMCA trade agreement with Mexico and Canada. The decision comes as no surprise. Here's President Trump just a few weeks ago.
I don't know that I'm going to renew it because, to be honest with you, the United States does much better. Hey, we don't need anything that Canada has. We don't need anything that Mexico has, but they need everything that we have.
So in 2024, the U.S. imported more than $900 billion in goods from both Mexico and Canada. The White House blames the deal for worsening the U.S. trade deficits with Mexico and Canada. Now, the decision raises economic uncertainty for businesses. The supply chains they have run through all three countries, and critics fear significant changes could raise prices on everything from new cars to lumber and groceries. Group chat is back. Mike is taking notes.
But here's a problem, though. Like, these guys, I ain't gonna lie. Like, the problem is, though, they benefit off our consumerism. So yeah, they don't have our consumerism. They're kind of cooked, and we can always go to somewhere else for China and Mexico to run our products. Is if all they are is cheap labor, we can always go somewhere. Well, I know Mexico is cheap labor. Canada, not so much, not so much. But they do help us out on lumber and energy, though. So that'd be a problem. That would definitely be a problem. Other than that, though, I don't know. Mexico, we can replace them. Canada, not so much.
New cars to lumber and groceries. Group chat is back. Mike is taking notes. What are you?
I am taking notes.
Yes,
I'm
it's
writing
fine.
these
That's
down.
actually a badge of honor on this show.
Well, I appreciate that.
So tell me what you think of this. I look at this as NAFTA 3.0, which we know they didn't really like NAFTA.
Here's the thing, though. I don't think he's gonna try to honestly break relations with these countries. He's just gonna look for something that's more rewarding for Americans. So, and that's what I do got to give Trump on when it comes to these deals. If he ever fixes them or go back on them, it's because he want to make a better deal for us. So I'll give him that one.
In the first place.
Right.
And it sounds like they don't like the UMCA any much better.
So I think the most important part of this reporting is the unpredictability of what we're talking about here. This trade agreement goes through 2036, I believe. So if we didn't renegotiate and do this the way that they want to, which is every year, which creates that unpredictability, which is terrible for business, looking down the road, we should know what the deal is. But why is Trump doing this now? I think it's the transshipment of Chinese goods through Mexico. He feels that they're cheating. It is the trade.
True. It is kind of true though. The transshipping through Mexico is cheating, and we do need to reconcile that. But it does help get these Chinese products that are usually banned from coming straight from China. Like, we wanted to get those BYDs that I was showing you guys, those electric cars. Yeah, they would have to be shipped through China, or maybe parts shipped to China, built in China, and sent into the U.S. And that would destroy the electric car market. I'm not even gonna lie. There's a lot of things we kind of keep out of our market because China just makes it way too cheap.
Deficit that you're talking about, and he likes bilateral deals rather than these trilateral deals.
He doesn't really like any group anything, and he's
not in a group chat
He's
at all.
No, I don't think so. His group chat is with America and Truth Social. Yeah. So this would be reviewed every 6 years. It expires July 2036, as you said. So that was many years of certainty, which could be out the window. How do Democrats talk about this? I think about this era of deal making, which was pushed by globalization. It's just a huge part of, especially a centrist argument by the Clinton style Democrats.
Here's the thing. It's kind of a bit too late to walk it all back. If we could, we would. But honestly, we should never outsource any of our business, like any of our manufacturing. Any of our mining, all that good stuff, rare earth minerals. We should never outsource that unless we absolutely had to. If we don't got it here, sure, that's what free trade is for. But it's not for stuff that we have here that we're just going to outsource because we want to do it for cheap. That only hurts us in the end.
Do you go to bat to this now in a populist age?
No, it's to your point. This is going to create more uncertainty when people can't afford food, and the majority of our fruits and vegetables come from Mexico. People can't afford housing. Lumber comes from Canada. The fact that he's so arrogant that he just said we don't need anything from these two countries is completely false. We have cars that are made in Mexico that then come here and are assembled here, then are considered made in the USA.
Yeah.
There's so much that these two countries.
Point, Democrats might fight it. There are some Democrats in border states: Washington, Michigan, Arizona, California, and then we had Representative Susan DelBene on here yesterday. She's the head of the group that's supposed to help Democrats get elected. And she said that online, Washington has particularly benefited from this agreement, and it's one of the states with the most to lose by withdrawing. She says withdrawing will harm our already war and tariff-raged economy, threaten jobs. This is a gravely misguided step by the president. I am curious about how this intersects with tariffs, and that regime has not gone well.
Well, I just think that it just is creating more uncertainty in our economy when people can't afford the uncertainty. And when you can't afford your groceries, and our groceries are coming, and a lot of it is coming from Mexico, that is a problem. So it's not even, to me, it's not even necessarily about the minutia of the actual trade agreement and figuring out the specifics of it.
You see it as insult to economic injury.
Exactly. And it's like he does not care literally about anybody, about the American people.
I am going to push back on that because it is going to be.
I would have to tell to hold up on this criticism and let's see what he comes up with. If what he comes up with end up being more expensive on the American people, okay, great. You guys can go crazy, but you're kind of getting mad because he wants to what? Make the deal better? Is like, I don't know about that. You can't really get mad at it until you see what he's trying to do here. All we know is that he just wants to do it. That's it. That's all, guys. So let's wait for further updates on that, and let's see what Trump tries to do with this deal. I mean, hey, other deals worked out for him in the past. Let's see if this one does. And well, like I said, guys, we'll see. Honestly, I see this going in the right direction for him. This actually could be a win if he can make it better. And I'm gonna be real with you, though, with the tariffs, he got some pretty good deals out of the tariffs. Every deal that he got out of the tariffs were overly weighted in our favor. Like, bro, some grossly weighted in our favor to the point where, like, damn, Trump, can they get something too? I know we getting everything, but can they get something too? Like, damn. But all right, though, let's go into the next video here. And let's see here. Trump's niece traces history of corruption. Yeah, I know, right? We got a lot coming out about Trump. Now, what was his financial disclosure came out, and it kind of rubbed a lot of people the wrong way because a lot of his financial growth came from crypto. And damn near rug pulling on and pretty much rug pulled on the Trump court. Yeah, I know, tough. But let's go ahead and let my guy explain it right here.
If you bought a PC, an iPad, or even a smartphone, so this is actually huge healthcare news. Starting July 1st, Medicare's
Well, damn, it's not even that one. I guess I gotta go grab it.
Billions of dollars in profit. No big deal. That's what President Trump says after his latest financial disclosure revealed the massive sums of money he's made on ventures like cryptocurrency since retaking the White House.
Well, I don't do anything having to do with my business. My kids run it. I put a lot of money. I had a lot of money, and I have a lot of money, and I've made money. I'm a business person. I'm a really good business person.
Right.
I mean, there's nothing illegal. There's nothing wrong with it.
Perspective now from the president's niece, Mary Trump. She's the author of the book, Who Could Ever Love You? A Family Memoir. So, Mary, the wealth that your uncle has amassed.
What? Okay, this is gonna be TDS riddled. I'm just gonna, give the disclaimer on that one. TDS alert.
Does it even surprise you? I mean, there's obviously no precedent for a president making over $1 billion of cryptocurrency or accepting a jumbo jet from the Emir of Qatar.
I mean,
no, Anderson, unfortunately, it doesn't surprise me, and neither does the way in which he's accrued this wealth. This is from a history of corruption. I mean, at least Donald comes by it honestly. My grandfather also engaged in all sorts of illicit financial schemes to increase his wealth, and his siblings, especially Donald and a couple of others, continued in that tradition. The problem here is not so much the
you and every wealthy family in America. I'll tell you that right now. I mean, yeah, that's every wealthy family in America, and it should be stopped. But I mean, like, we just can't start with Trump, though. We got to go across the board if that's the case.
ways in which Donald and his family continue to rig the system in their favor. It's the number of people who are willing either to look the other way or to enable it. And let's be clear here, this is very complex, and you have alluded to the many, many ways in which this family continues to enrich itself in ways that are potentially illegal and unconstitutional, but it's very simple. This is the President of the United States endangering the national security of American citizens because he is willing to take money from any foreign entity, no matter how potentially hostile it might be to American interests.
So is Qatar hostile towards American interests? Like, who is Qatar sponsoring in the Middle East to fight Americans? Who is Qatar like really good? How is Qatar going against us? Like, that makes no sense. Like, here's the thing. They're our ally, lady. I mean, if he was taking money from Iran, Hezbollah, the Yemenis, I mean, maybe them, you could sit there and say something, but bro, an ally of the United States? Like, here's the thing. I don't really feel too comfortable about the Qatari jet either, but it's not like he's taking it home with him. The next president will be able to use it or decommission it if they like.
Well, I mean, most of the countries that we know of have been allies of the United States. Certainly, Qatar, UAE, that he's engaged in business. I'm wondering, what do you make of the notion that the president was more concerned about conflicts of interest during his first term, but then discovered that, in his words, nobody cared?
Well, he's wrong, of course. A lot of people care. Unfortunately, no people in power, no people who could rein him in seem to care because they must be benefiting in some way. What I make of it is, and we can explain a lot of these things, the differences between his first and his second term. In his first term, not enough people who were working with him had figured out how to protect him and themselves and their agenda from constitutionality. And then they had 4 years to come up with a new game plan, which was in large part Project 2025. So over the course of that intervening 4 years, Donald and many others were able to figure out how to bypass any of the systems that are designed to keep presidential rapaciousness in check.
Sweetheart, this has been going on longer than Donald Trump. So, like, you're talking about there were these guidelines. I mean, well, these guidelines have been violated for a while now. For a while, presidents have been benefiting from being president, gave millions of dollars off being president. Damn near be able to write a book about being president, make millions of dollars. So, and also inside trading done around their administration and the president themselves. This is what we're seeing with Trump, by the way. So you're not wrong. She's not wrong for calling it out. It's just that, well, what makes your uncle so important, and why weren't you going off during the last couple of presidencies? Because there's a lot of this going around, especially with Nancy Pelosi. So what makes Trump so special? And it should be stopped. But maybe if we'd have stopped it before, instead of picking and choosing when we want to talk about it, this would have been stopped a long time ago. Like when the Dems do it, oh, it's okay. Or when a different family does it, oh, it's okay. But now if the Republicans or when the Trumps do it, oh, now we have a problem. Now we need to expose it. When this has been going on for almost damn near the beginning of this country, honestly.
It's not only the president who's profiting. You've written about your cousins, Don Jr. and Eric Trump, how they're also making money in ways no members of first families have done before.
Yeah, and again, that's also a family tradition, because let's be clear, Donald was never as wealthy as he claimed to be. In fact, his wealth came exclusively from my grandfather. Over the course of his lifetime, before my grandfather died, Donald received over $400 million in gifts and unpaid loans. This was not because he was some brilliant, savvy businessman. And one of the greatest disservices the New York media and the national media did over the course of the 80s and 90s was to portray Donald as this incredibly...
Well, actually, they're allowed to do that. And here's the problem why. And I don't know why she don't understand it. Remember, she's a spoiled girl herself. It looks like she's a bit disgruntled. She probably didn't get cut in on the family money or as much as she wanted. The problem is, though, is that, he could have completely crashed out his father's legacy. You know how much rich people or how much rich fathers passed on their business to their sons and it completely crashed out? Remember the Gettys? Like, bro, built on oil, and then all you gotta do is have a couple bad descendants and it's all over. Like, bro, not even worth the same money as they were anymore. And that happens to a lot of wealthy families all the time. So honestly, it does go to show that Donald Trump is at least responsible enough to keep it going, at least responsible enough to not fuck it all up. Because let's be real, if he was a complete dumbass, then guess what? He'd have fucked it all up and the empire would have been done. I mean, he could lose all his crypto earnings today and he could still fall back on his father's empire that he kept going. So it is kind of effed up to sit there and not take that into account when there's countless other examples of rich fathers or rich family members passing it down to their kids and them fucking it up and completely destroying the wealth.
Brilliant man and self-made man that, of course, he never was. And we're seeing the same thing with his children. It's not, again, that they are savvy or have any kind of specialized skills or knowledge. It's that they just happen to be related to people who have power and political connections. And
it's crazy. So I could say the reason why you were able to get a book out about Trump and you're able to, be on CNN is because you have connections to who? Oh, your family that you're going against, that you're getting mad about. Oh, isn't that hilarious?
And that's what they're trading in on.
It also seems clear that the president will plan to just pardon everybody or anybody around him who he wants when he leaves. I mean, they will cite President Biden doing that for his son and others.
Yeah, of course, the difference being that President Biden and people in his family were actually at risk of being persecuted by the incoming administration. So Donald will absolutely be abusing the pardon power, as he has done since he came into office in 2017. And, it's just really, it's interesting. I heard you refer earlier to Donald describing people as scammers, anybody who invested in crypto. By the same token, my grandfather described renters as unwholesome people, giving the impression that only people who own single family homes that he was trying to sell were upstanding citizens. And then he got a $9 million FHA fund to build rental properties in Brooklyn. And now, obviously, Donald is thrilled about crypto, which, as you pointed out, is not a legitimate, safe investment. Just ask the people who invested in it. So Donald is once again pushing the envelope, and nobody is putting the brakes on it. And at the end of the day, because of his abuse of the presidential pardon power, a lot of people
are goes to show how much you don't know about crypto, because there's still people profiting off crypto today, though. That's the thing. Is like, so it goes to show how much you know about crypto, sadly. But what he did with the Trump coin was duplicitous as hell. Like, he did rug pull the shit out of that coin. Gave it no utility, no nothing, and just rug pulled it once it reached high enough and got away with $1.2 to $1.4 billion. I mean, come on now. But you could tell she don't know anything about crypto.
Are likely to get away with a lot of financial crimes that have done real harm to people who invested in Donald's businesses because they believed in him and what he was selling.
Mary Trump, appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Just as this is all happening and Trump is making those comments, we also get another piece of evidence that the Trump family has
his new acting
extraordinary luck, let's call it that way, in the market. Plan to ease rules on mailing guns could help company that Trump Jr. has a stake in. President Trump's eldest son is a key player in Grab a Gun, a company that hopes to dominate internet firearm sales. They'll dominate it because the president looks like he is about to ease regulations on that. Don Jr. has a stake in the company. He is on the board. So, yeah, I mean, the Trump piece of it is actually just kind of a drop in the bucket compared to what his sons are probably doing.
No, I think back to 2020.
I mean, damn, can you not make it so effing obvious? Like, damn, Trump Jr., can you not make it so obvious that you're trying to build a company based off what your father's gonna do? Like, bruh, that is a bit too obvious. It's like, well, what else is he doing? Like, what?
And Donald Trump coined, and many Republicans coined, Biden, the Biden crime family, because of Hunter Biden. What we're seeing right now is grifting on steroids. And I want my Republican friends to just think about Barack Obama shoes, Barack Obama fragrances, Barack Obama Bibles, Barack Obama watches. Imagine Barack Obama.
Y'all, here's the problem. You guys would all be rocking them right now. But it would be outrageous, and I would be just as outrageous as I am with Trump doing it. So trust me, I'm being pretty fair here, but I ain't gonna lie to you. Y'all would be rocking that shit right now. If Obama came out with the free, bro, you would have Obama fragrance on, bro. Come on. Quit lying to yourself. You'd have had the Obama sneakers on, the Obama watch. Talk about how I'm a true patriotic black man. Okay, bro? Cut the bullshit.
Making a meme coin, Michelle Obama having a meme coin, and then rug pulling and making billions of dollars off of their investors. I find it hypocritical. I find it, if we go back in history, we made Jimmy Carter put his peanut farm in a blind trust. And now you have this president. And I don't really feel bad for anybody. I kind of giggle a little bit because he's making money blindly off the back of his supporters who apparently don't care. which is fascinating to me.
I don't notice.
But also not care, but also I also think that this is a tale as old as time. I mean, this starts out, remember when Grant...
Hold on, guys. I think I finally grabbed the video here.
Donald Trump's massive new federal financial disclosure just dropped, and it's insane, right? He is now officially a $1 billion crypto man, but also the details of how he made that money have a lot of people screaming conflict of interest and just scam. Right? So you haven't tried to claim that he made the money off of the stock market, but the massive 927-page federal disclosure form, it makes it clear that crypto is a driving force. Right? He took in $1.2 billion from his new crypto businesses last year and is probably worth around $6 billion now, up from $2.3 billion just before taking office. And these new digital startups, they completely eclipse the revenue of his vast real estate portfolio that took him decades to build. Right? Over $500 million came from his World Liberty financial business, selling governance tokens, and another $600 million came from selling souvenir meme coins stamped with his own face. And that's why you're seeing a lot of the backlash, because you have people pointing out that Trump locked in these massive profits while everyday investors got completely destroyed, and what many people have been calling rug pulls or pump and dump schemes. It's something we've covered in detail in the past, but it's been so blatant that you had people like crypto investigator CoffeeZilla declaring crime is legal now. And the price of the World Liberty tokens, it has plummeted 80%, and those Trump meme coins, they peaked, at $74. They're currently trading for under $2. And then you've got the connections that many have called suspicious. We take Chinese crypto billionaire Justin Sun, who had a federal fraud lawsuit dropped around the same time that he happened to buy $275 million worth of Trump's tokens. And Sun, he's hardly the only person who spent a lot of money with Trump or his allies and then had lawsuits dropped or pardons handed out. And for many, it looks like Trump's just seemingly fine with crypto scams because right when he came back into office, he rolled back regulations and continued to quash a federal crackdown on the industry. And while you have the White House strongly denying any wrongdoing, saying that Trump's businesses are in a trust run by his sons and that there is zero conflict of interest, at the end of the day, his administration's policies are directly boosting the exact industry, making his family billions of dollars. And if that's not a conflict of interest, then nothing is.
Yeah, trust ran by your sons is a bit weird. And then he tried to say, "Oh, I have no communication with the people that I have run my funds." And I'm like, "But hold on, you said that your sons run it. So you ain't talking to your sons, who was conveniently standing right behind him when he said that?" Like it was wild. I was like, "Bro, really? Okay, bro. Okay."
Was accused of his whiskey sales, and we had LBJ, we had Clinton, we had Biden, obviously. But the thing is what I think's different, and I've said this from the beginning, is the sons especially are doing this wide open.
Yes.
So the criticism of Biden's son as Hunter, yes, was that he did it in secret.
Because look, they're not breaking the glass.
Transparency is not a justification.
It doesn't mean just because are we accusing the president of doing anything illegal? No, we're not. He's really good at making money and has been for a long time.
Hypothetically, if you rob a bank and you don't have a mask on, it doesn't make robbing a bank.
Is he broken a law? That's the part. He's not broken a law.
I'm saying
he's been
my
successful
point is,
before he
doing
became president.
Something that is unethical out in the open.
What is
does
unethical?
Not necessarily mean that it's right.
And I listen to what you said, but I think it's awesome when people in America succeed. I love the fact that we have a president that was really wealthy when he came in, and he keeps doing business with his family.
So
there's nothing.
But he is really wealthy. I mean, guys, like, I don't know. That's a bit, come on, bro. You're hating a little bit. Even before he was president, bro was really wealthy. Like, bro, I think he was still over, still about $1 billion. Bro, I remember when he did the roast. When Donald Trump did the roast of Donald Trump, he was worth $1 billion then. I think that was like 10 years ago at this point. So what are you guys talking about? Man always had money. He's always been successful. Like, bro gave $10,000 to a waiter. Like, who doing that? You doing that, buddy? No.
There's nothing wrong with it. So hold on,
you would have been. Trust me, this ain't me glazing the man. It's just like, this is me telling you the truth. It's like, bro, he was never a brokey. Yeah, he grew up rich and he was able to maintain his father's wealth. And you gotta be honest. A lot of kids don't do that. A lot of wealthy kids do not maintain the wealth. So that's impressive.
Been fine with the so-called Biden crime family. Oh, if Biden had just been transparent, if Hunter Biden had just been transparent,
let me give you a perfect example.
Answer the question.
You literally brought Don Jr. and the guns.
No. Let me ask.
I'm going to answer. I'm answering the question.
Ask you. Yes. If Hunter Biden had just been transparent, if he had just said, you know what I'm doing, I'm using my dad's name to make money, you would have said, totally above board. We're fine
If
with
he
it.
was
Yes?
doing actual businesses, Burisma was massive corruption. He didn't know anything about the industry. Don Jr. and Guns, a great example. I hung out with Don Jr. at the SHOT Show 20 years ago in Vegas.
The Trump
He's
sons
been involved in
know-
guns for 20 plus
What
years.
do the Trump
and hunting and
sons
fishing.
know about mining rare earth minerals? What do the Trump sons know about robotics? What do they know about
A
drones?
lot, clearly. They made a lot of money off of it because they actually invest in it. Let me ask you this.
I mean, do you really need to know a lot about an industry to invest in it? Like, do I really know how to, do robotics for me to invest in robotics? Like, come on, lady, what type of question is that? You might as well stick to the conflict of interest, going like, all right, well, Trump's sons run these funds, and he's trying to say that he don't talk to these people, but come on now, we all know he's talking to his son. There's a huge conflict of interest there. Stick to that. But what she's going off right now is kind of TDS. It's like, come on now, it's petty.
Minerals. What do the Trump sons know?
Is like, do I need to know everything about how to mine rare earth minerals to want to investing in tungsten, in the mining of tungsten, which you can invest in right now, which America is trying to do. But yeah, do I really need to know everything about tungsten to want to invest in the mining of it? Come on now, let's be fair. Or I could just understand that, oh yeah, if we mine rare earth minerals, this is going to be the future of America, because look how well it's working out for China. All right, we need to hop on China's level. We're not with the environmental wise, because I ain't gonna lie, mining rare earth minerals do hurt the environment that China does not care about. So we kind of gotta find a way to do it a little bit better. But we can, and we're innovative people.
About robotics. What do they know about drones?
A lot, clearly. They made a lot of money off of it because they actually invest in it. Let me ask you this. Have you ever looked in your retirement account and what do you know about cryptocurrency? What do you know about rare earth minerals? I'm invested in all those things.
Respectfully,
I'm invested in all those things. And by the way, made good money while Trump was in office.
Let me give you ask.
A lot of Americans.
You asked what did he do? You asked what did he do
I was
that
a
was
little bit offended. I was like, damn, I got stock in a good amount of these like companies. So it's just like, what are you talking about? Like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean? Like, do I like, damn, I gotta know how to build a robot to invest in robotics? Like, come on now, that's not fair.
ethical or illegal?
Nothing.
And I wanted to answer that just plain and simply because I don't know. I take hot yoga. I feel like you're doing a little yoga too for that pretzel that you got yourself in.
Dude, I love that people make money and they do it because they invest.
But listen, I just
want a lot of money. That's awesome.
In quarter one of 2026, Donald Trump has executed 3,500 trades. You want to know what's unethical about
Almost as many as Nancy Pelosi.
I'm glad you brought her up because it's not. It's nowhere near.
Nancy Pelosi.
But can I finish? Can I finish real quick? Can I finish real quick? Because you asked. Can I ask you?
It's not about how much how much trades Nancy Pelosi put in. It's about how much she made off those trades. Like Nancy is like damn near 100 million up. Like that's unreasonable. She went from a six-figure person and now and through her career in politics, she's over $100 million. That is insane. That is insane. There's a whole lot of conflict of interest there as well. But so, yeah, Donald Trump may have put in more trades. I'm not going to doubt that. But I'm pretty sure Nancy Pelosi pulled in hell of money off those trades, though. Like, let's be real. And then it's back in the days. So now we got to account for inflation. Oh, man.
Actually, answer your question.
No, it's not. But
and it's not.
Nancy Pelosi has.
But
they made an app to follow her trades because she's so good at it.
Ben, come here.
She's literally better than Wall Street at it.
Just a second. Objectively, the amount of money is not the same. Okay,
percentage based on her salary.
We don't need to fight about that. It's just not the same amount of money.
Nancy Pelosi was making how much a year?
Hey, yo, hold on now. I was wrong. Hold up. Nancy Pelosi net worth is estimated to be approximately $250 million to $287 million. Majority of her wealth is shared with her husband, Paul Pelosi, generated through investments in large cap technology stocks. Yeah, I told you, and venture capital firms, complemented by a significantly real estate holding, significantly large real estate holding. Ooh, okay. Comes from Investopia. Huh. Well, I was off by $187 million. God damn, she was pulling it in. And what? How much did she make in the beginning, though? What was it? Her annual salary as a member of the House of Representatives is $174,000. Damn. And somehow, like, come on, through her long time in Congress, she's up $287 million. It's like, God damn. You're really raking it in.
And how many millions is she now worth?
Okay, but
That's insider trading. Donald Trump walks in with $1 billion and turns it into $2 and you guys are freaking out. $1 billion is a lot to start with. Like a lot.
Ben, to utilize
like a lot of money.
Ben, to utilize your phrase, the president makes $400,000 a year.
And he gives it back.
This quarter, he's made over $1 billion, 1.4 billion on crypto alone.
That's amazing.
What I want to tell you that's unethical is the fact that when you make 3,500 trades in 1 year and you go up and you invest in a company and then you sit in the Oval Office and you tell people, wow, this company is great. This company is going to do X, Y, Z. Or you ease regulations on this company and you trade and purchase stock in that company. That fundamentally is unethical. You can call it what you want.
So should we then go after Nancy Pelosi with the same vigor that you just went after the president? Because she does it for years.
The Wall Street Journal has a news story tonight as well. Look, because this stuff is coming fast and furious, and as you know, Jonathan Swan.
And here's the thing, like, this is kind of what comes to bite Dems back in the ass. It's like, because you guys stayed quiet about Obama and Pelosi, now you guys are kind of having trouble defending against Trump. That's the problem. And this comes back to bite you in the ass. Just like how Trump goes, how he does his retribution on coming after his enemies, you know, trying to, try to throw them in jail. Here's the problem. You guys started it with him. You guys set the standard. Now you're complaining about it. I mean, you should have never started in the first place. That's what we were trying to tell you. Maybe you shouldn't go so hard after Trump, because when he goes after you, you guys don't really have much ground to stand on. Maybe you shouldn't let these Dems do inside trading like Nancy Pelosi at such a large level, because then when you try to come at Trump, you don't really have much to stand on. That's the problem.
Who wrote a book about this said, we're scratching the surface of this. The Journal says, in a series of trades on April 3rd and 4th, the days after Trump announced global tariffs in the Rose Garden, his investment accounts bought and sold hundreds of individual stocks, according to financial disclosures. The strategy shifted on April 8th, when his accounts only purchased 327 individual stocks, spending more than $3.6 million to scoop up Apple, Berkshire Hathaway, and other blue chip stocks. No selling that day. Trump posted on social media the next morning, it was a great day to buy. And then he paused much of his tariff regimen that afternoon. Markets.
Hold on, guys. Made a mistake, though. I did make a mistake. No, Obama didn't trade any stocks, but he did make hella money off his books, though. But I guess that's fine. But no, Obama didn't trade any stocks, though. But there are a hell of Democrats who are known for stock trading and making an exorbitant amount of money off it. And because the Dems didn't call those people out, I mean, it's going to be really hard to call Trump out.
Then took off. And guess what? He made a lot of money. Okay. So just lots of coincidences.
And the political bubble.
Lots of coincidences that nobody believes is a coincidence, because the president has the power to control with his words what markets are doing. He has the power to influence government contracts, which some of these companies have gotten. He has the power to influence foreign affairs, which also affect some of the business deals that his kids are doing. That's what's part of the problem here.
Yeah. And I just don't think it helps Republicans as a whole as they're going into the midterms, because at the same time that he's doing this with the crypto, and he called it a scam a couple years ago. I guess now he understands it and he's like good on crypto, but he hasn't signed the housing bill. Like, there are real conversations about affordability that are happening. And I think there are a lot of Republicans who would like some help in their districts and their states in pushing forward that message. And it's very hard to sell affordability when the president is reported to call the housing bill a huge yawn. And at the same time, he's raking in this money. Does he want to help the party as a whole?
This is the part that really is
family?
amazing. I remember sitting on a show and you guys were saying that Donald Trump was a fraud and he really probably wasn't worth $1 billion. He was lying about his wealth. And now
here's the thing, though. You know what? There's a lot of conflict of interest, because you know what? Even Obama's shit was kind of shady. Like, you know, Obama, look, bro, I remember Forbes did a story, right? It was called Inside the Obama stock market's return of 235%. It's like, bro got 235% return on the stock market, all on shit that he set up before he was president, and then walked in and end up, you know, favoring those companies that he was invested in. So at a certain point, is either the president can do it before and have a conflict of interest that you can't really trace back, or he can do it during or after, or he can do it during, because you can't really do it after. It's either during or before. It's either you plant this out and out as a conflict of interest, or you're doing it during your presidency. And it does seem like, yeah, a lot of presidents could have been guilty of this. Because like I said, bro, Barack Obama's stock market portfolio returned like 235%. Like, don't you think there might have been some planning in that? Not saying that there was, but possible.
Guys are pissed off that he's worth billions of dollars, admitting that he made a lot of money. It's like the definition of hypocrisy.
No,
it's like
not.
Donald Trump's not really rich.
No.
Damn it, now he's too rich. Like, which one is it?
Hold on, Ben. Hold on a second, Ben. I don't think
Now that is a good question, though. Y'all do be like, bro's over. No, he's not. He's not rich. He's not successful. Well, what is it, bro? Is he not successful? Are you mad that now he's successful, or is he successful? You mad that he got more money? It's like, pick a struggle, bro. But pick your, like, come on, man, pick your argument.
Do you know what hypocrisy really means?
When you say that Donald Trump's not rich and you say he's lying when he's running, and then he actually is rich and then he makes more money and now you're mad about it? Like, that's hypocrisy.
Here's what we're really talking about here. We're talking about Trump in 2024.
Like, here's the problem. The problem is that other Democratic presidents have engaged in this before. The problem is, though, Trump is just doing it at an exorbitantly high number. Like, bro, probably the first one to make $1 billion off it. Make $1 billion. But here's the thing, though. I mean, I'm sure if the other presidents had crypto and all this other good stuff coming out, they could have done the same thing. So let's be real. Donald Trump just has more things to take advantage of as president, and especially since this kind of new system, relatively new, at least to the president. Crypto, I mean, come on, guys, let's be real. So the problem is that Donald Trump did it in bigger numbers than the Democratic president, but let's be real. What he's doing, his actions ain't no different.
Bringing in $600 million from his businesses. And the very next year, the only thing that's changed is he suddenly is president. And that jumps to $2.2 billion. That's not being a good businessman. That's not playing the market. Those are games that no one is getting.
But a lot of people that went into crypto, a lot of people that are liberal, you go to Soros's, they've made a lot of money off crypto.
I just want to be
Are we going to say that?
I mean, that's a problem, though. The only person who's really made money off Trump coin is Trump. Like, think about it. Like, Bitcoin has made a lot of millionaires and even billionaires. But yeah, like what the stable coins, Ethereum, and all that good stuff, people become millionaires off that. There's not only one person who made millions off Bitcoin, or nobody would go for it. Trump, only person who really made money off Bitcoin, off Trump coin, was Trump. That's it. That's all. That's what makes it a scam. When only one person or a group of people make money and not a community. Like that, people made a lot of. Look, Ethereum made people millionaires. Bitcoin made people millionaires. Solana as well. But Trump coin only won. Well, 1 billionaire.
I want to be really clear about what we're talking about when we say crypto. You heard in the clip, President Trump claimed that he didn't know anything about it. That we know is not true, because the reason he made much of the money on crypto is because just a few days before the election, the inauguration, he started advertising these crypto meme tokens.
Yes.
That is where he is getting the crypto money from. He personally did that. Yep. So he knows where he got that money from.
He knows a lot of the money.
No. That was $600 million. I
know, but the real wealth crypto, is from the World Liberty.
That is the biggest, the largest chunk of this is the $600 million from the sales of the transaction sales of the meme coin. So he did make a lot of money.
By the way, is it from?
Okay. So it's all split up. It's not the whole 1.2 billion isn't solely from crypto. Because remember, I think he has Mar-a-Lago. He has, once again, real estate earnings and all this good stuff. So and of course, merchandise selling. But like, all right, so it makes up most of his $1.2 billion earned this year. Not all of it.
That's my question, though.
He did make a lot of money from the world.
Or did he commit a crime? It's just jealousy. People are jealous that he made a lot of money.
Can I answer, Ben? So it's not jealousy.
It is.
I'm going to make one complete sentence and you're not going to know it real quick. So it's not jealousy. What we're talking about is, and it's not hypocrisy. What we're saying, though, is that Donald Trump is corrupt and Donald Trump is a grifter. And the way that he made his money, for example, I want to talk to you about the Trump meme coin. There were 1 million wallets that have experienced net losses of $4.5 billion. It was a rug and pull. Like, that is what it was. The Melania meme coin. If you invested $10,000 in the Melania meme coin at its height, you now have 90 cents. So it's not a genius move.
I mean, you got a point there. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get to the next video here. Bit of concerns, but 9 Senate seats most likely to flip in midterms. All right, let's see what they're talking about. Because like I said, hey, man, the Democrats have been in jubilation since this Iran war because they're just like, bro, Trump is just giving us midterms, apparently. And I'm like, you know what? They got a point. They got a point.
CNN analysis ranks the 9 Senate races most likely to flip and decide control of the upper chamber. 6 are Republican held. 3 belong to Democrats. Win a few, the majority is yours. Of course, this is a map that will evolve over the next 124 days. I'm joined now by a terrific group of reporters, including Arlette Saenz. Arlette, you wrote the analysis piece for CNN.com on this. And so I'm going to put up on the screen the 9 seats, the 9 races that we're looking at the closest. And you can see there, and here are the rankings. You start with number 1, North Carolina, which is now a GOP-held seat. That is most likely to be a Democratic pickup. Maine, we're going to talk about this in a second, as number 2. And then you go through to Michigan, Ohio, Alaska, all the way out here, Iowa, Georgia, and then Texas is last. Oh, I forgot about New Hampshire. There you go.
Yeah. Well, these are the 9 states where the battle for control of the Senate will play out. And for the first time, we are ranked.
Yeah, I can see why, because I'm gonna be real with you, though. Our Ohio senators, dog, they've been supporting war, Israel's genocide, and then they've been completely dropping the ball on unaffordability. Is like, come on, guys. You're damn near asking for the Democrats to take power. So yeah, Ohio is in a bit of a fight right now. And then the Republican voting base has been demoralized. I'm not gonna lie. Like, yeah, they've been demoralized. We're not getting what we want. Instead, we're getting the Israeli agenda instead of the America First agenda. And that leaves a lot of people pissed. I'll be real with you. Or we're getting the corporate agenda instead of the people's agenda. I was like, I'm just gonna be honest with you. Like, this is where Trump is lacking as president. Like, dead ass. Like, people are not seeing real change to their life. Like, even when Monty asked me, yo, said, has anything really, like, things improved in your life? And I'm like, well, they haven't gotten worse. They haven't gotten worse. I voted for better, but I'm not getting better. This is why I'm a bit disgruntled. Like, I can't sit here and say that, oh, everything is bad now. No. But I'm not going to sit here and say that, oh, man, everything's gotten a whole lot better. Nah.
Them in order of most likely of flips. This is really based on our conversations with various strategists who are involved in the races, polling, and a host of other factors. But North Carolina does top that list right now for Democrats. It's under Republican control. This is a state where a Democratic senator has not been elected since 2008. Then moving on with the list, we go up to Maine, then move over, which is also under Republican control, move over.
Obviously the Susan Collins,
Graham Plattner. Then we move over to Michigan, where there is still a very unsettled Democratic primary playing out there. If Democrats have any chance of winning back control of the Senate, they need to hold on to Michigan because they would still need to flip for Republican-held seats. Then you go into a host of red territory. All of those states, Ohio, Alaska, Iowa, currently held by Republicans. Then further rounding out the list is Georgia, where a presidential battleground state where you do have a very strong Democratic candidate in Jon Ossoff. And then you have New Hampshire and Texas. I know we'll get a little bit more into these races, but this is just a snapshot in time. It certainly will adjust over the coming months, but these are the 9 states where the battle for the Senate.
Let's zero in on what you call number 1, which is North Carolina. And this is just the latest Fox News poll. One of the reasons why Democrats are so bullish, and analysts as well, is because of, this is a New York Times poll, of Roy Cooper, who is a popular governor and running to be the state's senator. And he's fair. I mean, this is obviously, there's got almost a 5% margin of error, but still, given the fact that this, as you said, this hasn't been a Democratic held seat in years, he's got a pretty comfortable margin right now.
Right. I was about to say, I've been talking to Republican sources this week as well, and they're looking at North Carolina as their most endangered seat in terms of those to flip. And which is interesting because there's been a lot of ink about, what's going on in Maine, obviously bloody primaries elsewhere in the state, in both parties. But North Carolina, first of all, it hasn't actually gotten a lot of attention for how important it is because, first of all, the candidates are both sort of boring and kind of low profile. But you're right, Chuck Schumer got an excellent candidate candidate, and Roy Cooper, the former governor. And I've heard some concerns about Republicans just about the quality of Mike Whatley, the Republican candidate who is very allied with Trump. He's seen as President Trump's pick, former chair of the RNC. I've heard from concerns from Republicans in the state that while the Trump, association helps, he needs an identity that goes beyond Trump, particularly if you want to tell voters to vote for me for senator, to be in there for 6 years beyond when Trump is out of office.
Yeah, and I mean, also, anyone who's seen Michael Whatley speak or, do an event knows that he's just not a dynamic candidate. He's not out there wooing the crowd. I mean, there is a reason that Trump waited to weigh in on this primary or on this candidate, because he was waiting to see if Laura Trump was going to run. He was looking at other candidates. He likes Michael Whatley. The White House likes Michael Whatley, but he doesn't necessarily energize the crowds. And that's going to be part of the issue as well.
But let's look at let's look at one red state, which is actually one of the most interesting, and that is Iowa. This is retiring Senator Joni Ernst's open seat. So it is a GOP held seat. And we just saw primaries to decide who's going to be the nominees. Ashley Hinson is the Republican nominee, who is somebody who is Democrats and Republicans look at her and think that she is a very talented candidate, probably one of those who can potentially beat the odds against Donald Trump everywhere, and including that state. But right now, again, this is a Fox poll that just came out. Josh Turek, who is the Democrat, is leading her. As we said at the beginning, 124 days is like eternity, an eternity in politics. But still, the snapshot is interesting.
This is interesting. And I think you hit the key point when you said that she has a chance to beat the odds when it comes to Donald Trump.
All right, though, enough about this, because I'm not going to lie to you guys. Like I said, I already was about to give it to the Dems when it comes to the House. Like I said, I do believe the Republicans kind of effed up a little bit too much when it came to the Iran war and how they were telling people to shove it on affordability for war with Iran. It was just like, at that point, you lost a lot of people. And all the people that were calling y'all Israeli shills, you kind of just proved their point. So I don't know how y'all going to recover from that Republican Party, but good luck. I told you not to do it, but you did it anyway.
Too, right? I mean, Ashley Hinton is somebody that has aligned herself with Donald.
Also, while not handling affordability. Also, while not cracking down harder on immigration. Also, while allowing H-1B visas to be status cap. I mean, what, you think you were going to keep people with that bullshit? Like, let's be real here. You actually got to perform now. You got to perform. The Democrats have a plan building problem, and the Republicans have a performance problem. Like, come on now. One of y'all got to shape the F up. Like, we're trying to run a country here.
Socialist State of the Union. Did you see this? New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani giving an America 250 address this morning as his influence within the Democratic Party certainly continues to grow. The socialist mayor spent much of his speech focusing on what he says are America's failures.
As we mark 250 years, what do we see? We see a city of contradictions within a nation of contradictions. We see the wealthiest country in the history of the world, one where children go to sleep hungry while the world's first trillionaire hungers for more. We see monopolies that dominate every industry and oligarchs who buy elections. We see masked agents terrorizing our streets, eating food cooked by our undocumented neighbors before spiriting them away in unmarked vans.
Nah, that is grimy, though. I ain't gonna lie, that's fucked up. Look like you will come in there and deport them. Hold on, man. Like, them quesadillas? Hold on. Look, we still gonna deport your ass, but let me get them quesadillas on the go, bro. I didn't know you was cooking, or we probably came in a little late. That's fucked up.
As more Democrats who are moderates try to hit the brakes before their party takes a hard left turn fully into socialism.
Party may have to splinter. People always talk about the end of the two-party system. We might see it pretty close to the end of it.
Democrats are going off the rails. They're not even focused. What matters to people is affordability. And Democrats right now are focused on two things. They're focused on anti-Semitism and socialism.
If less than 40. You know what's so crazy, though, guys? I mean, let's go back to what Zohran Mamdani really said here. Because except for that last part, which was a bit goofy, what he said, but I'm gonna be real with you, what he said wasn't wrong. There was some things that he said wasn't wrong, and that's why he low-key kind of got the people's voice, at least on the left.
Focusing on what he says are.
What do we see? We see a city of contradictions within a nation of contradictions. We see the wealthiest country in the.
I mean, he got a good point, bro. What was it? New York City, the city of opportunities, but everybody's living hand to mouth. And only select few really see opportunity. I mean, but it's the city of opportunity.
History of the world. One where children go to sleep hungry, while the world's first trillionaire hungers for more.
I mean, dog. I mean, true. We got what, 100 billion. We got people worth $100 billion plus $1 trillion, and yet we got veterans starving in the street or can't get no medical attention. We got children starving in the street and can't get no medical attention either. And this is the most prosperous country in the world. I mean, that's a contradiction to me as well. I'm not gonna lie. And I understand we have our problems. I understand we could fix this, and this does need to be addressed. Don't mean we need to go full on socialist for it, though. Like, come on.
We see monopolies that dominate every industry and oligarchs who buy elections.
Yeah, I mean, bro, we do have monopolies in this bitch. We do have monopolies. Look at Meta. That's a monopoly right there. So yes, we do have monopolies. It's like a fake free market that we're living in that's controlled by oligarchies. I mean, bro, especially when it comes to food, like entertainment, it's all owned by a select few businesses, select few like business conglomerates. So really, like, he's not lying. Like, let's just keep it real. Like, yeah, he's a socialist, but he's cooking right now.
We see masked agents terrorizing our streets, eating.
Okay, except for the ICE part. I don't agree with him on that.
Food cooked by our undocumented neighbors before spiriting them away in unmarked vans.
This as more Democrats who are moderates try to hit them.
That's what kills me, is that how the conservatives just can't take that on. It's like, bro, okay, he's right. Let's talk about the stock market. Let's talk about these monopolies. Yes, let's talk about the fact that, we do got a whole rich walking around, but we got a way more poor walking around. Less people in the middle class. Let's talk about that. Instead of just sitting there trying to call everybody who mentions it a socialist. Like, are you serious? Or much worse, a communist. Just because they're speaking on the problems that the normal average American is speaking on, it kind of sounds like you're gaslighting us. It kind of sounds like, if you speak on the affordability problem, you're a socialist. No, you're just speaking on the problems that every American across the board is speaking on. Like, red or blue state, don't matter. We're all sitting here looking at the groceries like, what the fuck? But all right, then, back to it.
Breaks before their party takes a hard left turn fully into socialism.
Party may have to splinter. People always talked about the end of the two-party system. We might see it pretty close to the end of it.
Democrats are going off the rails. They're not even focused. What matters to people is affordability. And Democrats right now are focused on two things. They're focused on anti-Semitism and socialism.
If less than 45% of Democrats are even proud to be an American, and that's why they are nominating people that are an avowed communist and have deeply anti-views. So for me, that's distressing to me as a Democrat.
Jesse, Mayor Mamdani gets a lot of media attention because of the theater that he's able to produce, like the social media, the scene. We talk about advance work, right? Like, if you want to try to upstage Trump on America 250, he's going to Mount Rushmore and he's having fireworks, and you're sitting at a desk and nobody knows that that's George Washington's desk. I mean, talk about it. It seems like a little awkward to just have people standing behind you that aren't really sure why they're there.
Yeah, this speech did not live up to the hype. This guy built this thing up like this was the State of the Union on July 4th. And he bombed. I mean, this thing was so boring, so tedious. And then, like you said, the lighting was dark.
Yep.
There was no color. You had immigrants standing around them.
I mean, Jesse, your lighting, his lighting is looking about the same right now. I just want to let y'all know this, okay? Like, come on, bro. Speak to the substance of what this man was saying. Speak to the substance of what he was saying, bro. He's not lying in those first 3 points. Like, let's be honest. All right, ICE was bullshit, but let's be real, though. He was touching on a lot of good points when it comes to contradictory, us having a trillionaire, but having a whole lot of poor people, and of course, monopolies, basically, aka crony capitalism, that we allowed to happen, by the way. Like, bro, I'm gonna be real with you. He's a real one for addressing that. And the fact that y'all won't even tackle that subject says a lot.
Like this, like
with a tiny little flag.
It's like, oh my God. You could have been so much better, because the guy's talented. He has a decent personality, but this thing did not deliver. I felt nothing.
Yep.
At least when other politicians talk, I feel hate.
I'm gonna be real with you, dog. I'm be real with you, Jesse. It's like a lot of people aren't running this propaganda like you are. A lot of people heard what Mondani said, and they're being a bit more reasonable. It's like, look, I'm not a socialist. I don't agree with a lot of Mondani's policies, but what he said is facts, except for the ICE part. But what he said, other than that, was facts. And that is a lot of concern that Americans have across the board. And we see it, and it's in our face, left or the right. We both see what Mondani's talking about. So to sit there and say that you didn't feel nothing or you didn't get anything from it, I mean, bro, it just shows like, bro, you're definitely over there looking at us from the ivory tower, and you're definitely out of touch here. If you can't understand what Mondani's saying, you are out of touch.
I feel happiness. I felt empty inside. Maybe it's because he's so young and has literally done nothing before with his life.
And somebody said, why is the desk backwards? As soon as I seen it, I just noticed. I was like, yo, that desk is backwards. What the fuck? All right, that was funny.
It didn't feel like there was anything behind it. Kind of felt like he was the first Muslim mayor of New York reading a speech written for the first black president. He was trying to be Barack Obama. But Barack Obama, he'd say that stuff was wrong with the country, but then he'd bring you up and then take you higher. This guy brought you here and then took you down. Aesthetically, you're looking at a guy with a beard sitting still like this, surrounded by immigrants, and he's saying, you're racist and we're coming for you. That's how a lot of America saw that speech. So I got to say something, Nami. Calm down, man.
What? Wait, hold on. Maybe I need to go look at that entire speech then. Where did that come into the play? I'm confused because I swear to God, bro, these guys have been low-key, like, trying to paint Zoran Mondani as something that he's not. And I just don't get it. Oh, it was like 13 minutes? Bro, y'all make me feel like I got to listen to it at this point because I don't know. I can't trust what Jesse's saying on this point. Should we watch the Zoran Mondani speech? Should we watch our favorite socialists?
Donnie, all right, relax. No one's afraid of you. We don't like communism, and we're going to beat it.
One of my
All right, fine. I got to watch it. Now I got to watch it, guys, because this guy going off as if this man was saying something.
Good morning, my fellow Americans. Season after season, year after year, the tides have come in and out of New York Harbor. Long before the name New York had ever been spoken, Lenape dugouts crossed these currents. It was on these waters that tall masts crested the horizon, captained by explorers like Verrazano and Hudson, after whom we've named our bridges and rivers. And ever since, ships full of travelers weary from long journeys have passed through the Narrows, the winds of the Atlantic at their backs. When those passengers lifted their heads to glimpse what lies just beyond the waves, what did they see? They saw land, lush and teeming with life. They saw men waiting at the docks to take them into bondage. They saw tenements rife with squalor. They saw industry rumbling with activity, steam and smoke rising, a city on the move. They saw a towering monument to freedom, her torch glowing worldwide welcome. They saw New York City. They saw America. Tomorrow, our nation marks 250 years since we declared our independence. 250 years of a grand experiment in self-governance, an experiment so audacious that some in 1776 doubted it would last more than a few years, let alone a quarter of a millennium. From Lexington to Los Angeles, Selma to Seneca Falls, Morrisania to Midwood, Americans will come together for a day, just as we do each year. Families will gather around the grill. Fireworks will fill the night sky. This will be no ordinary day of celebration. 250 years presents a rare opportunity for more than 340 million people to turn together, both towards one another and towards ourselves, to take measure of who we are as a nation. When we look at America, what do we see? Here at City Hall, as I sit behind George Washington's desk, alongside new Americans who came to this country, I cannot see all of America. But like so many who came before, I can see New York City. The city I see today looks very different than the one that greeted George Washington. In July of 1776, our city simmered under the yoke of oppression. The British had imposed a colonial rule so repressive that 250 years ago, 80 miles south, a small group of newspaper editors, farmers, and soldiers signed their names on a document declaring truths that feel self-evident now, but were revolutionary then, establishing the ideals our nation still strives to fulfill. The British did not take it well. War broke out. And that August, as the largest battle of the Revolutionary War unfolded in Brooklyn, batteries on Governor's Island took aim at British ships anchored just offshore. We were outgunned, we were outmanned, and we were soundly defeated. After only a few months, it appeared our fledgling attempt at democracy was on the precipice of collapse. But that night, with the moon overhead, thousands of our soldiers silently climbed into ferries and flat-bottom boats and escaped to Manhattan. The Continental Army survived to fight another day. Independence may have been declared in Philadelphia, but it was rescued in New York City. George Washington was the last to leave Brooklyn. As he waited at the river's edge, the sun beginning its rise, he would have looked out over New York City's waters and seen what so many have seen in the 250 years since, an opportunity to begin anew. Those opportunities, like everything in New York City, are not given. They are won. In 1838, 11 years after New York outlawed slavery, a recently emancipated black man by the name of James Weeks sought to begin anew as well, and to help hundreds of others do the same. He bought property in Brooklyn, won himself the right to vote, and sold lots to others newly freed. When they landed in New York Harbor, they knew they had...
Guys, I'm just going to be real with you. Is it me or am I waiting on the communism just like you are? Is it me? I'm waiting for the communism and I'm not getting it yet. And we're like 4 minutes into a 13-minute speech. And I'm be real with you, this sounds pretty damn patriotic. I got to keep it real. Got to keep it real with you guys. And shout out to my man Noah Jordan. He said, do you think he realizes the desk is like that? Because him having the desk like that bothers the hell out of me. Bro, me too. I'm not going to lie. I'm over here looking at the handles on the desk like, bro, why is that handle? Why can I see that? Why can I see the handles on your desk? Why is it facing us? Actually, like, what? And now I'm too curious. Like, hold on. Is it the same way on the other side? Is this a special desk or something? Like, what the fuck are we, like, what are you doing, Zoran? But I get it. It does look like they just put this together last second. Like Zoran just woke up and just said, I have a speech. And they said, all right, bro, we got this backwards ass desk. We'll have some immigrants around you holding American flags. Bro, we got you on the quick. And here we are.
Had something waiting for them.
Oh, and shout out to my man Noah Joyner, dog. Well, and all right, guys, let's go ahead and get right back to it with our guy Zoran Mandani. And make sure you double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate his support.
That they had never had before, a home. Weeksville still stands today, a living, breathing testament to what we know America to be, a place each of us has the power to make. The harbor was busy those years as ships poured in from around the world. Hundreds of thousands of Irish immigrants arrived with stomachs aching from a famine manufactured by imperial cruelty. Chinese sailors settled in what is today Chinatown. Millions more traveled under the Statue of Liberty and through Ellis Island. Jewish people escaping pogroms, Italians fleeing poverty, Syrians seeking economic opportunity. Each of these new arrivals peered through portholes onto a city that was changing as fast as the nation. They saw merchants peddling their wares on the docks, streets being laid out on a grid, buildings rising into the clouds. They could not yet see the nativism they would face, the jobs they would be refused, the landlords who would not rent to them, and the abject labor and living conditions they would withstand. But no matter how much smog hung over the harbor, they still saw an opportunity to begin anew. Over the years that followed, despite laws enacted by the federal government to bar their entry, despite sweatshop fires that killed hundreds of women, despite riots aimed at their very existence, immigrants made homes here in New York City, and they helped to make New York City. That legacy of every generation of Americans insisting that the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness extends to them too, is no relic of the past. It carried millions of Black Americans north during the Great Migration. It drew hundreds of thousands of Puerto Ricans to New York City after the Second World War. It invited countless others from the West Indies and South Asia and West Africa and across the world. And it is what brought my family to this city when I was 7 years old. My family did not arrive by boat, although we saw the Statue of Liberty from the window of the plane. Even from the air, we could make out the promise of America, the promise of the beautiful patriotic work of rendering America year after year, a little more faithful to its founding ideals. There is a term so often used to describe our nation and those who have shaped it: American exceptionalism. American exceptionalism, the conventional wisdom tells us, makes our freedom a little more free, is how we dug the Erie Canal and irrigated the West, is why children in faraway lands grow up dreaming of one day moving here. And yet the irony is that the story of America has so often been written by those who were told by others with power and influence and wealth that they were anything but exceptional. For generation after generation, we have been told that when the world has sent its people to our shores, it has not sent its best. It sent Puritans and Sikhs and Quakers and Muslims and Jewish people who were banished for praying the wrong way, worshiping the wrong gods, angering the wrong people. It sent peasants and serfs from slums and shtetls who were treated as less because they hardly owned clothes, let alone land. It sent immigrants from whom power was something someone else had. We are told that America is exceptional because we are richer, stronger, more powerful than everyone else. The truth, my friends, is that America is exceptional because here, nothing is fixed into place. The frontier may be closed, we may have walked on the moon, but the work of fulfilling the values first enshrined in the Declaration of Independence, that work endures, and it belongs to us all. It belongs to our newest Americans, those standing here with me today, all of whom were recently naturalized. Nearly a decade ago, I too felt what you feel, the joy of no longer being just a New Yorker, but an American too. You each hold a special power, the power to determine what America means. The powerful have always known their answer. America, in their view, is an arena of supremacy, where only a select few are allowed freedom, where not all are created equal. America, if you ask them, becomes less the more people it welcomes. America, they will tell you, belongs only to those with the right accent or the right shade of skin. The rest of us, they insist, should be grateful for merely being allowed to visit.
Damn.
How small they are, how weak, how unoriginal.
Yeah, that is effed up. But I mean, let's be real. It is starting to turn into this whole white nationalist Christian thing where, oh, you're not really American if you weren't, descendant of whites. If you're not, oh yeah, of course, descendants of whites. If you're not Christian, if you're not this and that. I'm just like, guys, I'll be real with you. That whole idea was shattered as soon as we started allowing immigrants in and they start helping us build this country. Let's just be real here. That should have been shattered a long time ago.
At every moment in our past, those who led through exclusion and isolation have tried to win power and enrich themselves by turning us against one another. Division is the oldest trick in politics and the cheapest.
I mean, no, let's be real. They do make you mad at the immigrants, make you mad at the Muslims, but who are the ones responsible for them being here? The elites, the government elites, the corporate elites, like they're responsible for them being here at the end of the day. It's because of what they did to their country. Is either corporate elites went out and extorted their country or the government elites went out and bombed their country to a shithole country, as everybody likes to say, which I think is unfair to say since we're the ones who kind of effed it up, but it is what it is. And like I said, bro, this isn't to bash America, guys. Like I said, I love this country as much as the next person, but we do got to recognize our mistakes. And what he's saying, honestly, is not wrong. Let's just be real. You can sit here and disagree with his politics all you want. What he's saying is not wrong.
Time and again, including 250 years ago, those forces of division have been vanquished by the forces of progress. As Thomas Paine once wrote, "This new world hath been the asylum for the persecuted lovers of civil and religious liberty. Hither have they fled." And yet today, too many of our leaders do not believe in a vision of this nation as an asylum for the persecuted, but rather as one that persecutes those seeking asylum. As we mark 250 years,
in all fairness,
what do we see?
In all fairness, though, like, let's be real. The asylum system has been abused. That's why we had to revoke the TPS status of Syrians and Haitians, because it's been abused. And let's be real. Like, I've always been against immigration because overall, in the totality of it, it doesn't help the country that these immigrants are going to, and it doesn't help the country that these immigrants are coming from. So, I always do have that stance of let's help them in their country instead of just inviting them here and draining our resources. I mean, guys, it doesn't make any sense bringing them here and draining our resources, cramping up our job market when we can just help them in their country and low-key, they'd be a better ally, a better economic ally to us than just letting them be a shithole country while we take away their best and brightest. I mean, let's be real. But since this is where we're at with it, I ain't gonna lie, it's kind of effed up to bring these guys here thinking that they're gonna have a safe haven and be like, nope, you gotta go back to the gang lords that are pretty much cooking people in the middle of the street. And I'm talking about the Haitians, by the way.
We see a city of contradictions within a nation of contradictions. We see the wealthiest country in the history of the world, one where children go to sleep hungry while the world's first trillionaire hungers for more. We see monopolies that dominate every industry and oligarchs who buy elections. We see masked agents terrorizing our streets, eating food cooked by our undocumented neighbors before spiriting them away in unmarked vans.
Now, if that was the case, then that's just on those ICE officers. But let's be real, though. We can't sit there and take those crazy incidents of ICE officers and say those are all of the ICE officers. Just like we can't say that every bad police guy or every corrupt police, though, all right, well, then that means all police are bad. And I think that's what the Democrats kind of fell into. Is like you guys fell into just seeing all ICE officers as bad, but let's be real, that's not all of them. And I think you guys understand this, but you guys are running some type of propaganda campaign to get the president to, dwindle down his ICE enforcement. And it's not going to happen. I'm gonna be real with you. It really isn't. And to be quite honest, if you guys didn't allow a mess of immigrants to come in here, then you really wouldn't have to deal with this. And then also, if Biden would have solidified these people instead of just this flimsy TPS program that allows the president to deport them at his discretion, then we wouldn't be here as well. So a lot of this is because of y'all work with immigration. Let's understand this.
We see a nation whose immense wealth has been built by those with calloused, dirt-streaked hands, those who toil on factory floors and chisel into stone. And we see a nation that has allowed so much of that wealth to be held instead in the soft hands of a precious few. Yes, we see America in a health insurance industry that exploits the sick, but that is not all we see when we look for America. We see it too in the nurse who works a double shift and then stops on her way home to check on an ailing neighbor. Yes, we see America in corporate landlords for whom negligence is a business model. We see it too in the father who tucks his children into bed beneath a ceiling stained with leaks, who wakes before dawn to go to work and still believes his country can do better by his family. Yes, we see America when we spend our tax dollars on bombs and bailouts, when we sell our elections to the highest bidder. Yet we see it just as clearly in every American who still believes this country belongs to we, the people. We see America each time neighbors link arms with neighbors without asking how long they have lived here or what papers they have, as ICE invades our neighborhoods. We see America each time those young and old stand in the beating rain or the stifling heat to cast their ballots. We see America each time working people demand more, not just for themselves, but for their fellow Americans. There are some who respond to those who ask for more from America with a simple refrain. Love it or leave it, they say. But patriotism has never been about pretending our nation is without flaws. Patriotism is every act of righteous dissent. It is every march led under the heavy sun. It is every protest held a decade before its time. It is precisely because we love this nation that we will not.
I don't know. Maybe it's just me being petty, but why is this lady over here holding down the flag like this? Like everybody got their flag pointed up except for her. And lady, you doing this in the job right now is not a good look. Be like the other lady over here in the job and have that mug pointed up. I like her. I don't like you.
After all, who loves America more than those who have sacrificed so much to make it free? Today, I think not only of the 4th of July, I think too of the 9th of July. 5 days after the Declaration of Independence was signed, it arrived here in our New York City. Redcoats had disembarked on Staten Island. More than 100 British ships loomed just offshore. Across this city, the Continental Army prepared for an invasion. George Washington commanded his brigades to assemble just a few feet from this building. It was known then as the Commons. Today, we call it City Hall Park. There, within range of British guns, Washington ordered his generals to read the Declaration aloud. And with the world's mightiest empire poised to attack, Washington told the people of New York City what we will celebrate tomorrow, that we had declared our independence, that freedom was within reach. That evening, danger loomed. Conflict was not a question, but a certainty. And yet when those early New Yorkers marched toward the statue of King George III that stood in the Bowling Green, a statue they would melt down into bullets for their young army, they walked in unison, grounded not in the pursuit of plunder, but in ideals that for the first time had a name: America. Those ideals upon which our nation was built, they are strong enough to endure any authoritarian regime, but only if we reach for them. Ours is a nation working each day towards the perfection in which it was conceived, a nation striving each day to better itself. Therein lies the work of America, the striving, the bettering, the reaching towards perfection. What a privilege each of us has to live in a nation that every one of its inhabitants can shape. What a responsibility each of us possesses to prove ourselves worthy of all those who came before. What power each of us holds to bring America ever closer to the greatness so many have seen when they looked upon these shores. The greatness that for 250 years has been America.
So where's the communist field speech? I mean, where was the hatred of America in this? I'm so confused right now. Because according to Jesse Waters on Fox News, which you guys should kind of take with a grain of salt, oh man, it was a socialist communist ran speech. It was very like no Americanism at all. He hates America. And it's just like, okay, we watch it. And bro was just, you know, laying down American history, especially when it came to immigrants in New York. And he's not wrong. So I'm not really sure where the anti-Americanism is. But guess what? Still don't agree with his policy. Still wouldn't vote for him. But I mean, hey, he's not wrong about what he's saying here. But all right, let's go ahead and get into the next video here with our guy, JD Vance. And this would be a little bit more funnier for you guys because he's on Bill Maher. I actually like Bill Maher, even though he's a Zionist. But still, I mean, don't mean I can't like him.
He is the 50th Vice President of the United States and author of 2 #1 best-selling books, Hillbilly Elegy, and the one that's out now, Communion, Finding My Way Back to Faith. J.D. Vance, our Vice President. How are you?
Look, if you got out that speech that Mandani hates America, then look, bro, I guess we was listening to 2 different speeches because I did not hear it. And I was waiting for it. I was listening attentively. I rarely interrupted. I was just like, all right, well, where is it? Come on. I'm waiting. Where's the F America? Where's the globalized intifada? Where's the Allah Akbar? Like, come on, where's it at? Where is the whole speech where Islam will be in every household? Where's it at? Oh, it's not there. Crazy. Huh. Weird.
Look at that.
Come on. Actually, no, before we get into this, I do want to get into this little video right here. I was supposed to bring it up earlier, but I completely forgot about it. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Big Wave Dave. But I do want to bring this up real quick. Because Sneeko, look, I like Sneeko, but he low-key kind of pissed me off with this. I'm not even going to lie to you. It was just like, and it's kind of what I was snapping on people for earlier with the Trump speech. It's like, dog, just be happy that he's just talking completely about America and our greatness and stop trying to make this about him. It's like you can't sit there and say I can't celebrate my country because Trump is president. Like, how childish is that? But let's get into it because Sneeko was kind of doing somewhat of the same thing, or he hangs too much up on problems, and it's just like, bro, this is still the best country in the world, and like you're acting like this shit is stuck, like we can't fix it, but we can. But all right, let's get it.
How has the recent American empire benefited its own citizens? They are allowing for more immigration. They clearly don't care about the wealth inequality. The gas prices are up. Trump is saying that he doesn't want to lower the house prices.
Hold on now. They're not really allowing more immigration. They're pretty much not stopping the H-1B visas. That's really what it is. Like, one of the things that we were I'm highly critical of Trump on is like, you close the border, you're doing interior, immigration, which Democrats are kind of making you, pull back on, by the way. But he has not tackled H-1B visas at all and how these tech companies take advantage of them. Why? Because he's in cahoots with the tech companies. So all of a sudden now he just leaves the H-1B visas alone. Like, okay.
There's less jobs than before. AI is replacing a lot of people's jobs. Now people are getting kicked out of school for criticizing Israel. They get their student visa revoked. You can't criticize Israel in so many states. So there's less to be proud of when it comes to the American identity than ever before. And we got to acknowledge that. It's not something like, oh, these people hate America, so they're retarded and stupid. Let's realize why they're even saying that in the first place. Is because
Nico,
this current regime doesn't benefit people, regular people at all.
Nico, the fact that me and you are having this conversation right now and making money off it is why the United States is the best country in the world, bro.
Good.
Okay.
Yeah, but these freedoms.
Literally, the fact that you're able to say whatever you want, online and get paid for it, bro. This is the best country in the world. It's like, bro, like you can't do this in other countries, dog. Like, especially on YouTube. You could be on YouTube in other countries, but you can't say whatever you want without somebody kicking in your door and make sure you don't say that shit again. But not here in America, though. And then here's the thing, and that's what I get, and that was the point where some of my earlier watchers was trying to hit me on was, well, you don't get persecuted, set, so it is still freedom of speech. But then it's like, yeah, but here's the thing, though. I mean, you're right, you don't get persecuted, but who's hearing you? You're not a threat, aka you don't really have freedom of speech yet because you can't put your speech out there, you can't put your ideas out there, aka your speech has been neutered. Any great idea you may have will never reach our ears because where do people go to listen to ideas? Where do people go to listen to speech that they don't disagree with? I mean, that they disagree with and agree with? These social media platforms. And if you're kicked off there, banned from there, and because of your speech, I mean, then this shit is not free. It's controlled.
These freedoms are going away.
Us being able to have this conversation.
Now, if you broke terms of service and you out here doing some wild stuff online, then okay, you deserve to get kicked off. Like, I ain't gonna lie. But speech, I'm gonna be real with you, not really.
In of itself and get paid for is why this country is better than every other fucking country. Yes, we have our faults and everything else like that, but we are the best country in the world. And I'm not gonna fucking like sit here and be like, oh well, we do this or we do that. I don't give a shit about any of these other countries, bro. They're all fucking bitch ass niggas anyway. Who cares? I don't give a fuck about these foreigners. It's this country is the best country in the world, and it's given us a bunch of opportunities, and we don't even know what we have, bro. Let's be honest. We're on here giving our opinions, giving our takes, getting paid for it. Where else can you do this? Like openly like this? We can't do this in any of these Muslim countries. We can't do this in Saudi Arabia. I can't say that the fucking MBS is a bitch ass nigga or he's killed a bunch of Yemenis. I can't say that over there. I can't.
We have to dance around so many subjects here too. We have our freedoms.
The UAE, they're killing a bunch of Sudanese.
No, back in the day, I'm be real with you. Before 2023, I would agree with Sneeko. Before. But after October 7th, now, yeah, you can actually talk about Israel. You can actually talk about the Jewish community and be highly critical of them. Back in the day, you was losing your channel over that. So you couldn't voice none of those opinions or ideas. There you go. I mean, but now, I mean, it kind of self-corrected. Once enough people start speaking out about it, you can't really like relinquish it. It's over. It's like now it's a topic of conversation. What you can do, ban everybody? If enough people start talking about it, then yeah. But the problem is, though, let's say it's a really good idea or something that's really important that not a lot of people are privy to. And the elites don't want you to know, or the social media doesn't want you to know. Well, you'll never see it. And they'll make sure you never see it.
It's because gold and they're a bunch of bitch ass golf niggas. I can't say any of that. So we might have our faults, but we're still better than everyone else.
I just saw troops in Times Square.
Though. I mean, we are still better than everybody else. Like I said, even with our flaws here, even with the with the social media control and all that, we're still better than other countries. Like, still, we can't go to jail for the shit. And I mean, trust me, I know you'd rather lose your social media account than go to jail. So, yeah, fair.
Went up to the Marine Corps, the U.S. Navy, asked them, America first or Israel first? Well, I can't get into politics. People are putting their life on the line to serve this country, and they can't even say what country they're serving.
But
that's how controlled.
We're addressing that, bro.
Why this country's the best, bro? He could have answered me. The fact that you were able to ask him that question and have these provocative conversations without getting put in of itself is why this country is the best.
The Miami Beach mayor said,
I mean, bro, yes, Nico, if you go up to other militaries and other countries and you disagree with their country, you did that to a military guy, yo, you're getting locked up, bro. You're cooked. There's a lot of countries in this world where you go up to their military and have a conversation like that with them. That's going to be the last conversation you have in that country or in your life.
We are no longer welcome in Miami because we enjoyed a song that he didn't like. The freedoms are why this country is so great.
Private establishments. We're not welcome in private establishments. That
he said we're not welcome in Miami. Word for it in the news clip from the Miami mayor.
You can go to Miami. That doesn't mean anything.
I know, but I'm saying what the mayor said this. And my point is, these freedoms are going away. These freedoms are going away.
But
it's not what it once was.
Can I say something? We're addressing that problem every day on stream, like all of us. We talk about these issues and how this country is sabotaged and hijacked for the greater part. So that's handled. But when it comes to Daria Lisa or any of these far left people,
who say, I'm going to wipe my nose with the American flag and border shouldn't exist and abolish ICE, things that are fundamental for the structure and the function of the country.
You can't have people like that in government, bro.
That doesn't help anything. Like, okay, you're saying everybody in America hates to be in America. This is the most unfavorable time to be American. You suggested that earlier. You said all Americans are very displeased with how America's working right now. You suggested that. So I'm saying
this is the least popular America.
We're addressing the problem of that. I think like American imperialism and like us taking over certain countries, yeah, maybe there's a negative or a positive to that, but that's like not going to remedy all of this anti-American rhetoric. Like everything you're saying right now is like, I know you're not, but it stems from and it comes from the same place, like this anti-American rhetoric where we hold this vendetta against the country that we're born in and reap the benefits of because they do a little bad thing here in the Gulf of Mexico or they do a little bad thing here in the East. And it's like, bro, we're against all the things that don't favor America. How far else do we need to go voting for these niggas who hate the country? That's not going to help anything.
Facts. Thank you. And that was a really good point this guy Riyadh made. He's Myron's brother. He got his own channel. I think it's the Riyadh Report. Go check him out. But yeah, bro, he's speaking facts. It's like we don't need to go this far to like what? To change our government. We don't need to elect people that hate our government. We don't need to elect people that hate the country. We need to elect people that actually want to see change in this country and loves it that much. Like that's what we need. But the Democrats have obviously took a different direction with that. So, hey, it is what it is. All right, guys, let's get back to our guy, JD Vance on Bill Maher. There we go.
Not bad.
Do I have the nicest crowd?
I'm sure it's the only applause I'll get, but I'll take it.
No, I'm just glad you're talking to me. You know, I mean, I say it every time, and the Republicans come here, they take their beating like a man. It's the people I vote for. They're the ones who won't talk to me. That's odd, isn't it?
It is very odd.
I mean, and I promise.
Well, like this new woman who was elected in New York. Do you think she'll come on the show?
Oh, I know you want. No, I can't get AOC. I can't get Mandami. I couldn't get Kamala Harris. You know,
because AOC and Kamala Harris aren't good at talking. Let's be real. They're just not good talkers. Mandani, yes, I'm surprised you can't get Mandani on here. And that Claire Valdez girl, that makes sense. Let's be real. Her political stock isn't there. I mean, she might just be stuck at where she's at due to her past comments and her hatred for American law.
Took me 8 years to get Obama. Anyway, let's not talk about my problems. And I promise this is going to be a lot easier than talking to the Iranians. Or even more, The View.
The question is whether it's harder than The View. That's right.
Well, look, you're negotiating for America. I'm rooting for America. So I want success here. But, you know, you come out of these meetings, I heard sort of the same thing. I've heard a lot of talk about progress and that. I've heard it so many times before. Why is this different? Why isn't it bullshit this time?
Well, I'd say the most important thing, Bill, is that the people who judge whether the oil is actually flowing, they judge this as a success, right? So if you look at oil right now, it's back down to $73 a barrel, got up to $126 a barrel. So there's a signal that there's something real going on here. I think the second, Bill, is whether we make the final deal, because you have to remember this MOU is fundamentally, it says the straits are going to be open, the oil is going to flow. We're seeing that happen already. It's also a ceasefire, which, as you pointed out, is always going to be a little messy when you're dealing with the Iranians. But if we make the final deal, then great. If we don't make the final deal, their nuclear program is still destroyed. They're still much weaker as a country. So my attitude is America wins either way. But I do think that what the president has done is asked us to do something that, frankly, nobody in 47 years of dealing with the Iranians has done, which is offer them an opportunity to fundamentally transform how they behave with the West. They've been the largest state sponsor of terrorism basically since they began as a nation, or at least as an Islamic republic 47 years ago. He's saying, look, if they're willing to change, we're willing to change too. If they're not willing to change, we still fundamentally have all the cards. And I think it's a good place for us to be.
But their program isn't destroyed. The nuclear program isn't destroyed. I mean, I don't know any of our objectives. And look, I said
what part is not destroyed?
Well, we didn't get in there. The whole thing.
I mean, shoot, bro, we're still tripping over this enriched uranium that we said we obliterated. So, I mean, you can't sit there and say it's destroyed, but we're still tripping about retrieving it. And kind of let you know that I don't think the Trump administration truly knows if we actually destroyed Mount Fordor. We, obliterated it, like he said. I think we need to go in there and put boots on the ground and actually figure that out, or get the inspectors on there. There's only two ways, like diplomatic means, we get the inspectors or boots on the ground. Hopefully we go with the inspectors. But here's the thing, though. The Iranians are kind of already saying that, yeah, we're not going to allow access into Mount Fordo until we get full sanction relief and we get the deal signed. So, if we really care about finding out about this enriched uranium and their nuclear capabilities, which we honestly don't truly know about, then, yeah, we might as well get this deal done and start getting those inspectors in there.
Because we have to get in there and see. Otherwise, we wouldn't be doing this.
Well, let me say,
we didn't.
First of all, so a nuclear program, and I'm hardly a nuclear scientist, I'm a lowly politician, but the thing that you have to destroy is their ability to enrich uranium, which has been destroyed. You have to destroy their ability. Well, because you need functioning centrifuges that can actually spin.
All the time we got to get in there and we got to get the dust.
Okay.
And we didn't get in there, so how do we get the dust?
So that's actually a separate question. So there's the highly enriched stockpile, which, by the way, was allowed to accumulate over 20 years of previous administrations. That enriched stockpile is something that we want to get. But Bill, if we never get it, and the president wants it, and we are going to get it, but if we never got it, it's buried deep underground and they don't have the ability to turn it into a nuclear weapon. So the program is functionally destroyed. We're just talking about, can we set them back even further through these negotiations?
Okay. I only have limited time with this, so I want to move on to other topics. I want to tell you what people have been saying to me. I told them, people get excited. Wow, you have the vice president on? I'm pretty impressed.
They're still able to enrich uranium, so I'm not sure if that's been. They never had a nuclear weapons program, so that's not destroyed. They never had one. But the nuclear program where they're still enriching it, yeah, they still got that, guys. They still have those.
Myself,
I'm very excited about this.
I had Pence on. I've had both his vice president a couple of weeks ago. Pence was here. I'm killing it with the vice president.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
What did you talk about with Mike Pence? Sex, drugs, and rock and roll?
I don't know.
All right, hold on now. YouTube giving me that warning. That warning means that, hey, we about to cut down the stream if you keep streaming this Bill Maher. Because, he has this, I guess he has his content heavily protected. It'd be like that, guys. It'd be like that. But make sure you guys double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Appreciate the support. Oh, and also subscribe to the channel, especially if you've been watching for longer than 10 minutes. It's like, all right, here. Let's see here. Now, what did I want to bring up other than this? Oh, I got y'all. All right, let's go back to Fox News for a little bit. Hold on here.
Favorite comments this morning was from Matt Whitlock, Joey, and he said that it was a Dependence Day speech, not an Independence Day speech.
You know what's so funny is he's using, I guess those are recently naturalized citizens standing around him.
And welcome.
He's showing off the people who did it the right way to protest getting rid of the people who won't do it the right way. Mm-hmm. The irony here is the people around him are not under any pressure by the Trump administration to get the hell out of the country. Now, some of their family members, if they're hiding in the closet, may be, but you know what? That's the risk they took. He talks about patriotism. He wants to give his definition of patriotism. He talks about how it's like continuing to challenge the country because you don't like it. It's like, no, bro. Patriotism in the way that we're celebrating it 250 years is being willing to give everything you have, your time, your wealth, your flesh for this cause, for this country. Who's the last great Democrat? Maybe JFK, Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Democrat president, Harold. But this idea of selflessness, of course, there's a limit to it. Of course, skeptical of those in power of you and of wars and things. But there is a moment you can take a break and say, what a beautiful country that all those people standing around him, whatever their background and origin, are naturalized citizens. This is a country where you can do that. This is a place that is the most prosperous place of its size and freedom in the world. And
low key though, that is something people got to start appreciating. Like, this naturalization program is kind of unique to us. Like, it really is unique. Like, even becoming a citizen, because in other countries, you'll never be a full-blown citizen. Never. If you weren't born there, like, parents don't have like genetic, like, you weren't like, parent doesn't have a lineage there. Oh yeah, you'll never be one of them. And only in America where you can actually not be descended from the founding fathers and be sitting here like, yeah, I'm a full-blown American. And that's how we got it set up. There's some people who wish we had it set up like, Japan, where, trust me, if you go to Japan, no matter what you do, no matter how long you stay there, no matter how many Japanese women you sleep with and have kids with, you would never be a citizen.
You can still get a pass to live here. The fact that it's even available at all is a miracle. It's huge. And what does he want to do? He wants to tell you how bad we are, because that's a wave they get to ride regardless of how it crashes on the shore. They don't care what it destroys when it lands. It's just they get to ride it to power on the way. I mean, he's not worth but a couple $100,000. Thankfully, his parents are worth upwards of 10 million. He's not going to, be in a bad spot anytime soon. But, God forbid.
We see a pattern.
Yeah, God forbid you turn your AC down.
Harold, it's kind of wild. He's 35 years old. He's a Ugandan immigrant. He never held a real job in his life, finds himself the mayor of the most powerful city in the world, and then sits there and tries to say to Americans over 250 years, you've not lifted anybody up. How's that?
I agree with, he was wrong. I agree with Jesse. I'm accustomed to listening to people.
No, come on now. Come on. And that's why I didn't show the totality of his speech. He didn't say that, oh, no, nobody got lifted up. He said that a lot of people got let down. Like, let's keep it real. He's not lying. A lot of people got a good amount of people got let up, but more people got let down. And that's just the reality.
Speak across the political spectrum. Some I agree with, some I disagree with. But I'm always lifted up, even by the ones, or many times by the ones I disagree with, because I think of the great Ronald Reagan, who oftentimes, I was much younger, but I didn't always agree with all of the domestic policy. But when he talked about tearing down walls, when he talked about governments go to war when the price of aggression is cheap, when he talked about the need for us to invest in our future and invest in our military, those were things that could unify the country. You may have some disagreement, but to Jesse's point, he took you where he wanted and he lifted you up. We lost a great civil rights leader, Jesse Jackson, a few months back. Whether you liked him or didn't like him or agreed or disagreed with him, his speeches tried to lift us all to a better place. That speech, I agree with Jesse, I didn't quite understand where he was going with the speech. If he was going to promote some ideas, and maybe he doesn't have successes, to your point, Dana, they're in New York yet, we can say, we're doing this in New York, Mr. President. I'm asking and challenging you, if you believe in the greatness of America, if you believe in the majesty of America, if you believe that all men are created equal, then follow this New York initiative that we have. Follow what we're proposing to do with kids. Follow what I thought, Johnny, your point about these are people that did it right, and he's out saying we want to abolish an organization that I think has been mismanaged. But you don't abolish it. This is an organization, ICE, that wants to keep us safe. And if we need to reform it, then we should reform it. I just think on a day like today, a 250th anniversary, I don't mind dissenting voices. In fact, I welcome them. But if you're going to be nothing but a dissenter and a hater, wait till July 5th or 6th.
Give it a day.
Kellyanne, that's not what he did today. As a professional communicator, I imagine that you think it's a little bit like malpractice, what he did. That's not a hard speech to write. Even if you wanted to criticize the country, you could have done it in a different way.
This was a huge failure, but this is what he's accustomed to. I actually think he was trying to recreate the five. He's the Jesse Waters in the middle, and they figured, let's just triple the number of people. But seriously speaking, he's a creation of social media. These are creation of living online. 30 years ago, you would not have a Zoran Mondami. You wouldn't have these other crazy people from the squad. They live online. They always have a microphone in their face, and they don't really get a lot of power here in Washington. They're gaining power now. But I think that negative Nellies sell, negativity sells in small bites. It doesn't sell to an optimistic, patriotic America. We tend to elect people, particularly for president, who we see as more optimistic and just more joyful. There's been 2 exceptions to that since 1960. And I just don't think it's going to sell. Also, I just want people to understand the Democratic Party that Harold represented, that I grew up around, it doesn't exist anymore. The Democratic Party is at war with its.
Hey, and shout out to my man, Lunatic Libertarian. He says, he hit us with the slogan, all centralized systems are failed. Hey, shout out to my man, Lunatic Libertarian, man. Appreciate the support, man. Raise a blade in your today's. And all right, now let's go ahead and get right back into it.
And what is the war? It's not, you want to cut taxes, I want to raise them. It's, we need to be less patriotic, more hateful toward America, more socialist leaning, Medicare for all, not respect the vets in the military, let alone fund them, not back the blue, criticize them. And anti-Israel is the cost of admission now. It is a cost of admission. And in addition to being annoyed by all the substantive things they say and don't say, I feel like we should have this constitutional amendment. We should have this requirement that if you're going to be in Congress, you cannot be staring at your phone to read things other people read. You got to be able to look up and speak to people. So this guy obviously is using notes and a prompter. Look, I'm going to bet on America every time. And to your point, being miserable July 5th and 6th, I'm worried that these same people are denying 9/11 and saying it was justified or we deserved it or it didn't happen. It was an inside job. They now want to represent us here in this town, steps away in the U.S.
I mean, oh, Lord. Damn. All right, man. I didn't know that's how far Fox was gone on that one. It's like, you want to say 9/11 is an inside job? How dare you? I don't know, man. Just might have been. Be real with you. Like, a lot of people believe in 9/11 is an inside job, myself included. But all right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and close it down on this one, guys. I gotta make it to the red, white, and boom that starts at 10. Now, hey, I gotta catch you some fireworks too. Okay, make sure you go out there and catch you some fireworks too. Some of you are probably watching me while catching fireworks, you selfish dickhead. So can I go catch some fireworks? Like, damn. But all right, though. I'll catch you guys on the next one, man. Appreciate you guys for tuning in. Make sure to double tap that screen and like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, guys. And make sure to hit that notification. All right, guys. This is S.E.T Media. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Peace.
Noah! Larry, what the hell are you doing?
Larry!
Larry, you can't just...
Larry! Oh, are you all right? How did...
Larry!